Taviat incantato.
Seluna, the Moon Maiden. There was no doubt. This was the creature responsible for my parasite. And I had questions. Then again, to be alive is to be curious.
Ah! Oh, my finger! What the hell's is going on?
The memories blackened into oblivion, only to be replaced by a number. It was like fireworks in my skull. His trust was quickly waning. Work of the hag. No doubt about it. Or simply under his spell. Try not to let him sway you again, though. Gnolls, vicious, monstrous humanoids, could spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas. The creature cringed, overwhelmed by the throngs, and revealed its own home, a humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. Disturbing, you mean? An illusion is only a lie, but a promise is a truth that may yet come to pass. The corpse raised its head, bones cracking as it turned to look at me. I wonder what kind of contraption it is. Did you see a special weapon on the ship?
Venia chuva me.
They sang a duet of their own, attempting to drown out her music, because it was the truth. And the truth is a great motivator. This thing reeks of magic. There's a name here. Mayrina.
Vis medicatrix.
See.
Horribilissimus.
The idol of Sylvanas is such an artifact. Almost. Arguing is just going to attract more attention. Better to let this drop. That was unnecessary. Looks like that's going to bruise. Day 7, a mind flayer is born. I can't even see a lock to pick. For now.
Hells! We're attracting too much attention.
The spell elicited a gasp, a weak echo of life. Again, visions flowed through me. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high.
Gigans!
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I'll most certainly give trust a try, Shadowheart. She was alive. Now she's dead. Might be worth a few words. Wait. This looks familiar.
Lux in tenebra.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. She's not breathing. I knew torrents were the currency of the Zentarim, a network of merchants and mercenaries with few scruples. Sword-carrying scribes. What was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection? But their sister still lives, and I doubt Auntie has had her over for tea and conversation. Did you relent? Or resist?
Ow! Oh, that stung.
It slithered off my hand and vanished into the undergrowth.
More of those things.
That was a phase spider. Better watch out, it might come back. It greeted me with a harrowing elegy, cheerless as the new moon. Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looked unremarkable. All the more blood. To make matters worse, the spiders chose that moment to attack. Need to go on? God damn you. You're right. Few things are more powerful than the will to live. Her head wanted to droop, even as her legs urged her to run. So tired. These flowers. What is this feeling? No, he's right. I was a fool to use the tadpole. I don't intend to be that fool again. That much I promise. I've been robbed again. I need to remind you that I am in need of magic to consume. Soon. Very soon. The bear's nose twitched nervously. Familiar scents, but no trace of the other bear. Freshly turned soil shifted beneath my feet as I approached the grave. Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here.
Vietos escientia, efferve, ad lapidem.
Anyway, I'm glad we got that boy out of his predicament. Inside the pouch you will find a folded letter and a tiny flute. Unfold the letter and note the markings in the top and bottom corners. These are the notes you will need to play. Power is a treacherous thing. Sometimes it makes you betray yourself.
They're trying to escape.
It's just that I am no longer able to perform those feats even arch-wizards would marvel at. The crab plunged into the darkness and hit the bottom of my bag with a wet thunk. Selunite symbols. They're just like the dwarf's poem described. Sharp, deep, and and still fresh.
Ostende secretorem tuorum.
Good morning. Looks like the dawn broke after all. There was a time I was all but one with the weave. But no more. A mere shadow of the wizard I used to be. I went looking for secrets where I shouldn't have. And now that orb is rotting me from the inside out. Oh well. Worth a toot. So give it to me straight. How do I look? The rat gestured angrily towards the chest, chittering angrily. It bit down on nothing, but winced all the same. The growl turned into a roar of hurt and hatred. He wasn't done fighting, whether I was on his side or not. That heart thumped all the harder, this time with rage. Yes, they would fear her. They would pay. Here lies Zevlor. He saved us when all hope seemed lost. Thank you, friend. No! It's back! The mural showed druid and beast fighting together to drive monsters from their land, to have one hand on the pulse of divinity. Let's be optimistic and assume he's still among the living. Perhaps I spoke in haste. It's just that there are things I cannot speak of. That object you saw. It's lodged inside my chest. It's called a Nether East Devastation Orb, which instantly passed as I heard a wet squelch. I dropped the lifeless tadpole. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
The mihi factor!
These fellas fought to the last. Between fight or flight, they picked the wrong response. Look at that. We're channeling the weave. How does it feel? His presence still lingered in my mind, softly urging me on. He was. Even though it was in Mystra's affections that his true power lay. The Myconid's heightened pitch revealed cruelty. It enjoyed the bloodshed and was thrilled by the prospect of more.
Resisto venenum!
Would you open your mind to me? The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. That was uncalled for. The tadpole, it was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry. Enjoy the night. It seems to me full of opportunities. Those people were enthralled. How did we break that mind flayer's influence? He gave a tiny burble of disappointment, head falling towards the ground. The need remains debatable, but I recognize your responsibility. A marked tree. Could be the one Korga mentioned in her correspondence. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
Nocturnus!
My mind rushed into her head. I sensed confusion, urgency, a resolve to survive.
Ah!
I took his hand. It was an innocent request after all. Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright. The bear looked back in the direction of the goblin camp and growled. He licked his wounds dejectedly.
There. Parure!
Just now I was trying to cast a spell I once cast with ease, but as you pointed out, I failed. Volo tore the pick from my brain with a violent jerk. My eye plopped to the ground. Don't stop singing. So? Do you agree? Someone eviscerated those gnolls. It's rather beautiful. The colour red is all wrong in this place. No true Selûnite could have done such a thing. Didn't that paint enough of a picture?
Espraitai me!
Spot on. Never making that mistake again. A new eye's not easy to come by. Interesting. In any case, the man's dead for good. The spectacle has come to a close. Fun's over. Strange things are happening to us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies. The night brings counsel, or so the saying goes. But last night had quite a bit more in store, wouldn't you agree? As Karsus aimed his spell at her, she began to unravel, and with her, the entire weave. Another one of Auntie's victims. I've seen some disturbing things, but that was in the top 5. Shadow druids? This Korga is not to be trusted.
Ferio!
The creature's inner song breathed hope into the Myconid meld. Selûne's sigil beneath Shah's. It's blasphemy. Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Anger, confusion, resolve. All that's left to say is farewell. Her faith flooded into me, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestled within that mania, secure, hidden. The injured man locked eyes with me. A familiar squirming churned in my head. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti.
Vis medicatrix, voco flagella, gigans, frange.
At least the curtain's fallen on this tragedy. The lover's tale is quite over. My hands are still cold, so that handshake will have to wait, but in the meantime... Thank you. The wolf's fur bristled. He wanted to jump, wanted to bite.
Voco avina.
I'm sure you're perfectly delightful, but I can't talk right now. And it ended with a glimmer of hope. Never mind that it's a faint one. The vision was simple. A stone altar to Lolth, the knife upon it bloody with sacrifice.
Morbidus.
It's not because they're real that they don't deceive. Give it candy and a child stops asking questions. My heart sank. 2 days. I wasn't sure if I had 2 hours. I needed a healer now, or who knows what that worm in my brain would do. The vessel had seen better days, but was still afloat. A safe way forward, perhaps. Starting from the bottom right, play the notes in correct order. Clockwise this time. The corpse's eyes fluttered closed. The dog tilted his head and whined softly, and acknowledged me with a light snap of claws, like a fond greeting. I couldn't tell much. Aside from his obvious desire to be left alone, the echoes of the drumbeat faded to silence. Things look... different.
Ad vitam aeternam.
I had to gather my party before I could set out on the boat. In darkest hour a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated, but she didn't move, keeping her eyes on the goblins. They wouldn't let her. No lock? No handle? How does it open? What happened? Was that the toadstools? If I can somehow manage to expel it from my body while in the astral plane, it will be rendered inert again. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I was left with memories. Not mine, but Will's. First, a bloodbath. Then, a promise. Look at that beast! Seems almost too big to take flight.
Vito excolato.
That voice! Ambrosia! Sing on! And I seem to recall a fond allusion to that moment afterwards. There's an air about that sword. Like a soft mist. Powerful weave, to be sure. A giant nest. Let's see what we can find. Whoever that newfangled deity may really be. The corpse had nothing further to say to me. Let my blood be a warning to you. There's more to me than meets the eye. I am not for eating.
Ad maiorem de gloriam.
The creature in the wreckage was forcing them to attack me, controlling them like puppets. That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs. But at least the child is safe. Not the prettiest of transmutations, is it? But it's not quite done yet. What if she leads her entire tribe to the grove? What are these for? Gods! That thing is massive. Are those drow? Did those Dwergar do this? My chest filled with yearning. I wanted to get closer. I needed to get closer. The light over Saluna should be pure, not red. You clearly have your secrets. I have mine. Oh, and a quick word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful. Keep your distance. It struggled to walk, chittering uneasily. Do you think he's all right?
Voco spicai.
The bear limped on his front leg. He growled helplessly, begging me to get him out. A key. Wonder what it opens. You're alive. That's unexpected. To seek some goblin priestess's help would be unconventional, to say the least. The stone was warm to the touch. Each carved symbol pulsed with magical energy, holding a rhythm like a heartbeat. Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
Yeah.
This book. I can almost taste its magic. Yes. Just the thing. An apt enough observation. The beast reeked of brimstone and offal. Every breath was thick with blood. Almost gagging, I muttered a quiet prayer to my god. With a thunk, the armoured man collapsed, unconscious. The tadpole quivered, It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. The corpse had no more answers to give. She tilted her head curiously. She didn't seem to know it.
Tormentum!
That, my friend, must remain a secret, for now. Or rather, for as long as you've eyes only for someone else among our troop. How about we move on to everything? I think the crab stopped moving. Feels like something's weighing it down. And by that, I mean it's imperative that I find and consume powerful strands of weave at the earliest possible juncture. Look at those boots. I sense magic. In droves. They drooled. Their glittering eyes moved from me to the open door. I don't care how desperate we are. Looting tombs is wrong. Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror. Bolo slowly brought the ice pick closer to my eye. I have a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry. The way you diffuse the tension between Zevlor and Aradin. The corpse's face contorts. It may be able to speak, but it will say nothing to me. The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent. I was blocked by a wall of stubborn determination. She wouldn't be controlled again. Quite so. The weave is a sensitive conduit. A sharp pain shot through my arm as my collarbone dislocated. The chains held tight. Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, the city of splendors. I'm a wizard of considerable and scholar of exceptional accomplishment. Don't get me wrong. I know they'd have gladly made us their post-coital picnic given half a chance. Dog-like, but too large and heavy to be scratches. And above all, they were bipedal. The corpse lay still, unaffected by the magic. The metal was coarse, riddled with imperfections and shaped without care. A dwarf child could have crafted better. Look at all those vines spread like vices over the grove. A sour harvest in the making. Frustrated, the door rattled. I saw the hag and... myself? Thank you. The book snapped closed. I'd seen too much. Not that I understood what it meant. A splinter of ice worked its way into my mind. I heard the drow's voice, as if she were by my side. There was light here, in the tight space beneath the floor. Secret things that shone. The crab shrunk into its shell, claws giving a lethargic twitch.
Crescatskientia!
A battleground. There are dwergar and myconids among the dead. A Susa tree. Spells will be unreliable. I'm saying I really shouldn't have to point that out. His eyes locked onto mine. His lips curled back, dripping saliva.
Ludus non factum est.
More of the same. Something large ran through here. The corpse wheezed and grimaced as a magical echo of life flowed into it. Soon it will kill me. And when it does, it will detonate with enough force to level an entire city. My lord, I bow to your boundless kindness. They don't know. Gods, I'd pay a king's ransom for a hot, lavender-scented bath. Minstrels serenading as I close my eyes and let the water's warmth dissolve all woes. Sorry, if I'm to engage in banter, I prefer it to be with the leader of our troop. Thanks. That's what I thought. The stone was infused with a strange heat. It threatened to lure me in. The bird chirped happily and skipped a little. She seemed to be remembering someone she was very fond of, wherever they were. Moon Maiden's magic. Both beautiful and powerful indeed. She needs sleep, and she needs to be closely guarded.
Ludus non factum est.
Black strands of weave curled all about me, only to sink as into graves as I tried to grab hold. Necromantic spells, tantalizingly powerful, slipped away forever. I vowed to win her back.
Dollo.
Fear and hope in that heart as her eyes found mine. Help. Not getting back in that thing. That's because I'm full of delights. The kiss stretched on while I carefully slid off the ring. Cool head and cold heart. I'll remember that. The dog tilted his head and whined softly in recognition. No harm done yet. There's no illusion without a reason to elude. Now, to find the reason, a cave beneath the tavern. Wonder how deep it runs. What's that? The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. He was too weak still, but he couldn't truly rest until his master came home. What can I say? She's Mistra.
Inexpugnabilis.
The dead goblin was silent. Even magic could not coax more words from him. And then the vision lurched, and I was looking through her eyes as a tadpole squirmed into her skull. Only when the occasion suits. A rogue might call it luck, a priest might call it fate. He doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. Loss holds hands with grief, even among goblins. No wonder such violent beginnings lead to violent ends. My. Not only is this chair comfortable, it imbues its sitter with power. Whoever built it, they've let it rot for ages. Everyone has secrets, but I thought you'd trust me. Maybe I was wrong. I know the allure these artifacts hold. I understand their value and their power. All this to say, I understand the sacrifice I ask of you.
Tenebra.
It seemed whatever had caused the damage was in there. His dark eyes stared at me, waiting for this danger to be banished. I saw drow and goblins restraining her, a mind flayer reaching out. A port city, no? Famed along the entire Sword Coast. Dog-like, but too large and heavy to be this dog's. And above all, they were bipedal. His true soul and his acolytes are ample proof of that. They're ample proof of a dread suspicion as well.
They're trying to escape again.
The telescope pointed straight ahead. Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck. Ha! And you don't? You're wholly without vice or sin, or the occasional lapse in judgment? For a split second, I saw a swirl of tainted magic. Then his defenses dropped like a portcullis.
Dum vide est, spes est.
I made it quick. The last sad chirp echoed through the cave. Then there was silence. Nonsense! What matters is that their treasure is in a better place. First came ice. Shivers from top to toe as our lips touched. I was swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sang many voices, the harmony of an entire collective. Someone, something is calling to me. But what?
Flagilo.
I'll pass, thank you. I prefer abjuration over acrobatics. That will be covered by the "for reasons that cannot be disclosed" clause. So let's move on. But you heard them. More goblins could be on their way. We shattered its hold on those people. How is that possible? I hope it will be lovely still by the time we reach the end. Finely aged wine? Don't mind if I do.
Diminue.
The dead woman stayed silent. She had nothing more to say to the living. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
Mortem tuum sum.
An earthquake down in the Underdark. The stuff of nightmares. A lot of rotten food and old blood. Was this a sacrifice or a party gone wrong? I've always said the mind is the most powerful weapon in the world.
Horribilissibus.
I have all the required materials, but I need to fire up the forge first. I take it you get the picture? The owlbear cub squawked shrilly, hungrily. Then we'll have to find one, and fast. Remember, these are nothing but delusions. Oh, that stench. Body must have been here a good while. Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that we handled ourselves pretty well. Every breath, every blink proved exhausting. A long day awaited me. No way to ignite these. Strange. Please, a bit of narrative distance will make it so much easier in the telling. Indulge me. As I neared the rubble, a fragmented voice clutched at my mind. Baldur's Gate, a port city, no? Famed along the entire Sword Coast. They'll remain welcome hosts unless we turn hostile. Should be easy enough to avoid. The tadpoles give us the power to bend others' wills, but using that power clearly comes at a price. Are we willing to pay it? You may rest assured that I do not speak out of self-preservation alone. Many lives depend on my return to the living within the span of 2 days. For a spell, Ragslin's rage scorched my mind hot and black. It squeezed me, suffocated me. Just as I was about to get a grip, the goblin jerked back his foot. He nodded, grateful of that, at least. Merely contemplating. Are you done? Every second we argue is a second closer to our gruesome deaths. I had to kill. Tear the gnomes apart. Laugh as their blood showered me and filled me with life. My gaze followed the drow footprints around the courtyard and south, out of the inn. I tried to connect, to let him know he wasn't alone, but he twisted like a snake.
Propera minimus.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. Strange times, strange bedfellows. Not a pleasant thought, but our reality nonetheless.
Risas abundat.
A hearty serving of druid stew wouldn't do us any good. No. Let's hope for the best and keep this in mind.
Kaido.
Some things are easier to explain than others. But first, let me say this.
Flagilo.
Life is a tempest of events that sometimes we brace against and sometimes embrace. Suffice it to say, she would not bestow upon me the favours promised in these dreams. That is how I know they are delusions. It felt 10 times its size. Alive. Awake. Almost smug. Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that you handled yourself pretty well. It's a small price to pay, I grant you. But it's a suspiciously small price, wouldn't you say? Yes, not very noble of us, was it? I don't want to make a habit of grave robbing. As I leaned in, I noticed a squirm of movement under the dead man's features.
Glacius.
Several spiders rested in the rear of the crevice. Reason answered by reason. Say, are you perchance a wizard?
Voco potentia.
Well, well, well. This ring is yielding secrets.
Saira mortis.
The bear gave a long, inquiring sniff before settling back onto her haunches. He paused, looked down at my eye as it sank into the mud, and recoiled slightly. His eyes settled on the stone door as he whined softly. The way you got Korga to release the girl. I don't want to know what that is. Forget the book, then. Let's be blank slates on blank sheets, delightfully new. I moved quickly, but not quickly enough. What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark? I let my hand fall. Victory was mine. Yes.
Espradai me.
The stone was warm to the touch. Energy radiated from the statue, calling to the surrounding shadows. This Halcyon sounds like a knowledgeable man. He studied illithid tadpoles in great detail. Must be the tree from the note to Korga. What's that cleft there? Here goes. Before you decide to become a courier in return for some vague promise of power, how about we focus on yours truly for a moment? The result was certainly maddening.
Palidamos.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. I stumbled. In one swift move, the armored man's fist made contact with a sickening crunch. The door stood silent. I don't feel too good. What did that druid scratch me with? Allying ourselves with dark forces. Really? You lot. And my weak with pride. There was a lot of magic in this artifact. Can't quite remember a time I felt so peaceful inside. Fine blade. Almost a pity to absorb its magic. But I do so have need of it. The tadpole shivered as I heard Will's voice within my skull. Excellent armor. Strange place to find it. The pragmatic in me, however, sees only the silence before the storm. No, listen. A myconid. It's warning us.
Commotuis in lingua motua.
The bear let out a roar of hurt and hatred. He wasn't done fighting, whether I was on his side or not. They're not attacking. Must think I'm one of them. The growl deepened into one reserved for another predator, and she lunged. So long. It hasn't been a pleasure. Poor creature. I hope it can follow my scent to camp. The book was locked tight, with no keyhole. There was only an angular recess in the cover. I've got the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all. Funny thing, prophecy. All grand destiny, but no advice on how to actually achieve it. These are territorial markings, and recent ones, too. There are hunters around.
Non compos mentis.
I slipped my hand into his pocket, but came up empty. If it had any gold at all, someone else had run off with it. Barrel stalks, full of poison. The myconids will release it if threatened. Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. Amid the madness that has befallen us, it seems almost out of place to think of a romantic walk.
Fiat vaiuntas Dei.
Odd. I feel better.
Mother of lusts, what was that? Out!
A fair point. Day 5. The host personality has disappeared. Fingers and toes and limbs elongate. Now that's dedication? He just died on the spot. With that, she fluttered into the air, setting off at a determined pace. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. It gave a final anxious snort, then bolted away. One by one, the spiders retreated to the rear of the crevice, lulled by my crooning. Anticipation. She was testing me somehow. About Raphael. Sensing my presence, the knoll's tadpole writhed in ecstasy, echoing my command. Damn these imps! I need to reach the transponder! It is indeed Mr. I see. And yet it cannot be her. There was a time when I would have believed. But no longer. I urge you to reconsider. There could be consequences beyond our ken. And yet these powers are dangerous. With every use, the tadpole's hold over us grows. Cozy fire? It's fine. We did the right thing. So let's keep moving. We should check it out, but be careful. The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. The owlbear didn't attack, but I saw every sinew of its body tense with violent potential. A night to remember. Someone's in trouble. Sounds like coin to me. No, those valuables were gathering dust. If not us, someone else would have taken them. I know. But let's consider this. The parasite they infected us with, that's the thing that allowed us to do this. But that's not its true function at all. I watched with cold realization. This was the end of one life, but the start of another. Seluna, Our Lady of Silver. I saw a vision. My lifeless body, wrapped in fungal tendrils. The Sovereign was threatening me. See that rune? Netherese, I think. Weave so thick on it it's almost viscous.
Te absolvo!
Bones snapped as the hyena was hollowed from the inside out, forming a vessel for something new. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room. Thin-skinned and a dodger of questions. Usually means the answer's no. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. A stone hit her temple, and a deep, rumbling snarl tore through the room. But I failed. And all I invoked was death and dismissal. My death. Her dismissal. His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward. I tore at the webbing, but it was stronger than it looked.
Kudo!
There's no such thing as an absolute certainty. My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision. The same I had seen when we had first met. The bear bowed his head in gratitude before limping away. He had to get out. My continued presence, though, quite priceless. Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up. Farewell. Its form flickered, and I realized that the door was transparent. The dog looked from me to the dead man. He stared for a long moment. Where the hells are we? Our journey together is bound to last a while still. As such, I feel compelled to speak. I hear shouting up ahead. The waste of perfectly good blood. Dead. By our own kin's hand. Oh! I'm glad to know you think about it too. I'm many things, but Coy's not one of them. It's time to stop making excuses. The bear lazily opened her eyes and nodded in gratitude. You don't understand. I've lost. Surprised this hay hasn't gone up in flames yet. Blood smell. Life smell. Not like the great hollow below, which smelled only of death. The tadpole that was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The telescope pointed to the right. It begs for more. It's no watered avian sweet, but I'll manage.
Vietos escientia.
Your hide, your choice. Not quite my cup of tea, though. The ox's hooves stamped the ground, longing to trample any goblin in sight. My lips moved, speaking a language I didn't understand. And something was trying to reply.
Ja!
Well, what's a little more blood on one's hands? It replied with an echoing screech, and a vision of a limp youngling. I see. You're one such event that, one day soon perhaps, I'd like to embrace.
Voscuro!
As I drew closer, the owlbear lashed out. Talons sliced through the air towards me. All I could see were those symbols. All I could hear were the whispers. There was nothing else.
Video veritatem.
No hand had worked this stone. Each symbol pulsed with magical energy, holding a rhythm like a heartbeat. His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward.
What else were we supposed to do? Abandon her to that terrible deal?
As I turned to leave, so did the other child nearby. She looked nervous for some reason. Agony burst behind my eyes, and the whole world went dark. No response? Ogres aren't the types to enjoy a quiet night by the fire, I suppose. No, she's right. I was a fool to use the tadpole. I don't intend to be that fool again. That much I promise. The dog looked at some paw marks in the dirt around the corpse. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. Well now, to see through this mask is to see through different eyes. Day 4, excruciating pain as the skeleton and organs reform and reposition. I dug through the rock pile but found no trace of the boy. The door remained intact despite my efforts. The prisoner smiled through the pain, then spat in my direction. Sword and a hat. Wonder whose? They chittered in amusement, then unleashed a torrent of high-pitched insults at the bard as they departed. The corpse remained still. It could answer no more questions.
What the? Back off! And spit that out if you know what's good for you.
It was the source of the voice. She would obey it. She would obey me.
Closest.
And next? Whispers, moans, disharmony. They drifted through me like an unknown language.
Non movere.
And if the darkest one was Shah, Moonrise must be her wretched sister Saluna. I balked at the thought of her breaking my goddess. You see, this fire, there was a time that I could make it come alive. That it would take the shape of a dragon and roar into light. Dear me, let's hope I win. Bound to be innocents around. I find I'm fast approaching my limit for lowly wretches to call friend.
Obedi me. Resisto mortem. Voco morus.
A spike of defiance quickly smothered. Too afraid. Too broken.
Play on and soothe my soul.
Would you like to experience this?
Damn gnolls are everywhere.
The moment I moved, the foot shot up, and I felt, more than heard, my nose crack. So they're looking for a weapon. Something that was aboard the Nautiloid, and they're going to great lengths to find it. Thank you. I see I did well to trust you. Now, to the matter at hand.
Well,
that depends on who you ask, I suppose. I may have summoned things rather more exotic than a winged cat. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell still.
Iretio in sphira.
Susa bark. A rare commodity. The crab snapped its claws at me in defiant outrage. To summon those vines. The power's impressive. You really do dismiss these events too casually. The spell had no effect. The corpse had no more answers to give. Good. A bit of boldness will serve us well. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Quadico face.
Calm, let's cut the kid some slack, shall we? She didn't deserve this madcap spectacle as far as I'm concerned.
Non fit injura.
I saw dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spread through the earth. There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here? It doesn't matter. I just know her to be unreal.
Mortem tuum sum.
The wolf bared his teeth. He only took orders from his master, and his master wasn't here.
By the exile, what was that?
I can't shake the image of what happened to the grove. The winds have blown, and the harvest has come. The oak stands lone and barren. It was an infernal creature. The kind, brazen strangers might accuse me of being. My skull pounded in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice. Bunch of empty boxes and spider webs. Guess Lolth's cultists haven't been back here in a while. It glared at me with one eye. A broken spear protruded from the other. If he's still alive, it stands to reason we'll find Halsin in either one of these less than appealing conditions. A scene flashed. 2 paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine. Calm brown eyes stared at the colourful man gesticulating before it. The human was trying to communicate. Ragslin scowled, shocked by his own words, and a jolt shot through my skull. I can almost taste its magic. Yes, just the thing. Yet still, it was the saddest of occasions when he took the dog away for good. It's time we had a talk with her, don't you think? The body was still. A flimsy raft wobbled on the lake's murky waters. She can give, and she can take away. I'm afraid I'm still very much on her naughty list. She stared at the ground as I greeted her. Unresponsive. I did my best to wipe the dirt from my face and look presentable. Adventuring was murder on one's wardrobe, though.
Major Fortio!
I felt the ox's excitement. She was ready for the road beneath her hooves, the wind on her back.
Umbrae!
Scratch marks on the floor. This crevice was empty, save a bit of dust. The creature's eyes rolled back in its head, equal parts bliss and agony.
By the exile, gone again!
I must not be doing it right. The hideous corpse rose, tentacles writhing. Remarkable. Or perhaps we should call it suspicious. What's that over there? Humour me. I need to be absolutely certain you understand.
Obedi me, Gela!
Come. These are mere fabled objects of great to enormous value. Even here, in the lion's den, they don't recognize us as their prey. Around the dog's neck was a collar. Etched on it was a name. Scratch. Magic-eating flowers as a light source. Ingenious. Certainly. That I have a great respect for privacy, for instance, especially my own. I was one with my assailants. Our minds fused together. They were frightened, lost, killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve? I pity anyone caught by those things. We were lucky to get out with the loot. In one swift move, the armored man's fist made contact with a sickening crunch. First came ice. Shivers from top to toe as I explored her. Pronounce the name correctly, and the method will breathe on the letter. Stay clear, because the little scamp can melt metal. My skull pounded in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice. I felt a cold hand caressing my mind as the drow appraised me. I hate to be negative, but those gith will carve you up like a goose.
UBS!
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. He now belonged to the circle. He would obey the sovereign. I love this time of night. Then, they surged past me, up the stairs. The bear raised its hackles and a low, rolling growl shook my bones. Monsters weren't welcome here. Listen here. We've reached the point of no return.
Ire et dolo!
Brushing away the dirt of time, I could make out the name etched into the cover. The necromancy of Thay. We'll prove him wrong.
UBS!
Comes with the territory. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod to reveal a face. Mine. No. Keeping me in suspense, are you? Come on, tell me. Do we have an agreement or not? I felt a whisper of thanks as the door's prisoner faded away. It fits. Disinterest is such a disheartening condition. As they say in Waterdeep, in wine there is truth. I struck fast, but not fast enough. She shrieked, thrashing helplessly. A scrying eye. Or whatever's left of it. I'd better watch your back then. Now I need you to place your trust in me.
Stoltissime!
I saw the gallery, its walls lined with the hag's victims, their bodies and minds twisted beyond ruin. Gods, it's like a draught of cool water soothing a parched throat. Welcome and wonderful. Smells like burnt flesh in here.
Gigans! Ah!
To look, not to touch. Besides, you know what effect my blood has on you. Now go ahead. See, to trust a hag, even when she's at your mercy, would be beyond folly. I say we end this. That's part of the why you agreed not to discuss. What is happening, or rather not happening to us, is entirely undocumented. I can say no more on the matter. Not now, anyway.
Mors in carta vita catissima.
The animals chirped and chattered to one another frantically. They seemed distressed. Here lies Aradin. He yearned for glory and adventure. And he got it. Hell surrounded me, flames licking at my body. The tadpole in my head convulsed. His lips were softer, and his kiss gentler than I'd expected. Couldn't agree more. Let's see what those harpies were hoarding. Then again, maybe not. Gnolls erupting from corpses. I've not seen the likes of it. For the best. Death is too good for it.
Amicus animalis.
Not the brain?
Parabellum.
Thanks to the tadpole, we should have developed more than invasive symptoms by now. But we haven't. The crab shrunk into its shell, claws giving a lethargic click. I don't know what I did to deserve the magic that you do. More dreams. More visions. As I recall, you promised not to lead us down this path again.
Pulso.
No one's attacking me, eh? This mask is certainly doing the trick. These powers are dangerous. With every use, the tadpole's hold over us grows. I felt Ragslin's suspicions. A true soul should never ask about the master. What if? The silly wizard thought. What if after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess? At the heart of it all, not only is our problem clear, but so is the motive of our enemy. Power. Actually, on second thought, I can't think of it entailing anything particularly enticing at all.
Grubsh's rotten eye would taste better than this.
Long as they're not here, I'm happy. Which is why I'm in absolute agreement with you. I think I've already proven I'd take my secrets to the grave. Umberlee was the dark mistress of the sea, and drowned those who didn't respect her power.
Dolo.
How does it feel to kill a woman still flush with the warmth of your body? All par for the course for you, I suppose. The magic waned. I could ask no more questions. It didn't seem worth much, but she held it as if it was a great treasure. Her hands hid her face, preventing me from reading her expression. As I said, I can handle the orb. It's the tadpole that's the real danger. Ah, yes, goblins, known for their reliability, honor, and excellent body odor. Unpleasant, certainly. Gut-wrenching, too. Heart-rending, even, if pinched for an adjective.
Secco.
So come find me another night, yes? No kisses. Just words. We shared a romantic moment of the mind while cloaked in the weave, didn't we? What chances I have, I'll take them. I'd rather roll the dice than deliver all this death. The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent. One moment they were embracing each other in intimacy. The next they're embracing only death. What can I say? Some see a raven and say they see a carrier of dead souls.
Nulla salus.
Like I said, I try to excel at everything. It'd take an age to hack through all this. Tread carefully now. Not even a god would survive sacrificing me.
It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead.
My. So it's you who is Tyr, then? The mighty judge of justice? Well, he's no one to blame but himself. Mushrooms. Poisonous, if memory serves. She squeaked a final warning. Break the rules and there would be trouble, and scurried away. An almost childlike joy entered Amelium's ichor-laced eyes. I wouldn't look a gift druid in the mouth, though. The weave. We should probably consider it a last resort. Still, if all else fails, the idol of Sylvanus would serve me well. They don't know some things are impossible. They don't know that... Shadow druids. Korga means to turn the circle.
Sol invictus. Parabellum.
Nice view. That scamp reminds me of myself when I was a nipper. Always getting into trouble.
Fiat lux. Aredissimus.
The dead goblin was silent. Even magic could not coax more words from him. Quiet you can have. Peace I can't guarantee. Especially not peace of mind. Yes. Yes, I am. It's just that... Had it been me? Had it been? These powers are dangerous. With every use, the parasite's hold over us grows. What happened to Mayrina's husband was awful, but we had to free her from that debt. I felt the rat twitching on the edge of panic. Something waited in the great hollow below. Quite right. You start at the bottom right corner, and remember to play them clockwise. After that, perhaps we can share the experience by reaching into the weave together. They spoke of the absolute, same as that goblin, Sazza. Curious. The road awaits. Shall we? Or do you have questions for me? So Korga is involved with the shadow druids. That certainly explains things.
Extende.
Useless. These ogres are long gone by now. The corpse had no more answers to give.
Vocol nubes. Ut ventus.
A mind flayer monarch. Imagine that. Such a thing could shatter worlds. The way we can reach out to others, make them do our bidding. Power of mind flayers at our fingertips. Harp and wild. A riddle to some, but I'd read enough to be familiar with language like this. I saw the drow cursing at the fallen rocks, then carving through the deep gnomes in his rage. Oh, it's a relief to be back on beautiful Faerun. The dreariness of the fugue plane oppresses one's soul so very quickly. Tell me, Lae'zel, when you say we might be purified at your creche, what does that mean exactly? It's done now. We don't have the luxury of second thoughts. Hardly. She could smell them. Goblins, wargs, and something else. She would defend her home, whatever the cost.
Vincit qui patito.
An unusual place to find a shrine of Selûne. But there it is. Fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby. Well, there's actually something quite different I'd like to discuss. I apologize if that sounds thankless. It's just that some secrets simply cannot be revealed. Terrifying, isn't it? And that is only the beginning. I realized he was casting Detect Thoughts. I felt him rummaging in my head already. I bet we can work out how to open it. You're staring at me like a Rashimi at a blackboard. You're no wizard, are you? As I looked into the beast's large eyes, our minds started to connect again. Then stopped. What are you doing? That's the way to treat a book. The corpse remained silent. She didn't know. I recalled a recent scandal. A patriarch of Baldur's Gate who'd wished to marry a commoner. A promise kept in the cruelest of ways. A loved one returned. Undead. Some wall. Steady as a drunk hill giant. He grasped my mind and pried it open. Rage flooded my senses. Far be it from me to second-guess your decisions, but I'm not entirely convinced setting that scamp of a goblin free was the wisest of ideas. So we're travelling with a vampire, are we? The world was a blur as she cast around for a way out. Escape? Escape.
Vivat crescat floriat.
Consider it a bonus. The old woman's face creased with false concern. I realized she had lied about seeing this girl, Mayrina. Naturally. We earned this. Perfect. The growl took on a note of confusion, frustration, and the bear lunged.
Fiat voluntas Dei.
I struggled with a set of lockpicks until they were bent entirely out of shape. But the lock wouldn't budge. I was merely thinking out loud, but if you desire a point, consider this. Then he glanced in the direction of the woods and growled, frightened. There were too many predators lately. Ah. A Thayan artifact. Yes, this is very promising.
Volo non fugia.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. I need to get out of here. And fast. Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran mistraril cantrak eo. I'm many things, but koi's not one of them.
Resisto accidum.
How about we continue our tasting? Clearly, we can consider the division accomplished. But carnage such as this. The shadow within is spreading like poison, corrupting kindness and compassion. Beware of a hag bearing gifts. They're never gifts to begin with. What if they had perfected their craft by convincing their subjects they're not thralls at all, but that they have free will? The sovereign's song slowed to the pace of a dirge. It was still in mourning. Step 1 is to retrieve from my person a pouch I wear over my heart. I could tell she'd almost let something important slip. The boar pranced around, haunches clenching and unclenching impatiently.
Crescit aiondo. Cerculus mortis.
Well, praying didn't help. She remained still for a long moment, measuring the threat I posed and dismissing it. Magical access into the Underdark. A shortcut to death, one might call that. Magic stirred the corpse to unnatural life. It awaited my questions.
Mors carta.
Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die. It will be a joy to serve it. Dying an honor. I promise you I had a protocol in place in case I came to pass. My muscles strained. My veins bulged. The chains held strong. There were no more headaches or visions. Only our bodies entwined, sometimes shaking, always burning. Perhaps it was not quite love, but you see, The wizard was but a very young man. It's most certainly love to him. Let's not stand around. Predators like these can smell spilled blood a mile away. Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets. Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal. The ogre must have moved on to new deals. Doesn't do anything. I opened the book to the first page, with its shifting glyphs and strange whispers. His neck was broken from the fall, but his mouth opened as he looked at me. Come here. Please. Sifting deeper, she saw the mind flayer holding a wriggling tadpole to my eye. The spell's magic faded. The corpse could speak no more.
Maleus!
It buried deeper with the light. The crab's claw scratched something hard, which it flung into the air.
Vidgit qui patito.
Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived. Of course, as a sorcerer, these talents come to you quite naturally. I do hope you cherish that gift.
Agilius!
What was that? Am I? Perhaps I am. Or perhaps I need another glass of wine. Then we'll start writing the prequel. The symbols darted beneath my eyes, warping and twisting. My head throbbed, but I almost understood. It won't move. The stone was warm against my palm. I felt the Dark Lady's essence in every tattoo. And yet, beneath that building rage, I felt guilt. Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions. I'm impressed by the way we handled those two hotheads. The cooler head was ours, and it most certainly prevailed. A memory. The beast daubed the symbol of the Absolute on a cave wall in blood, and the murk cleared to reveal a face. Mine. He smelled of sweat and a dusty road long travelled, and, yes, cow dung. Don't get me wrong, you did well. The somatic component, the vocal component, even the focus on the inner self that invites Mistra in.
Diminuo te!
Shaking with the goddess's rage, the spider screamed, then attacked. Fresh water. Must be a settlement nearby. I will find the remotest place on the surface of Faerun. Or perhaps far below in the depths of the Underdark. I've heard that name before. A young man, yes? Lives in Ramesses Tower in the upper city.
Hostio manera!
I saw the drow cursing at the fallen rocks, then carving through the deep gnomes in his rage. I know I said it's not inconceivable a goblin priestess could help us, and yet... He sniffed the air as I approached, then let out a huff, disappointed. I realized he was waiting for a mate.
Luque sotibi placit.
I tasted the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul. That the commandments they experience are the will of a benevolent god. Yes, I've seen my fill of those creatures. I told you that I lost her. Lost her favor and lost so many of the powers I took for granted.
Magesque! Arde! Plue!
A pause, and then the flicker of a tongue across my neck. I felt a cold hand caressing my mind as the drow appraised me. Mind flayers excel at mind games. To enthrall completely is their bread and butter. What can I do for you?
Perry!
I say this because there's something I desperately need. But while I'll tell you what that something is, I won't tell you why. After all we've been through. The growl deepened, then burst forth in a roar. I noticed the armored man twitch. He was about to erupt. Listen, I am rapidly coming to the conclusion our joint travels are destined to fail. I could say it's me, not you, but that would be a lie. The corpse fell silent. They could not answer any more questions. That's no ordinary darkness on the horizon. A veritable weave of shadows. My word, you did it! Oh, it's good to be alive. His desire to become a true soul, his role as leader of these people, of course. He wanted to deliver them to the Absolute as a symbol of his devotion.
Gela!
Only fair to warn you I've precious few answers to spare. Oh, a drow, a dragonborn, and a cleric of Cyric walk into a bar. Your standard fare. The bear whined again, panicked this time. He couldn't believe it. We've already done the finding. His eyes flicked nervously to the back of the cavern. I realized he was hiding something. Then the creature spoke in visions. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. Perhaps that is what I deserve. But you deserve no such thing. To kill me is to unleash the orb. Its anger swelled and burst, leaving only loneliness and fear. No help here. No fight.
Intellego.
And I acknowledge that, but there's no breach that can't be mended. You don't look so hot either, I might add. Nothing's happening. But it doesn't look broken. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. Suit yourself. I merely sought to share the wonder of the experience, whatever that was. It looks mightily unpleasant.
Get out! Get out of my head!
With a gasp, the corpse shuddered. The wizard was what one might call a prodigy, who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it, like a musician or a poet.
Mortales.
They've come to their senses, so... Yes? Her hand signal was quick and clean. Blink and you'd miss it. So it goes with Wizards of Waterdeep. It is a city filled with the most obscure arcana, a feeling you may have to grow accustomed to while I'm around. My condition is hardly a patient one. Poison? Who'd even entertain the thought? Absolutely. We had every right to take our reward.
Yeah!
Baldur's Gate. That's where I'm from. Word of warning, if you keep banging on war drums, you might just be drumming up war. The wolf focused on the quiet glow of the statues, shutting out the commotion of the grove. The arrangement of the moons can't be an accident.
Ah! Villain! But I see you now for what you are.
The deep gnome stared past me, unseeing. Druids master the ancient magic that is part of nature's fabric itself. A danger I tried to minimize. The protocol, remember?
In nocte concilium.
They turned everything they did into an art. The art of conversation, the art of taste, time-honored and newly acquired. It enjoyed the bloodshed and was thrilled by the prospect of more. Farewell.
Tormentum.
I felt only an echo from a sleeping mind, of a threat considered and already dismissed. And so I'm back in the swamp. If only I could pick a destination. She was testing me. About Raphael. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. The ox chewed and stared with disinterest. That Zaithisk you mentioned intrigues me. Care to tell me a bit more? Please. Wouldn't want to make an oath-breaker out of you.
Oh.
The voices returned, louder, stronger, commanding me to stop. No more prayers. Only dust and silence. I do. Because it's through practice that I seek to perfect. To augment.
Fronti nulla fides.
Loving them has its side effects as well.
Caveat incantato.
They hesitated, then relaxed, eyeing me. The coin disappeared into the darkness, landing with a soft clink. How about we embark on the quest for a healer together? Haven't seen that game in years. Spare me a moment, if you please. I have something important to discuss with you. Is someone singing? One has to think big if one seeks to win back a goddess. So the wizard thought big. I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it. So much for the restorative qualities of sleep. I feel positively wretched. One shouldn't be all gentlemen. Well, we certainly wouldn't have done some of the things we did the other night. My skull sizzled with Ragslin's displeasure. His mouth was still, but I heard his demand. So much for finding a safe haven. We're in the Underdark. I'm home. A rough read indeed. I'll give it my undivided attention at a more appropriate time. Phases of the moon. Light and darkness. Saluna and Shah. I've had a pupil or two, but never for very long. Their ineptitudes tend to irk me. Grab what you can, but be quick. I don't want more company. You see, I have a condition. A condition different from the tadpole, but just as deadly. Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder? A great taut drum sat before me. One strike would likely ring for miles, alerting goblin reinforcements. Agreed. Good thing this place is remote. I don't want to become known as a grave robber. Nevertheless, please don't try that again unless I invite you to. Drow, hung like chickens in a butcher shop window. Somebody's making a statement. Well said, but can we please get on? I'd rather not die here. Yes. I was afraid you'd say that. Of course, you'll need to find a babysitter for Boo. The bear regarded me warily, wondering if I was another enemy. But his eyes held a spark of hope. Then we agree. Keep an eye out, and perhaps we can fix our mistake. Then I saw visions. Dwegar, like myself, chopping myconid remains with their axes. The figure I conjured was Mystra herself, the Lady of Mysteries. You could have asked, you know.
Tore!
I detected a distinct quiver in every note. These creatures had experienced recent tragedy. What the hells? There was a creature trapped inside. Someone's moving around in there. What a difference a day makes. If this ship hits the ground, we're dead. Where'd he go? The rat hissed as I locked eyes with it, an ugly grimace on its face. The time has come to paint you the true picture. He grasped my mind and pried it open. I felt a sudden urge to obey him.
Kaikote!
We should have left the dead their trinkets. They can hold impressive grudges. I'm skeptical of druidic magic, but beggars can't be choosers. We should find the man and hurry. Then they surged past me, up the stairs. That's because I'm full of delights. There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from. I watched the squirrel closely for a moment, but her motivations eluded me. Feels like my magic is getting drained. It is her, I see, and yet it cannot be. There was a time when I would have believed, but no longer. Then you're stronger than me. I faced the prisoner, considered the tools at my disposal, and the worst of the blow was deflected away. The owlbear shrieked in outrage. What's on your mind? A breath rasped through Liam's lungs as his eyes snapped open, terror swiftly overtaking confusion.
Dissolve!
He recoiled. Was I a monster too?
Tu es nihil!
We don't always choose the roles we play. All we can do is perform them to the best of our ability. You know, I can't tell if it's mourning, angry, or just hungry. Oh, I like it. Homely. A calm night in the deep dark should have lulled me to sleep, yet my eyes wouldn't close. I gathered as much. We'll have to look for a solution elsewhere. I felt a presence in my head. The Kithrak's presence. My tadpole recoiled defensively. Shall we? The boat creaked against its moorings, ready should I need it later. Sought out in the night by... What? An illusion? Or a promise? One wrong move and I'd have been a statue, imprisoned for eternity. So ends Halcyon. Can't blame the man for seeking vengeance. Either way, we're in a cell, not a grave. Let's find a way out of here. I wonder how many more newborns are around. Flee, I felt it cry.
Mortem tuum sum!
Be that as it may.
Vocomoros!
These killings were deliberately brutal. There's something near that relishes in carnage. Wit, Lightfangs, that much I know he has. Actual ones I did not suspect. I had to kill. Tear the Dwegar apart. Laugh as their blood showered me and filled me with life. The tattoos were strange, but I couldn't identify anything else unusual about it. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West, Baldur's Gate. East, Elturel. Time. Or rather, the absence of it. In the astral plane, everything is eternal. We have some restless nights ahead of us. The spiders skittered about, more nervous than before. The way you got that boy out of a harpy's clutches. Looks like a shrine to Saluna over there.
Dissera!
I didn't expect honesty. Not exactly close. His cries for mercy were cut short as the hag sliced into him, removing limb by painstaking limb. Just then, I noticed my bags felt lighter than before. The creature quickly wormed its way into the undergrowth and vanished. The crab landed next to a pouch of hamster feed. It immediately recoiled.
Ad vitam aeternam!
The means hardly matter if the ends are worthy. Can you feel that? Something's sucking the energy right out of me.
Intellego.
The music wove together. With a sigh, the bard closed her eyes. Let's settle another appetite first. No trigger or handle, though. No way to open it. He now belonged to the circle. He would obey the sovereign. It says there's a cellar here somewhere. The goblin's already gone. We're settled on it. Rocks and rubble. So much for a way out. The corpse became quiet. It had nothing further to say. Quite. Though I really do have to get back to work. Where's Helia? Smoke. Something's burning. The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me. A mighty river. There's bound to be settlements along its shores. Believe it or not, but I witnessed a similar standoff back at the Yawning Portal. After what mind flayers have done to us, we can't exactly brag. How thoroughly invigorating it is to stand by one's friend in the face of danger. It felt impossible not to. I did as well. More dreams. More visions. Have you finally seen nothing good can come from using the parasite's powers?
Te execro.
Much obliged, I'm sure. The bird sat back in satisfaction, admiring his nest. Dwergar corpses. What is this beast doing to them? The foul stench of slaughter turned suddenly sweet through the rat's nose.
Horribilissimus.
More dreams. More visions. More the fool me for having used the powers of the parasite again. Too bad. One should never be afraid to live life to the fullest. Tomorrow I'd find it.
Mundos volte cipi.
Anger smothered by confusion. It didn't understand, but it sensed it could trust me. My mind was a canyon, and the words echoed from every crevasse, and I felt answers. She knew more about my condition. Your prowess in battle is remarkable, as is your battle stance itself. I wasn't judging, merely offering my sympathy. Didn't take you for a percussionist? This fairy ring isn't glowing like the rest. The creature responded, not in words, but memories. The crab sat in a dark corner of my bag, still damp from the beach.
Oh!
This should burn going down. What magic I can still weave is met only with undercurrents of disapproving silence.
Extende!
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
Flagra!
A hag's magic is nothing to be scoffed at. This staff is exactly the kind of artifact I'm looking for. Reeks of hell, even on the inside. I deftly dropped the tadpole and crushed it under my heel. Ragslin's mind was clouded by doubt, surprised once more by a question he didn't expect. You're a good friend. I often think of that moment we shared together. One under the weave. It has become my sustenance. Without it, well, I hardly need to tell you. There you are. I suppose you've come to keep me to my promise. 7. In 7 days, I'd be a mind flayer. Now that it's nothing but a goblin-ridden death trap, plenty of places to hide away a druid, I imagine. As our minds slipped together, I felt a hand on Astarian's chin, guiding him, controlling him. It's good to perceive this constant fear repressed into a quiet scare. Let's hope it will last a good long while. No. This isn't right. The sky split open, and nautiloids poured out of a void that consumed the stars. Ready to go, but not quite. Something else is needed. Suddenly, something convulsed inside me. My vision lurched sickeningly. I could feel the orb beating away inside my chest. A second heart that would herald either death or dominion. A prayer sheet. What's this symbol on it?
Viviro!
Having pinned me to the floor, she hissed. Her pride washed through me. Or perhaps more than you bargained for, full stop. These creatures won't let go of us until we're dead. How are we supposed to cure that? The corpse gazed at me and awaited the next question. More importantly, where'd it go?
In nocte concilium. Da mihi facta.
We've got Auntie on the run, but I'm sure she still has a few tricks up her sleeve.
Oribus tenio lupum.
Thanks again for giving me that book. The magic that curls through its pages is truly remarkable. It's huge! The bear lay in quiet grief. Without Halcyon or the other bear, he was alone. His ears twitched as I spoke, but his eyes didn't shift from my tail. He saw me as a threat. I understand your anger, I do. But it will pass. The owlbear reared back before I could strike. A blur of talons lashed out. Now, I'm not so sure those are mutually exclusive. If we seek to solve, we must seek to comprehend. This was the child that had vanished right in front of me before. It was an expert, this apparition. First the seduction, then the spurning, then that teasing souvenir. Lae'zel, blade like a razor, wit like a razor, tongue like a razor.
Tenebra. Propra.
This Netherese taint, This orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. Intriguing. Control panels melting, flesh pods spilled open. I sense magic. But where? I could feel the book's pull. I could feel its power. This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom. That's mostly a synonym for yes, by the by. I considered my kin. Dead by my hand. The bird's feathers ruffled impatiently. She had places to be. Better not disturb these webs. Whatever wove them would be much too large for my liking. For your reference, bites hurt. Consider that a given. And we shouldn't. But we'd be remiss not to give the place a once-over. All memory and all future was lost. There were no parasites to cleanse and no monsters to vanquish. This place wasn't built for the living. What is this place?
Deocludo oculus.
Are you perchance a wizard? To be more precise, an arch-wizard. The dog wheezed. He was old and tired, but Master walked his circles, and so would he. Who knows what will happen in the chaos of a fight? We'll decide when the moment comes. No. Fungal roots wove through my mind, seeking my true intent. A glassy black surface, reflecting my gaze back at me. My voice drew their attention. They were suspicious, then curious, and finally at rest.
Hag can't have gone far.
Perhaps that's a moment we ought to further explore. They can make bloom, and they can make wither. Let's hope the latter applies to tadpoles. I saw him holding me by the throat. I saw him taking the amulet off my corpse. That thing could swallow each of us whole. She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. It's him who needs disposing of, if you ask me. But it didn't lunge again. Instead, it clawed at the ground, glaring a challenge.
Risas abundat.
Glyphs shifted gently before my eyes, always just out of focus. Then words started slipping into my mind.
Kitius te execro.
It was unnecessarily odd. A small, noisy pest with a bushy tail. Our gazes met, and memories of last night's dream coursed through me. One day, all too soon, the whispers stopped.
Ah!
Do you?
I'd rather chew the leather off a goblin's back than eat that again.
Ha! You're a good sport. The goblin's corpse grunted and spasmed. Find it, and we may just find both the answers and the remedy we seek. Point taken. But this time I can't. He handed me the scroll, and I read the words aloud. A mouse couldn't squeeze through those vines. An honest-to-goodness coward. It's almost refreshing to see. I read about myconids and the manifold properties of their spores. That Dwergar is about to rise. Undead. I faced the prisoner, considered the tools at my disposal, and, if there is a later, remember, not really, no. I take it you're here to pick me up on that bedtime story you were promised.
Voco ereniai, expellor te!
No lock. How does this open? Movement on the roofs. I sense a classic ambush in the making. The child stared past me as if I wasn't there. The dog's hackles raised. He wanted to be left alone with the corpse, it seemed. We might have made a mistake. Let's keep a close eye on Ethel if we see her again. I noticed something wrong with its mouth. The creature hissed at me, revealing a badly chipped tooth. The stone was warm to the touch. Its carved symbols pulsed with necromantic energy, keeping perfect time with my heart. Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar. Yes, I felt hate. And I deserved to be punished for it.
Impero mortos!
But a necessary one. Scrolls of true resurrection don't grow on trees, you know. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. No, it's a port city, one of the biggest on the Sword Coast. No. Yours truly diffused the situation. Thank you. A fragment of it was caught and sealed away in a book. No ordinary book, mind you. A tome of gateways that contained within it a bubble of astral plane. He has a certain charm about him, Astarion. Then again, so does a tiger when it purrs.
Omnia mutantur.
Let's hope the locals are friendly. The goblin's corpse grunted and spasmed.
Confusio.
But I had to finally tell you. Silence would have been far worse behavior still. Nevertheless, I am sorry. Just a trick.
Surely. We're being toyed with.
Perhaps I can show you what I mean by reaching into the weave together. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Treme!
I find I don't much like being told what to do, least of all by long-dead monks. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me. What interesting tableaus. It's clearly ancient, too. Lolth's violent descent into the Underdark depicted with vivid detail. A perfect ring of mushrooms. That can hardly be a coincidence. My, a veritable cabinet of creepy curiosities. The beast reeked of brimstone and offal. Every breath was thick with blood. First came ice. Shivers from top to toe as I explored her. It's a famed city along the Sword Coast, though no Waterdeep. Not that I'm one to talk, of course. Talons biting deep into the earth, every muscle trembling. I realized it wasn't afraid. Ugh, some bloody help. He lowed with surprise and delight, clearly unused to this attention from strangers. Invisibilis. Is there a dead tadpole in that jar? Whatever it is, I'm afraid I can't help you. From the far distance, I heard a blast of goblin voices. Ha! Then came fire, as her fingers raced up and down my back, seeking more. Long ago, maybe. He flinched and scurried away. Typical. It reminded the body of something. The memory of a cold tomb, with danger lurking in the shadows. I was swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sang many voices, the harmony of a Myconid collective. No more blood. No more killing. Just this. Please. Do excuse me, please. Frightfully busy. Resisto. Yes. The power to bend wills is a mind flayer speciality. We're the ones who are truly at risk. An untouched stack of hay. Mustn't be any horses around. I spotted explosives placed around the cavern. They were ready to bring the place down. Ignis! With a shock of psychic pain, the pack leader's mind clamped onto mine. So this chest contains a field of transformative weave. Delightful. Then follow my lead. We had a moment, you and I. A moment in which we expressed the possibility of becoming more than friends. My parasite resisted, flailing as I crawled into Ragslin's mind murk. Right. Moon Maiden's grace. It's open.
What in the hells? Get back!
So many dead. But no signs of a struggle. What happened here? And yet I suspect something intelligent behind it all. Some carefully nurtured scheme. There's something ominous about such depths.
Intactilis sum!
I could see the broken helmet bore the mark of Shar, the Dark Lady.
Gustas dulcis.
Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits. I recalled Umberlee was the wicked goddess of the sea, honoured more by fear than faith. There was nothing else to do here. I took my leave. The corpse jerked. It would speak no more. It's the tadpoles reading our every desire, but they don't read between the lines. The undead tend to be temperamental creatures. Had you allowed him to live, we might all have woken one day with a sudden bloodlust. So much for honesty. Our healer turned into a jailer pretty quickly once she heard about the tadpole. There's no getting past those vines. The ritual was thorough. I know we need to find a healer, but staying here is risky. Quite worthless, as it turns out. The squirrel chittered scornfully as my foot whistled over her head.
Kretskatskientia.
Their confusion deepened. Why would they go outside when there was food right here? Changed your mind? I'm still happy to join you if you'll have me. What is this liquid?
In excessus.
The servant said what it could. Absolutely nothing. You are the one who is useful to it. Beware that it does not overpower you. Please. Now's hardly the time. And he tried. With a spell of his own devising, he endeavoured to usurp in one fell swoop the power of the goddess of magic. Long ride down? Is this the Underdark?
Evanesco.
The touch, the kiss, the everything. I like it. Suits you. This is where we part ways. Maybe later, but no. Perhaps it's for the better. In fact, I'll let you be the judge of that.
What did he expect would happen?
Punge! Wyvern poison goes well with wine. Or so I hear. Here lies Cannon. He gave his life defending others. He will be missed. This isn't really the time. Doubt clouded Ragslin's skull. Did he feel my guidance? Maddest thing I ever witnessed. Then again, maybe it was the bravest.
The cage is burning! There isn't much time to save her!
Remember how I told you I was in dire need of magical artifacts to absorb? I wonder why this one isn't working. And that was just one true soul among the many we've met. Imagine an army of them. The rat squeaked, first at the goblin, then at me. Her eyes shone with menace. She wanted to eat, to kill. The dog barked and insistently raked the ground with his paw. Scratched at it. He probably should have stayed in the cage. Same here. Perhaps. The jury's still out.
Mortalis!
The dog nuzzled my hand and urged me on. His tail threatened to wag. Looks like a beast came through here. Big one, too. Other than that, they did not react. I've lost. Doubt is a spoil sport. Cast it aside. The bear rose to his hind legs and roared, realizing he was not alone. The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one. Arguing about it won't solve anything. Let's go. No offense. You might be in for an adventure with Karlach. More than you bargained for. With a bit of luck.
You're a vampire? Stand back!
I'll run a stake through your heart if I must.
Ad vitam aeternam.
I had everything under control until the Illithids complicated matters. I fear that if I turn into a mind flayer, the orb will explode and kill everyone. Terror, fire and fear and feathers burning. Her heart slammed against her ribcage.
Rhizom teliatis. Ingende.
Yes. If we hadn't taken those valuables, someone else would have. Ugh, these Selûnite words do nothing. The colourful man yelped in delight and started scribbling. With a shaggy grin, the bear sneaked a look at the page. Shabby workmanship. Strong push and this wall comes down. Seems the future's looking better than we thought. Guess that'll have to wait. Primary need now is a healer. I think that would be best. I'm sorry, but I had to. After all, this is only the beginning. If my breath couldn't kill people already, oh, it certainly can now. The weave is still here. All around us. Inside of us, too. As long as the goddess lives, magic is a tangible thing for those who know how to touch. Like so many of the heartbroken, he did something infinitely foolish. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess? Poor woman. Nothing we can do for her.
Te adstringo linguam.
A dragon. It was circling like a bird of prey, hunting. You're right. My mind screams yes, but my heart, the real one, says no. The flames sputtered away. The sickle was mine for the taking. The crab wriggled miserably as it hit the bottom of my bag with a wet thunk. Well, this is darling. Very Granny's cottage meets rotting troll carcass. Where is this place? The fight's over and the spoils are yours. What are you planning to do with that chest? The ox snorted. She knew how to handle danger.
Et alibi.
Bah! Honor. The blade that cuts the wielder. That is how I know our dreams are delusions. Bah! A lamp without a djinn is like a sphinx without a riddle. Always a disappointment.
Efferve.
If it should ever come to that, if I ever know I am no longer able to stop it, I will do anything I can to ensure no one but me pays for my mistakes. Oh. A prophecy about people falling from the sky. Could it really be about us? So do I, but I'd know all about it soon enough. In 7 days, I'll be a mind flayer myself. Good. Yes, running for one's life tends to take precedence. No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead. That drow's seen better days. Dead drow and some skeletons. Wonder what happened. Every breath, every blink proved exhausting. A long day awaited me. I'll be in the camp then, idling away the hours. The hermit crab had stayed deep in its shell since we left the swamp. Not every deal will work out in our favor. That doesn't mean we should stop helping people.
Tonitros!
I'm sorry, but surely we're friends, allies, the best of companions, but no more than that. They both looked at the bard, their chattering intensified, mimicking her faltering song. I suppose it's for the best you showed him the proverbial door. Here rests Moon Mistress Larina, founder of Selûnite settlements along the Chiontha. The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Ah, back off, you fiend! Fiat Lux!
It cringed in response to my sunny vision and revealed its own home, a humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. No, I don't care how desperate we are. Looting tombs is wrong. Much later, if ever.
Venenum!
The timelessness of lovers. That's it. I won't take more of your time this lovely evening. Rest well. It is magic from another time and another place. It is something that is beyond me, yet inside me. That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood. Certainly puts the miracle of birth in a new light. Don't blame me for detesting them. That, or we've just prolonged its misery. Let's agree on actions first and explanations later. Yes? Oh, easy does it, lass. You really don't want to do that. Not a threat, just an observation.
Invisibilis.
This fairy ring looks disappointingly dormant. Visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. Suspicion flooded Ragslin's mind. My brain howled as I considered my final question. Plenty to look forward to. Upon completion of the tune, a magma method will appear, which will pose the following question. Iskcha Chisnaga. Ragslin's thoughts roiled, then stilled. My words would be his. Drow magic radiates from it. And drows are masters at magic. Are we really going to let these goblins walk all over us? Struth! The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. Where's Lazelle? I soon fell in love with her, and she returned my affections. Tonight, of course, we celebrate, and I won't keep you any longer. Tomorrow night, though, you're in for quite the bedtime story. I can only hope my tale will live up to your expectations. This man was delusional. This had clearly been a temple dedicated to the false sister Selûna. The captive's mouth was still, yet her voice was clear. Then let me clear your mind of doubts. It absolutely wasn't. The growl petered out into a whine at the mention of the name.
Dissera.
Leviatar. Sounds like a violent goddess. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. As I edged closer to the mirror, a pale face appeared, contorted in fear. Fists slammed against the mirror's surface, again and again. Hag's curse, I guess. The stone was warm to the touch. Each carved symbol pulsed with necromantic energy. Better yet, soft beds, home-cooked meals, and all the other little luxuries this wilderness so brashly denies us. I strained against the webbing and it snapped, strand by strand. I did it. Before we part, the corpse was silent. Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers. The boar stared longingly at the pool, yearning for its soothing waters. Good night. The corpse went limp, exhausted from the questioning. A taste of her own medicine is what she deserves. Can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in. It may not be the best idea. God spare me. Why did I think eating a second one was a good idea? It didn't respond. The spell's magic was spent. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. A decrepit raft trembled in the mellow waves. Through music and vision, the sovereign revealed the truth of the fungal creature before me. Contact. He fell to the ground unconscious. What creatures live in waters this dark?
Configo!
Out of the flask and from the looks of it, still into the frying pan. There's murder in those eyes.
Occhio!
I felt a touch of the hag's magic. But whatever this door once held was gone. I missed. Chittering, the squirrel fled. It sounded like laughter.
Detonno!
Through her eyes, I saw myself. Skin glistening with sweat, hands bound. Ecstasy. Or terror. Maybe both. I say that with great sincerity. Mere days have passed since our first acquaintance, but you've gained the respect of years.
Oh, hells!
Excellent. Time to uncover some secrets. I can feel the storm abating. Yes, this will keep my condition in check. For a precious while. Shah? No, that couldn't be. The blessing of Selûne still shone through here. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. The corpse made a wet, gurgling sound as the magic waned. I could ask no more questions.
Kaido!
First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to us. I've always wanted a vicious killer as a pet. Keep it up, and she might just take a personal interest in you one of these days. My lady, I bow to your boundless kindness. What interesting tableaus. Clearly ancient, too. Driders, mind flayers. Must depict some ancient battle. Hold on, please. Not so hasty. Myconids. That explains the voices. So be it, for once. The rat paused for a moment, then squeaked loudly. It skittered away, stopped, and looked back.
Ah!
The injured man locked eyes with me. I felt a familiar squirming in my head. The dog lunged at me, teeth bared.
Why is it broken? You're powered by magic, for goodness sake.
It shivered in understanding. A vision of its own home flickered into my mind. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. The way you stood in front of a crossbow to prevent a murder. I couldn't have done it. Don't have the nerve. Which makes it all the more impressive someone did. That tail bristled as her gaze fixed upon my feet. I was in her territory.
No, I was glad you sought me out for an entirely different reason. To toast to victory, and to offer you an invitation.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. Dreams. The word implies desire, but we're being played for fools. These are nothing but delusions. The echoes of the drumbeat faded to silence. You? Lae'zel? That was brutal. That was a sudden exit from the stage. Can't help but wonder where she's gone. What's this? It's a feeling of power. Not even a simple kiss would change your mind. That could have been worse. Will's a good man. He may actually be a tried and true storybook hero.
Ah! Secreti umbrarum.
The bear hovered between sleep and waking. Her nostrils flared and her eyes flickered open.
Resisto ignem.
For a terrible moment, my hand twitched. In that case, I'll stick around. That wasn't a bullet. Was it? Raphael is a cambion, and what is part human is entirely fallible. That's a Susa tree. These things drain away one's magic. Shouldn't linger here. Think I feel a breeze. I did say that, and I did mean it. And I do suppose that after all you've done for me, I should be at least a little bit forthcoming. This is delicate craftsmanship, quite beyond the skill of goblins, I'm sure. With her soft light, like a film of snow. I felt a cold hand caressing my mind as the drow appraised me. Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking his territory. We'll need a cover story. It'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
Obedi me.
The glyphs screamed, searing my mind. I saw time rewritten, fate undone. Wouldn't want you to miss my grand finale. The bear glanced in the direction of the woods, then growled, frightened.
Pulcrior. That is vile. My tongue may never be the same.
I told you how I sought to win the favor of Mystra. I did this by trying to control a form of magic only one wizard ever could. They drooled. Their glittering eyes moved from me to the door, urging me to release them. As I approached, a guttural scream and a succession of quick bangs rattled the door. Indeed. Let's just get this over with. Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens.
A match made, not quite in heaven, but close enough.
They didn't want to surrender their valuables, even after death.
Sicut gatus!
It will erupt.
The undead tend to be temperamental creatures. Had you allowed him to stay, we might all have woken one day with a sudden bloodlust.
I will not fail her.
Tough hitter like you might last there. Maybe.
He was staring past me again, as if I wasn't there. As she turned to me, her thoughts mingled with mine, a cold hand caressing my brain.
I disagree. We had every right to take our reward. A game for surface children.
Once upon a time, very long ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. Fair enough. Look at that. It turned into a scroll. Those are always promising.
We'll need to find a way to open the book first.
The dog considered me with a cock of his head. Wariness lingered in his stance. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
There was a lot of magic in this artifact. I can't quite remember a time I felt so peaceful inside.
Pincers pierced my flesh, and pain shot up my arm and across my back.
Wait. Why did that strange dog collar just vibrate?
Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot.
Smells like a bugbear's morning breath. Best give this dish a wide berth. Quadico fake.
But still, there was nowhere to run.
I'm not trying to try your patience. I simply need to be absolutely certain you understand.
The crab sat in a damp spot that darkened the corner of my bag. The tadpole, it was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
We need to find him before it's too late.
Do you feel as chipper as I do?
Allow me to make the following proposition. Animating spores. The myconid means to raise the dead. It feels like my magic is getting drained. As for the lure of the touch, the kiss, the everything.
Ooh, easy.
Easy does it, lad. You really, really don't want to do that. Not a threat, just an observation.
The tadpole stirs. It recognizes its master.
Which begs yet another question. Did you too have such puzzling dreams? Clearly we're not going to agree. Let the matter drop.
The glass feels warm.
The bear licked her lips, still grateful for the snack. The spiders chittered to each other and eyed me hungrily. Wicked magic sleeps in this cowl. Think I'd better consume it for my own good. The full moon beneath the rest. Maybe a goblin flipped it upside down. Mix and mingle with a goblin tribe? Never a dull moment with you.
Ex nihilo!
A secret door. I wonder what someone was so eager to hide. Oh, I know.
Curious time to be dieting, especially with a chef like myself around.
I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire. But by using those powers, they may well push us over the edge. Tadpole takes greater control with every use. That smell! Ha! The tieflings have teeth after all.
Hopefully it comes no closer. The frightened myconid circle conjured mildewed vines. They encircled and transformed the Dwegar.
Take me with you.
The bear whimpered after me, confused, begging for help.
This seems as good a place as any to make camp. Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy. You and I are in a whole lot of trouble. We need help, and I'm not sure where we'll find it in this wilderness.
Minimus!
Now that's a lock that screams, pick me.
In excessus.
Isn't that Auntie Ethel?
She chattered back, louder and at length.
Nothing. It's not really the time for an ogre rampage, anyhow. These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere.
But if I may be so bold, it's for a very good cause indeed.
Cave curriculum!
No, I just don't trust her. I'm afraid I must decline.
This is no ordinary cave. No ordinary depth in stone. Good gods. This is the Underdark.
The child continued staring past me. I almost pitied the creature. Too full to move, yet desperately starving.
Crescitai ondo. Propera.
All too apt an analogy. She flashed the hand signal Mole had taught me and turned away. The door remained firmly closed as the presence shrunk, twisting with fear and despair. My breath caught in my throat. The broken helmet bore the mark of my goddess Shar, the Lady of Loss.
Sicut gatus.
Please, just listen. You can judge me after you've heard my story. That much I certainly deserve. No. I refused to accept it. If there was magic that held cities afloat, there had to be magic that'd wither a damn tadpole. Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here. Sorry. Sometimes I just can't help being quite insufferable. In seriousness, I'm glad you asked that question. Then you don't have to. Though I'd still love to. You really don't? I knew of Maglubbiyet, deity of the goblinoids, hungry for blood and conquest. Stars. And moons. Like that dwarf's poem said. And these plates can be turned.
I know we are. And yet, a few moments more, a few different words spoken.
I had secrets to keep. But no longer. The flames cooled, dispelled as the image I knew emerged again. Wild, glorious magic. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. I knew it for what it was. A chant of war. Glut's reign would not be one of peace, but terror. I sought to impress her personally, to turn the eyes of my muse upon me, to win favor of a goddess. The hand that feeds is the hand that's loved. It'll never leave your side now. It's ready to go. Time to get to work. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. The way you followed the protocol and brought me back to life. He evaluated his collection and made a happy jump. He chirped his thanks, leaving the coin aside. Don't turn on each other. If whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
Stabilio.
We've our problems, granted, but there might be some merit in shutting down a local conflict, no? Can't quite say which of these two wins out. To be honoured or to be horrified. The way we got Korga to release the girl. He began to move his hand in a quick flurry of gestures. The trills of dying myconid younglings rattled my skull. She spun in short arcs, indicating which of the trees were hers and to be left alone. What did that do?
Stop that! How dare you? Again.
But I was still your conduit. To perform such a feat alone requires much and arduous study. You're quite spectacular, you know. As such, I do not wish to give you false hope. We are only treating the symptoms, not the cause.
Obedi me.
Please, just let it rest. Cambions are half human. Either Daddy had a tryst with a succubus or Mummy with an incubus. Will nodded silently. I closed my eyes and let darkness take me. He was gone before first light broke. Before we go on, though, do first let me apologize. I saw myself through Lae'zel's eyes. To her, I was already a mind flayer, a monster in all but appearance. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. Forbidden knowledge, without a doubt.
Esto perpetua.
Look at that idol. Sylvanus is an ancient and powerful god. I'm sure the magic inside it is delicious.
Dum vita est, spes est.
Dark blade. If I'm right, and I usually am, it's the dagger from the Druid's notebook. A fine city, really. Though no Waterdeep. Then again, keeps you on your toes.
Chuobo.
The meat was trapped, terrified, but protected by fire. When the fire died, so would the meat. He grasped my mind and pried it open. Rage flooded my senses. Deep purple swirled into familiar shapes. Gnomes in mining gear, chased by Dwagar. I felt already dead. There are voices, drifting in from the dark. They know I'm here.
I know you are, and yet, a few moments more, a few different words spoken.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. I said please, but that courtesy was a mere formality. What I meant was you will let it rest. Her mind reeled. They would flay her alive. They would bleed her dry and tear her to pieces. Clearly the matter has hardly been a priority of yours, but even so, you can consider it closed. The music shifted. Still melancholic, but now streaked with hope. I'm not sure the dog would agree. Rage slithered through him, hot and black. It squeezed me, suffocated me. Define it as you will. The semantics aren't important. The conditions are. I can't see any way to disarm it. But you'll listen nonetheless. The way you handled Nettie when she poisoned you. The bear growled, hurt and afraid. He sized me up carefully, uncertain about my presence. The realization hit me. That stench wasn't the dead. I could sense that the hyena's very flesh was desecrated. The poison is overtaking me. Bring me back. I must be brought back. We shared a romantic moment of the mind while cloaked in the weave, didn't we? Zevlor lowered his voice to an inaudible whisper. Right back at you. And I could say the same of the others. And I'm impressed once more by your benevolence. There's the magic word. Is this the Underdark? Gods take me. She'd eaten. She'd feasted. And yet, looking into her eyes, I could see it wasn't enough. She was still hungry. The owlbear recoiled with a shriek of pain, blinded and enraged. As the pain muddled my thoughts, our minds became entangled. A familiar sensation. She too carried a parasite. You were there. How could I say no to you?
What the? Back off! Spit that out if you know what's good for you.
Let's just go. There's only so much my stomach can take.
Are they?
Exactly. We should have left the dead their trinkets. Scuttle. An eruption the size of Waterdeep, I think my exact words were. I settled into the boat as it began to slip away from the shore. Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. I still lacked the necessary Sousa bark. Now you.
A bullet.
Best brace for a vicious battle.
Get back!
The circle will fall into darkness if we don't intervene. What? What was that? I'd been robbed. By the look of my pack, not for the first time.
Obedi me.
I always knew I was destined for something great. I'll leave the details to Alondo. I'll sleep easier tonight, and despite my predicament, I hope you'll sleep easy too. The dead woman's lips parted to steal a rattling lungful of air from the living. A clamour of noise and heat. Exhaustion battling terror. No, I was glad you sought me out for an entirely different reason. Straight and narrow is a boring road to walk, my friend. We'll raise the entire camp to the ground. It's exactly what they deserve. The corpse hissed, unwilling to speak.
Voco potentia.
The corpse twitched in response to the spell. The fresco showed a powerful group of druids gathered in Eldath's name. I was on sacred ground. Oh, and as far as that tadpole trickery goes, I really do trust you'll not be so untoward again. These symbols have to mean something.
Canto te.
Right. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Go on. Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work.
Hook horrors. Classification, monstrosity, social behavior, kills on sight.
The hag's doing. It has to be, but not the power to remove tadpoles, I gather. We're not compatible, you and I. Neither in thought nor in temper. My way of saying I haven't a clue.
Pulso.
The owlbear's feathers ruffled defensively, because I need one. But it'll have to wait. The primary need now is a healer. First came ice. Shivers from top to toe as our lips touched.
Deocludo oculus.
Seluna. She who guides. Victoria's song consumed the grotto. A rhythmic chant pulsed just beneath. It revealed its own home in reply. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. There's something etched into it. Mayrina. New blood caked on old. It smells rancid. A word, if you please? Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled. Can't say I blame you. On a more serious note, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause. That thing inside our heads will divide us if we let it, and conquer us next.
Inexpugnabilis.
And so we have gone through the necessary steps again. Let's hope practice makes perfect in the end. Perhaps it's time indeed. The power to bend wills is a mind flayer speciality. We're the ones who are truly at risk. Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just abandon her? If her tribesmen don't kill us on sight, that is. In the meantime, my thanks again. Giant mushrooms? I've never seen anything like them. You don't know. Not really. But after all you've done for me, I do suppose I should be at least a little bit forthcoming. Good night, then. And thank you. You just don't understand. As I neared the end of my tale, I felt his excitement turn to fear. Monstrous creatures. This is sobering news indeed. But there's no use crying over spilt milk. If this is our only option, to Moonrise Towers we go. Her belly split like a rotten fruit, birthing a frenzy of claws and fangs. Are you sure? One kiss is like one chord in an entire symphony. So, we've found an artifact rife with magic. It's just the thing I need. May I? To divide us and to conquer us. I won't make that mistake again. Glad to see my eyes deceive me. I'm Gale. Well met. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. A red moon. Must be some sort of symbolism. Over there, a shrine to Selûne, by Moon Maiden's grace. I saw her hand in my bags, and the shame in her heart.
Veni chuva me.
Goblins ahead! My lord, I bow to your boundless kindness. A chained-up book in a long-abandoned temple. Ooh, temptation, old friend. We meet again. Here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. Then we'll have to find someone more experienced. And fast. I do wonder what these symbols mean. Why? Because I've lost. What? What happened? If we can wield those creatures' powers, what comes next? We transform? Her fingers flexed against her thigh, coiled with tension, longing. Gods, I can feel my condition overtaking me. I need an artifact to appease it, and fast. It's a red dragon. Gods, it must have followed us from Avernus. Oh, nothing. Nothing. I'm just poorly making a point. We travel together. That makes it my business. It's bloated with poison. Better leave it be. Doesn't work. It shivered, overwhelmed by alien sights, and revealed its own home, a humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. Its fingers were warm against my cheek, softer than I expected. Looks a bit worse for wear. Perhaps I can patch it up. I don't see one. Selûne's dogs would never put her sigil in the dark. Death by day, death by night. And here we are murdering our own. There's only madness here. The bear's heart sank. He turned away, his mind drifting to the memory of a particularly tasty fish. Lae'zel's eyes drifted downward. Something was off. They won't be summoned from beyond the grave. Lazy. Treating you to the real deal, that's what. An illusory wall. Let's find out what it seeks to hide. Yikes. Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making. Surely not the only adjective that springs to mind. After all, even I am only human. Locked. Best find another way in. Then outsiders killing the Dwagar, and the stench of blood. 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 Come find me another night, and I'll tell you everything. Goblin tracks. And far too many of them, too.
Minimus. Tu es nihil.
And yet another. Hardly the warmest of welcomes.
Obedi me.
So beautiful. So free. Selûne. Mother of tides. Maybe someone was cheating at cards. Maybe it was some weird lover's quarrel.
Impero tibi. Ale me.
Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight. Where's Minsk? And Boo? How about we go find that chap Halsin Little Miss Poison Ivy mentioned. With a bit of luck, he has the means to offer us a cure rather than a coffin.
More of those wretched things.
Macte fortute.
Babbling idiot. Clearly has no idea what he's talking about. There was that magma mephit once. Kasitrak Ash, in fact. You met him. I'll, let that sink in for a moment. Timask and torch stalks. Great. Shrieking in indignant terror, the squirrel fled.
Maio fortio.
We haven't very long before I reach the point of no return. This grove is like a cauldron about to boil over. I say we check in on the child. Make sure she comes to no harm. Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper. Broken, but nothing I can't fix. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. I recognized telltale flecks of were-jackal blood. This was a potion of sleep. That's Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him. He whined once more, lonely and afraid. These are the goblins we need to kill? This could take all day. The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. So come find me another night, yes? No more kisses. Just words. Drooling, they stared at my hands, held out in friendship. Scorched ground. Better watch out.
Sol invictus. Ire et dolo.
Does that mean the whole cult's after us? That's not good.
Resaccio.
The bear whimpered in pain. He let out a desperate growl, his confused eyes still begging me for help. The currents of weave around these runes are absolutely fascinating. There's so much to explore. I reckon those warriors holding the bridge can be fought off, if it comes to that. The beast turned to me defensively, her lights flickering, and I felt a familiar lurch. The tadpole.
It's trying to escape.
Oh! Bottoms up. He listened, rapt, hanging on every word. It makes me dangerous. Even in death. Pity. But that'll have to wait. The primary need now is a healer.
Dum vite est, spes est.
I do trust you. But some things are kept in the dark for good reason.
A perfectly reasonable train of thought. But what if she leads her entire tribe to the grove?
Signum arcanum.
If I don't get my beauty sleep soon, I may just get a tad malcontent. Like I said, I'm dangerous even in death. I'm merely trying to protect those around me. Oh, hells. Something just woke up. The mind flayer was already half dead. Probably just lost control. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it? To make use of its powers was a mistake I don't intend to repeat. That much I can promise. They wanted the weapon. Darkness and sun, barely contained. That much we agree upon. Tonight seems perfectly suited for such endeavors. Tracks. 5 or 6 gnolls heading north. Chasing the caravan survivors, I'd bet. Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless. It's lovely. He stood still and chirped sadly. A single blow would end his suffering. So you did. Then we'll start writing the prequel. The owl's wounds healed instantly. The broken spear was ejected with a wet pop.
Let my blood be a warning to you. There's more to me than meets the eye. I am not for eating.
It's a simple question, isn't it? What gives you pause?
Ha!
Gaining confidence, he started a song, abandoning his nest-building efforts. I felt a shock of agony as the mind flayer cut through my defenses, piercing my mind. I enjoyed them for a while. As we enjoyed each other. A faultless, if annotated version of the facts. So much for the miracle of childbirth. I think there's a certain magic in it. After winter, spring will come. But I'm not sure we left behind much fertile ground. So Orlando knew all of this would happen. Let's hope he saw a happy ending, then.
The storyteller's gift.
The size of that thing looks so much bigger when it's flying above you. Looks like a spider man decapitating a mind flayer.
Someone got creative.
Zaz Tam was a powerful lich that ruled the land of Thay, driving many of the Red Wizards out of their ancestral homeland. Her eyes widened at my tale as she listened intently. No, the voices you heard, the visions you saw, they were all real. As were the parasites. Does a tadpole sleep? I told myself that was a silly thing to wonder. Lae'zel held my gaze, searching for signs of weakness. I didn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Can't trust one's eyes in the Underdark. Can't trust these mushrooms either. The bear blinked at me in surprise before she reared back and roared.
Oh, hells!
I saw myself through her eyes, a pulsing red cluster of organs. Feast. No. The voice had forbidden this meat. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the child move through the rocks. Untied from its moorings, the boat drifted away.
Non movere.
And here's to your company. Hopefully the Gith are able to help, and willing. Can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head. At last! How foul it was to have Hag in the head. Her heart rattled all the harder, but this time with anticipation. Free? Free. Given up on finding your sister, have you, boys? Lazy.
Ira!
The Absolute. That's the mystery god Sazza mentioned. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. Well, that was disturbing. The crab stayed hidden in its shell, using a claw to block the opening. Youth is no time to be modest. Youth is a time to be proud, and to have one's pride dented, if I'm sure I do. The face was crafted to be pleasing, but the personality was just a reflection of the wizard that created it. Trust is not the issue. The issue is that the truth doesn't matter. Secret or revealed, the outcome is the same. It smells rancid in here. New blood caked on old.
Aridissimus!
Until one day, all too soon, the whispers stopped. What if the tadpole is what he really wants instead of the customary price that is our souls? Karsus was perhaps the most powerful wizard that ever lived. The child who would be a god, the elves called him. Fact is, we're being hunted. But at least we have the hunters at a disadvantage. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell silent. The cub shuffled over to his mother and nuzzled at her huge, still bulk. The book snapped closed. I can't remember what happened next, but I'm told it wasn't pretty. It's a story full of answers long overdue. Lolth-sworn drow passed by here, but it seems they never returned. Finders keepers, I say. We've been traveling together for a while now, and during those travels, I've been observing you. Isn't it? You just made it look quite easy, though. All this horn is good for now is to sound a last farewell for those ogres. I felt the rat's impatience, to wriggle between the cracks in the floor to the safe space beneath.
Kaikote!
What was in that tart? My stomach's doing somersaults. I repelled her mental probes, concealing my memories. Bloodshed by day, bloodshed by night. What a jolly bloody life we lead. I prepared to free my companion from the chains, weapons brandished. They charged the hag's lair. The corpse stared at me, hate clouding his eyes. No wonder this shoddy wall hasn't already collapsed. Barrel stalk, bloated with poison. Better leave it be. The way one of our own stood in front of a crossbow to prevent a murder.
Non movere.
Made it out. By Eldath, the quiet one. All turmoil is calmed. How the flames always mesmerize the soul. That thing doesn't look too happy to be free. Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay. The corpse remained silent. The hyena responded to my greeting with an anxious cackle.
Parabellum.
The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one. Fire spilled across my vision. Dragon's breath. The tadpole slithered, twisting deeper into my skull. I stashed the bag in my pack. Something clinked among the coins. I think ingenious is the word you're looking for. Now, repeat my instructions back to me, please. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. Noel saw a whole world as a meal. I realized this voice was acting as a leash, but it wouldn't hold them for long. She sniffed at me again, one wild thing considering another. Then, recognition?
Diminue.
I felt the barest hint of life from within the door. The infuriated spiders crossed my hand and scaled my arm. The swarm was coming.
Stupefaccio.
Baldur's Gate. A fine city, really, though no Waterdeep.
We've already done the finding. In fact, you have one in your possession.
Hag is the word they used. If that's what she really is, she's beyond dangerous. The knoll's stink is everywhere. She sniffed at me again, one wild thing considering another. An unforgivable loss. It'd have made a fine ally. The corpse opened his mouth, but said nothing. The dog remained at the dead man's side, as if in mourning. And worse. But I've given my life to save it. Nurse it back to health. With dull insistence, it tried to scuttle away. I was huge. A predator. We seem to be missing a person. Where's Astarion? What did I think about seeing my head on a spike?
Quiet! See gnolls ahead.
The cub was oblivious to me. A single blow would end his suffering. The flakes squelched the fires. The sickle was unchanged.
Voko speakai!
Grown none the wiser, I see. The man coughed hard, but his eyes shot open, and the colour returned to his cheeks. Hardly matters now that the vampire's in my debt. That, alas, is where my knowledge fails me. His eyes fluttered closed as the spell's magic waned. I stashed the bag. Something clinked among the coins. We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end. If that was true, Moonrise must be a reference to Shah's divine sister, Selûne. Ugh, Selûnite rubbish.
Venenum.
Ugh, Selûnite drivel. What's this symbol on it? The Myconid's song went silent. The roaring furnace awaited an offering. Never seen a red moon before. A wicked-looking knife. Why hide it here? Will had slept next to me. He was still there when my eyes opened.
You're a bloody vampire, but you bit off more than you can chew. Ugh. Another helpless soul begging to be rescued.
Just an old prayer. She balked, refusing to be bridled by my soft grip. The whispers, the pain. It all disappeared in an instant. I was myself again. Its one good eye flicked away for a moment. I followed its glance. I saw dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spread through the earth. How the mighty have fallen.
Ah! It's daylight! It can't be!
An ancient prayer. Wonder if Selûne was listening. Doesn't look defective, but its magic aura is too faint for it to operate. You. Condemn me if you must, Shadowheart. In the end, my actions equate to yours. The struggle for survival.
Configo!
This would be perfect if I had Susabark. But I don't. So it isn't.
Volonovugia!
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. What is youth if not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions? The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. A camp. Looks abandoned. The corpse stared at me, waiting for my questions. I see. Say no more. Will tensed, then relaxed. His lips were softer, and his kiss gentler than I'd expected. The door shook at the thought of the hag. She would be furious if she caught intruders here. The flames fell away, a mere illusion. I sat in the dark again, near Lolth's majesty. The tadpole thrashed violently in my brain. My blood hummed. I was changing. Thank you. Any particular reason? I travelled its mind's filaments, twisting, turning, till I reached its song centre. I watched with cold realization. This was the end of one life, but the start of another. And I heard what you said. You pray to Shah, the goddess of darkness? Merely that if the eyes are the mirror to the soul, yours have dark curtains across the mirror. No offence taken, I hope. The gestures meant nothing to me. Some sort of spell that I didn't recognize. Not praying. Not quite. I was just practicing an incantation. The dead goblin was silent. Even magic could not coax more words from him. The stone stirred with otherworldly heat at my touch. Whatever power lay within did not answer to my god. The prisoner smiled through the pain, then spat in my direction. What's next? No opening this with that lock still on it. Then his gaze shifted back to the goblins, agitated. He growled deep in his throat. My words fell on deaf ears as the two men stared each other down. Please. Time is of the essence. Torchstalk? Best watch my step. They like to explode. And visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders,
silver blades held high. This ballet of flames invites reflection. But you're right. Intelligente pauca. The very same. A traumatizing experience, if an instructive one. As I gazed deeper, I felt a focus, an intent. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. I watched the squirrel closely and shifted my foot an inch to the left. I've had a solution in mind for a while now. It just took me some time to set it in motion. Baldur's Gate, a cesspool of vice, if you're lucky. But then its grip clawed back with a vengeance, the vice locking my mind into obedience. I'm afraid I have very distinct, very critical reasons why dying just isn't an option for me. The flames cooled, dispelled as the image I knew emerged again. Blood and darkness. Sounds like someone's in trouble.
Acto te!
The dog's aggression seemed to subside a little. He sniffed the air uncertainly. The knoll's tadpole twitched in response to my command, but fell limp as its host howled in rage, resisting my intrusion. Like its living counterparts, the corpse spoke in my mind. No saloonite would ever place the new moon at the top. Evil cults and grand designs, is it? Mind you, I'll not even dispute the possibility. What beautiful music! Ragslin's mind was clouded by doubt, surprised once more by words he didn't expect. I stand corrected. Our souls. But I suspect that's but his opening offer. The crab stayed tense as it cowered in my shadow. The bear's nose twitched fearfully. The sense he knew grew ever fainter, and they still weren't back.
Mors tua vita mea!
The lute twanged, and the tiefling stopped singing. There's something underneath here.
Intactilis sum!
An inn in Waterdeep. Oh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck down the well. The bear's nostrils quivered as it took in the aftermath of the battle. It growled, soft and sad. Unpleasant, certainly. Gut-wrenching too. Heart-rending, even, if pinched for an adjective. I think it's a mistake to give up on the brink of success, but I cannot force your hand. Broken bones. Must have fallen. The crab rested in a trench of mud. It looked half asleep. Day 6. The flesh around the mouth splits to make way for tentacles. No, I don't think I did. You're not telling me the whole truth. Catastrophe. Gale's folly, one might call it. History. Repetition. It's the way things go. A lone cub isn't much of a threat.
Stoltissime!
That wall's barely holding together. Unfortunately, they did. A word, if I may? In the literal sense, yes. The magic unleashed that day was phenomenal. Rolling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. In case you were wondering, it's calling the rest of its pack! His mind remained closed to me. The bear sized me up, wary, but not yet attacking. The creatures clutched the pouch possessively. Was gold so precious to spiders? Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens. Of all things, magic. His gnarled fist gripped a weapon hilt. You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer. She gave a great yawn and settled back down to sleep. The Myconid soothed me with hums and whistles. So promising a phrase. As extinct as the happiness Ethel cut out of Mayrina. Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Confusion, resolve, and a hint of gratitude. I suggest we admire it from afar. Threaten me if you must, Lae'zel. In the end, my actions equate to yours. The struggle for survival. This sensation. These flowers are absorbing all the magic in the air. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. The corpse stirred in response to my spell. Plunder. From Shah's temple, if that diary's right. Dead. They're only good for kindling now. Someone else got out.
We need to get out of here, now!
I'd point out the abnormality of it all, but then again, nothing normal about today. I wasn't sure what to make of it. I couldn't have done what you did, which makes it all the more impressive you did it nonetheless. That symbol in the blood. What does it mean? And please, don't try that again unless I invite you to. How could I ever think of harming something so beautiful, so pure?
Evanesco!
I could see nothing in the darkness. The bird hopped impatiently. Still. If whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
Quite so. I tried to break through, but its mind was impenetrable. With a last surge of defiance, it slapped my efforts away.
Devilkin. Am I in the hells?
The lock snapped open with a satisfying click.
There's a glow about you. No doubt about me, too. We feel startlingly well.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. It was time to go. I stepped on board.
Gods! This stench of death is overpowering. I've never seen anyone stare down a crossbow bolt like that.
The corpse's head turned to look at me, its eyes blank. It awaited my questions.
She doesn't have to be trustworthy to be useful. Leviatar, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers. Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The harpers were busy.
Despite her distended stomach, she was still slavering, still starving. Tail rigid with irritation, she scampered off. The mirror was magical. But what magic? To what purpose? I had no idea.
Whoa! There are a lot of guts to go around in this place. Are you sure you... Never mind. Too late.
Agitated clacking choked my thoughts. The spiders skittered about, more nervous than before. She chittered back energetically. I had no idea what any of it meant.
All we can do is combine what we know and make our deductions. I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
Why would you even bring this up? Come, let's go. I'm not in the mood for chatter. Careful. Not everyone looks this good dead. Besides, what you saw... You read the opening line of a very big book, no more.
Beasts chasing beasts, alongside a wild woman. The scene meant nothing to me.
That's true. There could have been another way that didn't cost us an eye. Precious little love lost between us, isn't there? I say, we take a page from their book. To share such a night with you only to tell you of a previous lover the next morning, it wasn't the most gentlemanlike behavior. You should tell me to shut up more often. I've seen better.
Flagilo!
A pause, and then the flicker of a tongue across my neck.
I promise I will not betray your trust. You kept me by your side despite the menace that I am. We'll let the night run its course, and when everything is quietening down, safe in the arms of sleep, I'll come by and find safety in yours.
Her panic and restlessness coursed through me. She needed to get away.
Fascinating architecture. Doesn't match the style of any Underdark civilization that I know of. Whatever the absolute is, it certainly seems to command a lot of devotion. A Selûnite amulet. Perhaps the Lady of Silver has presented me a gift to quell the storm within. Good thing you didn't think it through, then.
The corpse grew still. It would no longer respond to my questions.
And there we go. Never knew prayer could be so practical. I grow cold. Numb. I need a damned antidote now.
The bird hopped around the nest excitedly, grateful that it was still intact.
Blood. That's a pretty sight.
His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward. I tested the weight of the chains, looking for weak points. He was as voracious now as he was gentle before. He pulled me in tight, his tongue seeking mine. Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Distrust, hostility. Because I looked like a gith. She flexed her great shoulders and lunged.
Closer. I need to get closer. This must have been a splendid complex once. A temple of impressive proportions. Of course, in walked the housekeeper, screaming, yelling, panic, and before you know it, fire everywhere. Hold your horses. I'm just poorly making a point. A word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful. Keep your distance. That, or deadly nightshade. Enough fairy tales for one day in any case. The dream wasn't just about power. It was also about desire. But that doesn't answer my question.
Occhio! Parore!
A tadpole. There are elithids at work here as well.
My skull ached before I could take a step. And I was the creature. I felt her irritation and indignity.
As for myself, I could quite do with a tumbler full of Waterdeep whiskey.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon, I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod. The murk cleared to reveal a face. Mine.
Poor lad would have been harpy feed if it wasn't for you.
A religion. Or a cult. All influenced by their absolute. A splinter of ice worked its way into my mind.
Mario!
Reality hit. I'd been outsmarted. By an ogre. Can't say I'm proud of our actions here.
Not this time.
Adorable. Belongs to Mayrina, if the inscription's to be believed. The stone's less warm here. Recently uncovered. Given me powerful magic to consume when I needed it most.
Quadico fake.
Can't forge without a fire. A deep, sad whine escaped from the dog. He bowed his head, before unleashing a bloodthirsty shriek. But you first approached me about the other night. What was it you wanted to tell me? The important thing is their treasure is in a better place. I quickly pieced together her plan. The sanctuary she was seeking was the grove I'd visited.
Excellent. Now repeat my instructions back to me, please.
Myconids. Just as I thought. I know there are many things about me that remain shrouded in mystery. You've been very patient with me. I appreciate that. The Dwagar were dead. The ones who'd hit her and whipped her, bleeding out on the ground. The sovereign's song halted as it measured my might. Can't say I blame the man for seeking vengeance.
Morbidus. Tempestus.
It prodded the other items in my bag, as if considering their potential as new homes. A grand necromantic spectacle staged at the behest of a newfangled god to track down us.
Esto perpetua.
It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but needs must when the devil drives. I have no choice but to speak. By Mistra, what are these accursed flowers? I can feel my magic ebbing away. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. These plates can be rotated. Most likely for a reason. Locked so tight, I shouldn't even bother to cast knock. Dwagar faces appeared before me, one by one, each twisted by zealous cruelty. These deeds attest to a strong and noble character. They attest to prime leadership qualities as well. Despite the chaos in the camp, the adventurer slept soundly, wounds expertly bandaged.
Voco avina.
Monster. Death is too good for it. You've given me powerful magic to consume when I needed it most. Something caught the light in the water. Weapons. Shattered, but not beyond repair. An obvious warning, I know. Do with it what you will.
Accidum. Ah!
Strangling me. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh, only darkness. I stumbled. The tiefling landed a glancing blow across the man's temple.
Et alibi. Pulso.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. I'd prefer not to see it again, that's for sure. Come, these are mere fabled objects of great to enormous value. You know of my condition and you know about my unfortunate efforts to win Mistra's favour. But those are but the broad strokes. Forget whatever it was you saw. It's all beyond you now anyway. Psionic feelers crept across my mind, like a pickpocket's fingers seeking flaws in fabric. That's not even close. It's Kasi Trach Ash. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. Baldur's Gate, a cesspool of vice. If you're lucky.
Ex nihilo.
I'm no paladin like you are. It's different for a wizard. A brief, lurching connection. The sensation of falling into my own image endlessly. I suppose such wicked killers deserve wicked ends.
Fronti nulla fides.
Let's investigate, shall we? I realized the crab needed water fast. We would die without it. The bird only hopped aside, picking at my foot, and then went back to worrying over his nest. I can't believe we ran from clacking old bones. One time, my parents denied me a kitten, so I summoned myself a Tressim. Ugh, dear old Tara. Beautiful creature.
Cave curculum.
I looked up just as the spiders rushed towards me. The spell had no effect. The corpse couldn't answer any more questions. Sudden exhaustion washed over me. That wasn't like any spell I've seen before. Locked from the inside. Then you know what happens next. It is to be avoided. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on... what? The word escaped me. I'm interested in the procedure, actually. Please, go ahead. If this little mind trick can help us overcome whatever waits around the bend, that's a worthy end, if you ask me. That's locked for a reason. Let's not disturb it. This seems to have run out of food disappointingly quickly. Go to hell. The corpse refused to speak to its killer. Most excellent. Then, without further ado, let's be off. Anyway, we live. For the moment, the corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent. First to save myself, and after that, the license to dream. Perfect. Better start looking for another way out of this wilderness. However, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, it is of vital importance that my death be remedied at your earliest convenience. The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me. The hyena dismissed me with a growl. She looked like she was ready to give birth and wanted peace. Why? Because it's the illusion of command. The true strings are being pulled by a many-tentacled spider. Perhaps you should take your own advice and listen. The amulet of Selûne's Chosen is such an artifact. Oh. Where's Shadowheart? I saw a name etched into the leather. Scratch. It's charming that you think that. A tidy slot, but no rune. Arrogance. Ambition, rather. And ambition is a fine thing. Until suddenly it no longer is. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact before we were abducted. It is time. Another vision consumed me. A memory, seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes. An ancient prayer. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol?
Dialino!
Delightful. Granny's cottage meets rotting troll carcass.
Volo non fugia!
Tracks. 5 or 6 gnolls heading north. Pursuing prey, I'd bet.
Ah!
I wouldn't dismiss the idea out of hand. Goblins come from a warrior culture. To heal wounds is a highly prized skill. But a sudden pulse of rage severed my connection to the parasite, expelling me from her mind. You taste of untold delights.
Ah!
Ragslin remained composed. If he sensed my manipulations, he gave no sign. That smell! Oh, what is it? As long as we travel together, what's mine is yours. And if we survive our many ordeals, I'll host you a banquet in Waterdeep the likes of which you have never seen.
Esto perpetua!
No wonder, if they're leaping from hyenas left and right. Isn't that what tonight is all about? Was the sky always this blue? It's magnificent. Chittering, the creature backed away. As the pain muddled my thoughts, our minds became entangled. A familiar sensation. She too carried a parasite.
Ah!
I think you should. Yes. No harm in trying the diplomatic route. Your quite significant loss. You've brought me back from the grey shores of death. There's a book that circulates in Ulm, detailing the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. Would have liked to have known that from the start. Bit too late for that, though, isn't it? No ogres. Stands to reason the sound of this primitive tool doesn't carry very far.
Pulcrio!
Never! What harm did the wolves ever do? The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. Not a morning person, I see, but those eyes of yours speak volumes. I've lost Mistra.
Gela!
And then dropped to her knees. A shadowed heart is not a forgiving heart, then. I'll remember that when it's you who makes the next mistake. Her web missed me, and her jaws twitched in frustration. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. They're not mutually exclusive. The weave is served best with a dash of eloquence. At the heart of it all, the problem is clear. We've been infected by a mind flayer parasite. Allow me to apologize on Lae'zel's behalf, sir. Her lack of tact is a burden to us all. I found a current of hope flowing through her thoughts. She believed we had a real chance. And don't think I've forgotten. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much. Needs a key.
Ira!
But it was handled. And it was handled well. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. This idol's power is quite phenomenal. Quite perfect for my condition to boot. Good. Let's focus on the girl first. We can settle with the snake later. Babbling idiot doesn't know what he's talking about. I thank you for seeking me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening. When I told you I need powerful magic to keep my condition under control, I didn't tell you why. Well, here's part of the why.
There! In the cage!
The goblins blinked at me in confusion. Time to get this thing fired up.
Omnia mutanto!
Such promises will have to wait, however. My condition is hardly a patient one. And so we have gone through the necessary steps again. It is gratifying to see your memory does not fail you. Gods, I'd pay a king's ransom for a hot, lavender-scented bath. Minstrels serenading as I close my eyes, and let the water's warmth dissolve all woes. I grasped it between my fingers. One squeeze and it would be no more.
Ludus non factum est.
I shook my head and left. It's a wretched cesspool of vice and immorality. And it's rather fun. The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one. Horrified it is, then, as if I didn't have enough problems already. A deathly cold aura settled around the grave, seeping into the soil. Let's agree that at the very least, there was the lure of a promise. The squirrel's tail twitched in a salute between equals. Looks like we're in Eltergard, east of the city of Baldur's Gate. Chittering, he opened his mouth. One of his teeth was badly chipped. Forget the book, then. Let's be blank slates on blank sheets. Delightfully new. Agreed. And there are precious few of those in the Underdark. It had been melodious. Soothing, even. Not in the most detailed of tomes had I encountered mention of such a thing. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Corpora sana!
Speechless? Might be the shock. I hear shouting. Someone needs help. Yes, it was. Why, yes. Clearly the tadpole isn't the only one who could read me like a book. Hold! Give diplomacy a chance to do its job. The sooner we reach it, the better, I say. The owlbear's reach made light work of my efforts, knocking me back.
Resacchio.
Something tore right through these people. Didn't stand a chance. A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth. Never knew goblins that can't hold their liquor, nor was there rest. I took fully of her until I drained her of all ecstasy.
Expello te!
Then again, if that is how you judge me, there's little I can do to change your mind. But know that I have this ambition still.
Silentium.
The needle seesawed back and forth, plucking the nerve like a harpstring. The bear was exhausted, but relieved. She greeted me with a contented rumble, as if deep in the earth in the cold of winter, she slept. Wyvern poison? Foul stuff. But it works. The chain snapped as I expanded my chest.
Ugh.
The corpse refused to speak to its killer.
Abono disce omnis. Ah!
You're all right. I'm here if you want to talk about it. My head burned from the effort, but I saw nothing. She bucked. I wouldn't control her. I realized there was magic at work, some type of spell, an illusion. I saw another vision. My lifeless body, wrapped in tendrils. The Sovereign was threatening me. No, ours was not a bond of strength, but of convenience. It's outstayed its welcome. It doesn't look broken. Then again, none of us do. A stone rune. Long forgotten by the looks of it. Believe me, that was a devil's equivalent of serenades and roses. We know the man, we know the mission. Let's go find him. Very well. There's a glow about you. About everyone here. We all feel startlingly well. Nice decoration, but does it do anything?
Mors tua vita mea.
The knoll's tadpole squirmed, responding to my intense focus. It drew strength from me. It will protect me. Surely you already have. I don't know what he read, but it had an effect. His eyes were hungry, but pained.
Ha!
We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you.
Corruptus!
Fungal roots wove through my mind, seeking my true intent. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. The Dark Lady, befouled by the Absolute's mark. Heresy.
Mutatis mutandis.
Another broken trap. Who made these things? It's planting spores. The myconid means to raise the dead. The antidote's working. Gods, that was too close a call. You imply a weakness. I say a critical mind is one of our greatest strengths. I should leave. Another time, maybe. I've said too much already.
Struth!
Something's waiting up ahead. I assure you it's not. True soul? Absolute? What did they mean? The rat's eyes followed me, shining. Its stomach grumbled. I was wondering about your queen, Vlakith. What tales of her reach us are terrifying. But I suppose that's not how you would describe her. My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision. Yes, the ocular penetration by an illithid tadpole, which will end with our souls being snuffed like strands of weave caught in dead magic.
Risas abundat!
I've seen better. I poked and prodded, but the lock held strong. Whatever it was that killed them. If it managed to murder a group of Sharans, we had better watch our step. The dead woman's lips curled into a snarl, but she said nothing. These fellas fought to the last. Between fight or flight, they picked the wrong response.
Resisto venenum!
Probably another of the hag's mind games. Nothing more.
Ut ventus!
Brine. That's what they use for those parasites. You pray to the goddess for every spell and every blessing. You devote your life to her. Are we truly so different? The corpse had nothing further to say to me. I'd say the swamp is a breath of fresh air compared to the hag, but not really. Wear this and you'll only ever be a knight in rusted armor. What kind of contraption is this?
Obedi me. Venenum!
Slowly, her broken body started to calm, to stop its wild contortions. She was still.
Tu es nihil!
Of course, as a paladin, your patron deity endows you with many such powers otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
Voco potentia!
If this priestess is indeed a master of the arts of Booyog, it's not inconceivable she could be of help to us. A song began to form as our music wove together. The bard closed her eyes. Ah, good evening to you.
Voco nubes!
Not quite, but this is the easy part. Should we try again? The pillar can't hold it. Too badly damaged. Still nothing. The goblins slunk backwards, afraid to take their eyes off me. Humans. What did they expect? Doesn't seem to trouble you a jot. There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura. I saw the slaughter of the tieflings again, but through her eyes. The delight of blood, the symphony of screams. My lips set in a cruel smile. A candy-sweet scent wafted forth. The Susa bark infused the weapon from within the flames. Charged with magic. Perhaps that explains the ease with which these goblins submit to true souls. I saw him descending into the hatch, surrounded by safe, comfortable darkness. Someone forgot to oil their equipment. Everything here is rusted to hells and back.
Ex textura!
The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove. Umberlee was the power-hungry goddess of the sea and demanded constant sacrifice from her followers. It's a nice horn, but useless now. Then the sovereign droned a new melody. Cautious, but insistent.
Inficio!
It's a kind of love, after all. An unknown face commanded my mind. Rust-red skin, gnarled horns, and then I was myself once more. The bear was preoccupied with a shiny pebble. My presence went unnoticed. He licked blood and dirt from his paws, acknowledging my presence with a low growl. Several guesses spring to mind, all equally plausible and implausible at once. Please, put that down. Allow me to explain. Those nightmarish visions of yours, Astarion, they aren't dreams. They're projections. Illithid ones. Speaks volumes as to the owner of the place. Must have belonged to Lenore's pet, I gather. That's a myconid. And it's warning us. Ceramorphosis.
What does it make you think of?
The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me.
Sounds like the goblins are celebrating. They'll be easy to cut down.
What is the creature doing to those corpses? Mors tua vita mea! Gods, what are you doing? Take off that mask right bloody now!
Well, that was quite the load of gobbledygook, wasn't it?
Incommodum!
Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens. Owlbear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price. A mind flayer. No intention of letting that happen. That looks sturdy. These webs are everywhere. I suppose that after all you've done for me, I should be at least a little bit forthcoming.
The spiders scattered. I felt their panic. The beloved was taken.
The symbol of Seluna is covered in darkness. That's clearly a purposeful error.
The crab froze in terror as I approached it again.
Of course, as a warlock, your patron endows you with many such powers, otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it.
And yet they speak, and bond, and revel. Still, we best not make too much noise. Impenetrable. But why would we even bother?
Go!
Magical lights. But how to turn them on?
Voco spicai!
The dog would not move. He barked at the dead man as if to try and wake him.
Nothing good can come of it unless it is contained. Why? My word. This is a place where nightmares come to die.
Too many predators lately, and he'd never been the strong one.
Up to old tricks again, are we? That it does. Rather soon I will feel it stir again. Like a distant thunder sending tremors through the soul. That's curious. That stench! Dead owlbear prey, no doubt. Alas, it was Mistra's interest that didn't last.
They paused, then chittered to each other, abdomens quivering in confusion.
Curculus mortis!
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. The boar squealed in outrage and shuffled its trotters, ready to flee or charge.
It's a fine haul, and we earned it. Clever. Give a dog a magical food dispensing collar, and I'm sure it will eat.
Damn!
Oh, it's cruel to tease, you know.
An acrid scent clogged my nose as the fires raged. Sousa bark burned to black flakes.
So that means you're not curious as to what's inside. Very well. Suit yourself.
The corpse shifted, but refused to speak.
What is that made of? Tiamat's cursed spit?
Mayrina's eyes fluttered closed as the spell's power waned.
Not a good sign that they're bursting to life everywhere.
It shivered in response to the deathly tomb and revealed its own home, a humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses.
No more prayers. Only silence and dust. The Staff of Crones is such an artifact.
Not a trick, my friend. Magic.
Dead goblins. Dead travellers. Seluna. The Night White Lady.
Realizing he was not alone, the bear rose up and roared. He was ready to show that he wasn't beaten yet.
A memory. A gnome beneath her hooves. Chaos all around her. She wanted to run, but the drow's orders were absolute. Fine. But while we walk, consider this.
I sensed the expected satisfaction of successful battle.
And yet it was calm command that made her back down.
The corpse lay still. It would speak to me no more.
Ah! Oh, sharper than Malar's fangs, these thorns. You can't summon a dead ogre, it turns out.
Impero te.
It's damaged, but not beyond repair.
Incende.
Say, where's Karlag? She didn't abandon us, did she? Sounds like trouble.
I saw an image of blue skies and sunshine as the door shuddered a warning. Run.
Before long, Mistra tired of me. What was I, after all, but a mortal plaything in sacred hands? And yet, it was the calm command in your eyes that made her back down. The way we handled Nettie when she wanted to poison us.
Finding none, I said I couldn't explain his good health.
Good gods, that's disgusting.
The man nodded thoughtfully and added another dismembered limb to his sketch.
In short, I find it hard to believe you can live up to your promise, Ethel.
His fist gripped a weapon hilt. On his gnarled grey skin I saw the Absolute's brand.
Vampiro!
The tiefling prayed to my patron Kelemvor. Instantly I knew what was in his heart. She was serious. Even she seemed surprised. She was attracted to me. Shadow druids at work. And this Korga is their newest recruit.
Venustior.
Damn! Some of these mushrooms are illusions. The parasite has plans for us. Enacted through seduction and the promise of power. It seemed to curl upwards, as if considering me. A shout for help reverberating through the Underdark. That's going to attract the wrong crowd.
Mors animae.
What's that? The corpse looked at me, and its mouth fell open. But it remained silent. It knew I was its killer. Think about it.
Magis amica veritas.
Astarion wouldn't. I'm absolutely sure of that. The man's mouth bent downward as he turned, and his thoughts became mine. Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful. In the meantime, my thanks again.
Incommodum.
This is no ordinary storage room. This depth. This feeling of incomprehensible abyss. The Underdark. I say that with great sincerity. Mere days have passed since our first acquaintance, but you've gained the respect of years. How lovely. A shortcut into the hag's palace of perversion and pain. Many a wise man and woman indeed. Waterdeep is the home of myriad scholars. The poor creature was on the brink of death, but there was still time. The corpse remained silent. He didn't know. I'm quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders. Don't let the Illithid's close readings persuade you of good intent. My advice would be care and caution.
Plue secretium brarum.
Oh, I don't know what I slept on, but my neck's killing me. The surrounding goblins shuffled nervously, several drawing their weapons. Get it! I can't say I'm not intrigued. To be impervious to time is a state much to be desired. My intrusion jolted the bear from sleep. No consideration this time, no warnings. She roared.
Ex textura.
Comes as a shock, doesn't it? Takes some time getting used to. You can't possibly mean that. I tried to imagine the purpose of such a creature. Distracted by my thoughts, I let my guard down. It's getting late. I think I'll turn in. Perhaps some sleep will do me good. If one day soon the last thing you see is the heavens filling with fire, you'll know I failed. Don't you see? The parasite will divide us if we let it, and conquer us next. Good sense. We'll have to wait till tomorrow. Ah, damn nuts. The rat sniffed the chest, then leapt in, tail twitching gratefully. Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious. The time has come to paint you the true picture.
Ex nihilo.
Won't budge. I realized he prayed to Kelemvor as he expected to soon perish and face the Lord of Death's judgment. Failure. Yes. You'd think I'd be used to it by now. Everything, really. Not to put too fine a point on it. I understand that I'm asking for a lot, but I can't tell you everything. Not yet, anyway. I had seen similar books in wizards' libraries. A tome on Thayan magic. A rare and expensive find. But people had gone mad reading less dangerous texts. His breathing quickened, his jaw tensed. This legend was keeping something from me. His eyes didn't open, but his lips parted with a rasping wheeze. The rat hesitated just a moment before scurrying over to me. The lock clicked and opened.
Dimento te. Resurges.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
Fei victis.
A charm on the hag's body glowed briefly. He's patriarch of the Tsar family. Nasty fellow, if the histories are accurate. Take caution. Those aren't mere survivors. They're mind flayer thralls. You know of my condition, and you know about my unfortunate efforts to win Mistress' favour. But those are but the broad strokes. That said, I can't argue with the results. What the... Ugh. This stuff is everywhere. Forgive me. I seem to be of two minds and two moods. We'll blame the wine and leave it at that. She trailed off. I read an invitation in her eyes. Why bother? The dead can't hear my summons. I'm afraid that's not going to work on me. Look, I appreciate your curiosity, but don't pursue this path. I recognized the druids. or their garb at least. Elders of a druid circle. This was once a sacred place to my people, a divine sanctuary. Happiness is like a stray cat. Sometimes it seeks you out, sometimes it ignores you. Tonight I'm ignored. To make matters worse, the spiders chose that moment to attack. I saw another vision. My lifeless body, wrapped in tendrils. The Sovereign was threatening me.
You bit me once, you won't fool me twice. This is where we part ways.
The undead tend to be temperamental creatures. One day soon we may all wake with a sudden bloodlust if we're not careful. The bear sniffed something on the floor. Old paw prints. He was waiting for another bear. I think he wants something from us. Badly. And in that knowledge lies our opportunity. Armed scribes. But no sign of a struggle. He fancied himself much more than that. He fancied himself favoured above all others. What did I think about an imaginary blow to the stomach? Not like she asked you to make a cup of tea, exactly. At the back of the crevice lay a bag covered with spiders. A shiny gold coin poked from its mouth. Go ahead. I'm listening. Quite a bit less than divine for a god, wasn't he? With powers as fleeting as his followers' lives. To be more precise, an archwizard. Whoa, not so fast. Let's get the lay of the land before we settle on the scorched earth routine.
Sorge!
The rat's nose twitched impatiently. Her teeth bit air as though it was flesh, but it didn't sate her hunger.
I trust I've made myself clear.
This also missed. I have to say, it's one thing to have a parasite in your head. Quite another not to know it's there. What can I say? Mother always taught me to be a gracious host. A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide. Good gods! What on earth made you picture that? I say we take a page from their book. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. I see you've even a Githyanki among your ranks. I say we're off to a promising start. And then dropped to her knees. Yes. That's right. Things were different once. Cackling. The hyena raised its head as if to be petted, but it intended to bite off my fingers. Never knew goblins can't hold their liquor. It would. We'll have to keep an eye out for more. The dog whined. Why couldn't Master just sit down? Teleported right into the Underdark. Lovely. It's still bereft of power. Tormentum. Luque sutibi placit. It wasn't uncommon for my brethren to fight dark forces in our lands, but this looked like something different. The fresco showed some druids blessing a damp cave. A weak ritual for a weak goddess. I felt crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoiled. It couldn't let people through. Not again. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I didn't know what the next day might bring. But that night, it no longer mattered. There was only us. Is it the same for you? The kiss stretched on as I fumbled to get hold of the ring.
Resisto ignum!
At least the cub has a fighting chance now. Yes, it's a good thing we were here.
Cave curriculum!
The bark is in place. Now for a great sword, dagger, or sickle. How's that for feeling better? We stand no chance against such a foe. We should get out of sight. All life shuddered from the corpse. The magic was spent.
Te ad stringo linguam!
A word of warning, Astarion. I taste absolutely awful.
Corruptus!
Far enough that I ain't sure we'll make it back in one piece, and before you ask, I ain't taking tagalongs. My skull ached before I could take a step, and I was the creature. I saw the tieflings through the bars of her cage. I felt her irritation and indignity. I saw other mind flayers arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power. Methinks I spotted something. His large eyes grew larger as the adult owlbear failed to respond. At what cost? Are our lives truly worth so many others? I'm going to bed. Sleep if I can, find some peace if that's possible. These dreams are too good to be true, and I can tell you exactly why. I've seen desperation like that before. Someone's playing mind games. Statistically speaking, we're anomalies on par with a convivial aboleth.
Malleus!
As does that abhorrent thing once man. For God's sakes, let his eternal sleep be free of this undead nightmare. Time is a precious gift. With time, we may even reach Baldur's Gate, a city
rife with magic, wizards, scholars, and perhaps solutions.
Realization dawned. He was describing how to open something. A door?
That said, this newfound calm I'm experiencing gives me reason to accept without prejudice a certain degree of optimism.
You read too much into it. I was merely indulging in my passion.
More survivors. They're trying to dig somebody out of the wreckage.
I became one with Will. Shame gripped him as he considered the tools at his disposal.
Perry!
Exactly. You'll fit right in.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
The Dwergar's raft wobbled on the lake's murky waters. The bear growled angrily, pushing against the bars with bloody paws. He wanted out.
The man's smile bent downward, and his thoughts became mine.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy.
Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Too well made for goblins.
But what is it?
Embrace the night song and be sworn to eternal shadow. Quite the welcome.
A red dragon. Tyrannical, greedy, and vain. I pitied whoever it was hunting.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain.
This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Drow magic radiates from that cowl.
And Drow are masters at magic. I could feel the darkness radiating from the book. It was delicious.
A sweet melody played above the waves, beckoning.
Word in Waterdeep has it he's a bit of a cad. But you say he's an accomplished wizard.
Stabilio!
The surge of holy power was rebuked, knocking me back. Nir's eyes snapped from the corpses to me. His mind was a cold claw in my head, digging for memories. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated, warped wood and loose joints, likely done by assembly in some grim workhouse. She was lying. In darkest hour a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. The bear's growl turned into a roar as he rose up, emboldened, ready to show he wasn't beaten yet.
Thank you.
Whatever for? Look at him. Never too much of a good thing, I say.
Someone cut these men to pieces. I doubt they had time to scream.
No one will mourn this goblin, I suppose. Let's leave it at that.
Ignis!
What an optimistic bunch. Maybe the goblin will surprise us.
There was a time I could silence a beholder with a word and lift a tower from its foundations with a flourish.
The bear stared at me unbelieving, then growled. I could leave if I didn't like it.
Resaccio. Pulcrior.
You say all the right words, but I'm not so sure you mean the right things. Still, I will respect the decision that was made.
Vis medicatrix.
You're the leader, and I will follow where you go, but not down the paths of my own regrets.
With a last warning flash of teeth, she settled back down.
Thank you. Here we go.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. This has the markings of hag magic. There's a name. Mayrina.
There's almost a reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness. And you'd almost believe the dawn will never break.
Where do you think those dragons went?
Diore.
I realized the crab needed water, fast. It would die without it. Gnolls could spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas.
What's that? The crowd cheered. The tension drained into 6 tankards, and soon all was well again. Then again, keeps you on your toes.
Soluna's personal blessing infuses this amulet.
Let it bless me, I say. I'd happily accept. But you're not the leader of your little troop, are you? Not your call to make, I'm afraid.
The warning lowered into an admonishment reserved for foolish cubs.
I could listen to this forever.
Study. No matter. All you see is what I want you to see.
The gnome snapped his fingers. Bright lights and thunder. Walls falling, crushing. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. Both spiders recoiled at the sound of my clapping, afraid and uncertain.
But let me play the devil deals advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
The dog whimpered and nuzzled my hand, as if to urge me on.
Isn't that advice for couples? The only one I'm angry with is myself.
Then came fire, as her fingers raced up and down my back, seeking more. Lae'zel held my gaze, searching for signs of weakness.
Those symbols show where gnolls and goblins were sighted. Plenty of trouble along the way. But I still looked as handsome as ever, that's what.
Then a wheeze of concern. He sensed something in me. Or rather, something I carried.
It's hard to predict the effect any given artifact has. But my condition is hardly a patient one.
Well done.
I doubt anyone will mourn this wicked mouthpiece of the Absolute.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me.
Intellect devourers. A thinking man's worst nightmare. A hag's magic is nothing to be scoffed at. Yes, this will suit perfectly. What do you say? Should we call it a night? Or do you have questions for me? A wizard sealed this chest. Wasn't an amateur either. But consider the consequences. What if she leads her entire tribe to the grove? I'll wake you bright and early. We'll need to find a healer before the wee one gets hungry. Perhaps something's missing.
The dog whined softly, as if in recognition. Apparently, the concept of freedom was new to them.
Oh, there it goes. How easily things slip away from us. No matter how hard they were in the obtaining. I have to admit, you're right about that.
Her fingers were warm against my cheek, softer than I expected.
Listen, I am in dire need of magic to consume. You have what I require in your possession. May I? I feel a presence here. The patron god of this place?
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Let me play the devil deals advocate. The man is too eager. Do not dismiss his offer out of hand.
Tenebra.
She froze. Her muscles tensed with alarm. A glistening tadpole emerged, slithering up past a sightless eyeball, the very same as the vile little creature lurking within me.
There are other people here with tadpoles in their heads.
I dropped the book and felt better the second it hit the ground.
That was not what I expected to see today.
Nor was there rest. She took fully of me, hour after hour, until I had no sweat or soul left to give. As his influence waned, they clutched their heads, blinking in confusion.
Wonderful. Now that we've reached no agreement whatsoever, shall we go? That chest looks more than a bit cumbersome. What are you planning to do with it?
Maledicte es.
Listen to your friend. It's Kasi Trach Ash.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
What's that? You like to make an entrance, don't you?
Darkest one. Moonrise. They meant nothing to me.
Enough stories for one day in any case.
The creature lay twisted on the ground, stirring as magic coursed through it. When I turned back, he was gone. Again. The corpse made a wet, gurgling sound as the magic waned.
Detonno.
Oh, the smell of sulfur is overpowering.
Omnia mutantur.
One thing I have to say for this parasite in our heads. It's teaching us some neat tricks before it kills us.
Deep in the chaos of her mind, something responded to my command. A tadpole. The flakes squelched the fires. The dagger was unchanged.
It'll have to wait. The primary need is a healer.
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
Will responded by grabbing the tongs and yanking the nail from the prisoner's thumb.
Aggression. He produced the ice pick, wiped it on his cuff, and held it to my eye.
I have a very disciplined mind. Those tricks won't work on me. It's a big city. Surely someone there will understand these tadpoles. I'm going to bed. Perhaps this was all a mistake. Not that I mean to regale you with my culinary exploits. There's, the bark's in place. Now to add a great sword, sickle, or dagger. You do realize these things grow, do you not? Teeth and talons first.
The tadpole slipped out of its dead host and disappeared into the undergrowth, but they couldn't stop me. All I had to do was strike.
I am the man who came after. After having lost.
He seemed almost protective of the corpse.
Udventus.
Let's talk later. In camp.
It's that bloody mask. Take it off, now!
Might be other survivors.
Non compos mentis.
Ragslin's mind resisted my penetration. He spoke his first question. Gnolls could spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas.
I am sorry that it had to come to this. Still missing the Sousa bark.
The bird chirped his disagreement and resolutely pushed the coin to the right. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. I threw the crab in the bottom of my bag. It attempted to swim, mystified by the lack of water.
These little markings look like goblins and gnolls, right in our path. Just trying to figure out where we stand. Conclusion? Nowhere.
Fronti nulla fides.
My pack went still. Wonder what the crab's up to.
Viam sapientiae.
He didn't speak his next words, yet they still rattled my skull from within. So unless an honest effort is made on your part, I don't think we'll be travelling together much longer.
The hyena moaned softly as its body contorted, ribs cracking and flesh tearing.
Good night. And try not to think too poorly of me. A cat can look at a king. A wizard can look at a goddess. No reason, really. I was just practicing an incantation. Selûnite shrine over there. Left to rot by the looks of it. Good.
A single ear twitch was the bear's only acknowledgement of me. She needed her sleep. Her eyes widened at my tail as she listened intently. She seemed confused, half snapping at me, half nuzzling into my hand. Then she was gone. She sniffed the air hungrily as I approached, then prepared to strike.
It was a fragment of primal weave locked out of time. Locked away from Mistra herself. Allow me to apologize on Shadowheart's behalf, sir. Her lack of tact is a burden to us all. We had a moment, you and I. A moment in which we expressed the possibility of becoming more than friends.
Aqua pura.
I won't look a gift Yankee in the mouth, though.
Every breath, every blink proved exhausting. A long day awaited me.
These people don't realize they have tadpoles in their heads.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Be ready. Whoever, or whatever did this, could be close. Regret wanting me to stay yet?
Da mihi facta.
Indulging in a spot of vanity. Handsome devil, aren't I? I failed to control it. Instead, it infested me.
Ah, yes. The good old days. I recalled an old Zentarim proverb coined by their founder. Ad maiorium de gloriam. Then she plopped her head back down, already dreaming of a quiet home and glorious sleep. De bestus.
Always a pity when opportunities slip us by. I'm glad you sought me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening.
The creature's song rumbled within me, neither warm nor welcoming. The sheep's nostrils twitched with apprehension as it sniffed the air around me.
Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers.
Intellego. Erdland's teat. That's nasty. For a brief moment, all I felt was a heavy silence. The scene showed druids blessing the grove for Mother Peace, a term for the blessed goddess Eldath.
That is most gratifying to hear. May I? My apologies, then, to you and your most peculiar Wickleran. I meant no offence. Webs all the way down. Look at that. Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. This chapel must be ancient. A common Githyanki nightmare, no doubt, but I assure you what happened to us was quite real. Long days. Yes.
The flames fell away, a mere illusion. I was surrounded by the Feywild again, agleam with revelry. The crab was curled in its shell, clinging tightly to its home.
Someone doesn't sound happy. Still. An intriguing chap, wasn't he? I dare say we'll miss him.
In that case, this will be an easy exercise. Step 1.
My ring. It lit up. Must be resonating here. Timusks, known to cause confusion. Best not get too close.
Spike gave Will a wide grin.
All that talk of desperation, it merely illustrates his own. My continued presence, though, quite priceless. There's still life left in this old thing.
Cold metal pressed against the skin beneath my brow, and then...
She might well have had. But that didn't stop the wizard from trying to reclaim her affections.
A quiet peace settled in my heart. Dialino!
People up ahead. Something's wrong. The goddess of magic is all magic. By dying, the entire weave was lost, and the spell that challenged a god failed. I think it's a mistake to give up so easily, but I cannot force your hand.
Dollo.
Something here is disturbing the weave. Magic might be unreliable.
I was. Until I lost.
Its delicate harmonies turned to scrapes and scratches.
It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses.
We all have our eccentricities. Ours are just more eccentric than most.
I do hope you know what you're doing.
Thank you. No sound escaped my lips but a faint gurgling.
Just one more toot, for old time's sake. Their actions are on them, and much is true. But the consequences are ours to carry.
The talons sliced through thin air where I just stood. The owlbear shrieked in outrage.
Pretty, but it doesn't do much. Nobody's perfect.
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
Palidamos.
The spell's magic was spent. The corpse would say no more.
Obedi me.
The persistent music coaxed me forward. The sovereign expected me. The corpse's mouth puckered angrily. It refused to speak to me.
This place runs rife with gnolls. What are these bloody stumps that used to be such delicate harpists of the weave?
The corpse turned to look at me, and its mouth fell open.
Ale me.
You can pray for your sins later. I'm told that does the trick.
Yeah!
But before you go,
They hesitated, then relaxed, eyeing me.
Time.
The druids must have turned to the harpers for help, unusual for such a territorial group, and saw an owlbear cub.
I stood up and yelled, "Shadow Dark Ale for everyone!"
As the corpse rose, my parasite squirmed in recognition. Where has she gone, I wonder? My fingers searched but found no bag. Had it been a trick of the light?
Cantote.
The squirrel lunged at my foot and bit it. She severed the connection and prepared to attack.
Oribus tenio lupum.
Well done. The world's better off without it. And just like that, it's gone.
The creature appeared again. Red skin, twisting horns, and wings stretching wide behind it.
Look at those uniforms. They must have belonged to some kind of sect.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
More's the pity you've already found someone else to make merry with. Just the two of you.
Invenium viam.
A stolen glance. That sudden heartbeat. Sometimes the little things are worth more than kingdoms.
The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds.
More where this came from. Something's controlling them. I can feel it. Faint, but alive.
I remembered stories of Zaz Tam, a powerful lich in Thay, who made deals with dark gods.
You do seem to be a precocious talent, though. I can always tell when I meet a keen mind, receptive to Mistra. Perhaps it's time indeed. The power to bend wills is a mind flayer speciality. We're the ones who are truly at risk.
The corpse awaited my questions.
Keep your guard up. When the stench of death hangs in the air, a killer is near.
What was, Never mind.
Not at all. Yes, they offer you an apple, but they're the worm that lurks within.
It was a question destined to remain unanswered. In 7 days, I'd be a mind flayer myself.
It brims with weave. It is quite remarkable. Weapon blueprints that use Sousa bark. Rare find. Sweet lass, Arhelia. Conversation leaves a bit to be desired. But to each her own. And long, lonesome nights. Still useless, I see.
Nor was there rest. I took fully of her until I drained her of all ecstasy.
Such oppressive silence. Must be lonesome to be a forgotten god. Of course. I was just practicing an incantation.
Lux in tenebra.
They're just common folk. Have some sympathy.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
Last I saw you, you were lying in a crucible's worth of blood. An intellect devourer nibbling at your ear.
Venia chuva me.
The magic was old and wavering, but it was essentially an expensive lock hiding some secret. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me.
I disagree. Wasn't very noble of us, was it? I don't want to make a habit of grave robbing.
A flash of anger pulsed across my brain and I felt cold metal at my throat. Then I came back to myself. She was waiting, I realized. Waiting until they dragged the prisoner away. Waiting until she could take a bite. New colors, new destinations, perhaps. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. Sure. In silence. And it might well be. It's a holy relic after all, and taking it would enrage the druids to no end. Not sure, but we better find out. With a jolt, I recognized the crest she bore, the winged serpent of the Zentarim. Don't worry too much. A handful of powerful spells goes a long way. What? What they lack in kind-heartedness, they make up for with horns and tails. What a pity. One should never be afraid to live life to the fullest. I obtained it in Waterdeep. Nothing there comes cheap.
Kudo!
Looks like the ritual worked. The whole grove is walled in. I no longer require assistance, neither yours nor that of artifacts. Sorry, I wasn't expecting... But it is a pleasant image, to be sure. The corpse stirred. It was ready to speak. Makes you wonder, though. It's normal for Githyanki to battle mind flayers to the death, but to follow them even into hell? The owlbear bellowed in surprise, glaring at me accusingly.
Vivet crescat floriat!
I followed the squirrel's gaze to a pair of clumsy, ugly feet. My own. On her territory. I saw the owlbear's claws sprout. It was ready to kill. The mind flayer's corpse twitched, then collapsed again. It could speak no more. Soluna's symbol? In the dark? Something's off. I lurched forward, into a body trapped in darkness. And yet, I felt calm. At home, even. The boar stared with beady, panicked eyes. Then it bolted off. I can't use this at the moment. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed... sated. Hells! I'd pointed her right at the tieflings. I needed a plan, and quick. He looked over at the stone door and trampled impatiently. His master had promised a companion. I urge you to reconsider. There could be consequences beyond our ken. Then he let out a feral little squawk and started eating her. I backed away, speechless. Port City. No dogs allowed. Sad. He almost managed, but not quite. His entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. Angry trills and tremors shook my skull. Cries of anguish to its mycelic god. She's running. Now it's a hunt. My head felt like it was about to burst. The memory consumed my mind, corrupting the trance. I could barely get enough of him as the hours passed. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod. Darkness cleared to reveal a face. Mine.
Te fideo!
Suddenly I was him. I was hauled into a great storm with, as its eye, an orb beating with malevolence. My tadpole wriggled, contented, as the knoll tore at her own throat. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. They turned their attention to me, unleashing a torrent of high-pitched insults before departing.
Invoco te!
Well, well. The symbolic triumph of the Absolute over the darkness of Shah. Yet all I see is rather petty vandalism. I can't work without a blueprint. A new moon. I suppose that has some further meaning. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. No matter what the voice said, I was meat. Everyone was meat. This is not a decision to make lightly. Remember to play them clockwise. And after that? I see. He's a lucky man. Loyalty is such a very rare commodity. Before you decide to give up an eye to help a complete stranger, how about we focus on yours truly for a moment? I saw the hag. She walked through the door, its form shimmering. The corpse wheezed, unable to speak. Noticed the tadpole too? In that jar over there. The rat hissed and scurried away. Our minds brushed against one another, but were swiftly parted. The flames cooled, dispelled as the image I knew emerged again. Nature's sublime beauty. I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to make merry. Just the two of us. We went through a traumatizing experience, if an instructive one. As luck would have it, Faerun is full of them, though I do feel obliged to point out that items of power tend to be in the hands of the powerful.
What in the name of Azuth is that? A monster in a flask? This music. To live for. To die for.
The fog lifted, and a low growl bubbled from the back of her throat.
That is a great relief. Oh, a great relief indeed. Ha ha! In savage lands, a guiding light, that faithful need not fear the night. In a word, yes. Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens. I want you to know that I like what I see. After you. Mind you, all I did was call for ale, but one of ours went and stood in front of that crossbow. There's an air about it, like a soft mist. Weave, to be sure. The road to Baldur's Gate is a long one. It'll take these folks weeks to make it there on foot.
I'd lappy them.
A mistake I don't intend to repeat. That much I can promise. I'll be there soon, my lady. Might fit that chest, that song.
The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. My brain screamed in agony as if my skull had contracted. The creature spoke in my mind. They are mine.
I don't regret it. I hope someone would do the same for me.
Mors incerta vita catissima. De tonno!
His brow furrowed. Incomprehensible squiggles surrounded a crude sketch. A bear disemboweling a clutch of tieflings. The creature stood still, ignoring me.
These melodies. An exquisite blade. Although its magic is a little darker than I'd like.
Glacius!
I will now explain the protocol. Now, let's have a look at the loot. Isn't for your pockets only. Releasing a feral little goblin into the wild. What could go wrong? It's hopeless. Sylvanus's will holds these vines in place.
Frange! Eacto te!
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me.
I'm not sure you can. But no hag is without tricks up her sleeves. Which ones, I wonder, do you have up yours?
Ah!
The bird hesitated for a second, then pushed the coin away.
Well, that was pathetic.
Impero te!
Draw Ragslin's mouth twitched, but he spoke no more.
Magic from the fallen empire of Netheril. Ancient, exceedingly dangerous, and quite unrivaled.
Commotuis in lingua motua.
Click. Hells. I wouldn't want to get hit by that.
Resisto mortem.
The tiefling could no longer speak.
If only I knew where to find some. Something's burrowed in there. Something big.
I threw the owlbear's strike off balance. It shrieked, feathers ruffled.
Here's hoping we come across a powerful healer and a powerful wizard both. In any case, out came the crossbow, and a hush fell over the entire room.
2 dead men.
These are recent kills. Did we just place our faith in a goblin? This thing must be warping our minds already. Booyarg, the goblin word for magic. Primitive to a fault, but not entirely without merit.
The crab was on guard the moment I approached. I could leave now, or step closer and die. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
Stay out of my head.
Blessings of the moon maiden. Praise her.
Cinemetu.
A dizzying flash of fury. Suddenly its beak ached to rend, yearned for blood and soft belly flesh. I was powerless against such primal rage. She expelled me from her mind, intending to devour me.
Those two must have history.
She was still ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of her pack hadn't been enough to satisfy her.
Now that our expectations are suitably low, shall we get on? Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot.
Confusio.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The dead goblin would speak no more. I took my leave.
Blast!
Oh, even worse the second time around. You could feed an army with an egg that size. If you found an intact one. The hag's lair again. Better be careful while Auntie Evil is still around. Correct. But pay attention to the trach part. Ch is back of the throat.
Then the sovereign droned a new melody, cautious but welcoming. There we go. Sight from sore eyes. They'll probably do worse than put him down. He obtained the book and took it into his study. As for what happened next, the chains held tight. Harp and Wild? I recalled stories of an alliance between druids and the Harpers. Could this have been it? The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
Resistor ignum!
The stone was warm to the touch. Energy radiated from the statue, calling to the surrounding shadows. There's a spell that lets you teleport from tree to tree. This magic looks similar. The bear's nose twitched. She was up and gulping down the fish in an instant. She cackled. The man's remaining flesh twisted and contorted. Up to tricks, are we? We need to get out of here, before it's our turn. Please, reconsider.
Mors animi!
It's beautiful. A wave of nauseating terror. In 7 days, I'd be a mind flayer. Before you decide to give up an eye to help a complete stranger, how about we focus on yours truly for a moment? The way we got that boy out of a harpy's clutches. The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me. But you handled it. You handled it well. But let's not lose sight of what we've learned here. What joins us and what separates us from these true souls. Thank you. One by one, the spiders retreated to the rear of the crevice, lulled by my murmurs. In the cave, anxious hearts throbbing, ready to burst, ready to gorge on. The voice said they were meat. Wherever we are, it's falling apart. A woman with shadows for eyes, deep as the dark lake. Pleasure, madam. So now we need but to do the obtaining, and we're bound to come across more during our travels. The parasite was quiet. I felt no bond with the creature. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune. It's one thing to be sculpted, another to become the sculpture. That was a close call. The forge at the blacksmith's house should do. I still have a picture to paint you, don't I? I suppose that's why you're here. The search for his sister isn't going well, then? The bear hardly reacted to me and kept staring at the ground. I couldn't do it before. I couldn't ruin the chance for us to happen. I will consume the magic inside. What was a powerful artifact will be rendered no more than a trinket. Then I saw visions. Dark dwarves, Dwegar, chopping myconid remains with their axes. If it makes you feel any better, the affair didn't last very long. Fungal roots wove through my mind, seeking my true intent. Suspicion flooded Ragslin's mind. My brain howled as I forced a final query into his throat.
Voco flagella!
Go ahead, tell them. I'm sure they'd love to fawn all over their erstwhile patron. And yet the new moon is associated with Shah. The colour red feels out of place as well. Easiest thing in the world. Though I'd do it the other way around. Words will now appear on the letter's surface, effectively turning the letter into a scroll of true resurrection. Use it to bring me back to life. What are those? The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. That said, this newfound calm I'm experiencing gives me reason to accept without prejudice a certain degree of, optimism. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. Tap. Tap. Stab. If I recall correctly, the Waterdeep Dictionary of the Common Tongue of Faerun defines it as an adverb that conveys the meaning of it may be that, or possibly. This Halcyon sounds like a knowledgeable man. He may just be able to cure us. I assure you it was.
Vincere est vivere.
The Dwegar were dead. The ones who'd hit her and whipped her. She'd killed them. The Sovereign gifted me a vision. A stone door creeping open to reveal glowing light. Stands to reason we'll find Halcyon in either one of these less than appealing conditions. It was furious. Rage blazed within it. Tear. Hunt. Kill.
Maceske.
You spent the other night with someone else, and I hope it was all you wanted it to be, but let's not. But a word of warning. Down here in the Underdark, few dangers ever truly die. As you wish.
Tibidopanas.
Yet I've never seen such a literal display of that dictum. The dominion of these true souls is terrifying to behold. Not useful at the moment. Hey! What's the matter with you? And look at that statue.
Another night, perhaps. Tempting, but I think we might already have the maximum number of theatrical titles. The orb was kept safe and inert in a pocket of astral plane, suspended in time. Long story short, then, no. It's a good thing this place is remote. I don't want to become known as a grave robber. No, I'm sorry, but it looks like magic's not on the cards tonight. Perhaps I'm not quite the teacher I fancy myself to be. Perhaps when you know the truth, you'll regret wanting me to stay. Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri. She does? She's Mistra. Intriguing. What manner of device could this be? Tight fit. Won't be getting back in that way. Much obliged. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The book saw me in my entirety and found me unworthy. I'd rather not discuss what happened next. Her mind entered mine, a splinter of ice piercing my memories. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. Her eyes went wide. She nodded nervously and turned away. Not sure what the other mushrooms are. Are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it'll turn us into mind flayers? Just now I was trying to cast a spell I once cast with ease, but I failed. By figuring out his true intentions.
Tibidopanas!
This must be where the gnolls attacked. The corpse stared at me, his eyes full of hatred. Those visions of yours, Will, they aren't dreams. They're projections. Illithid ones. The bear extended her snout to sniff at me, then lunged. Looks like we're in Eltergard. Some distance from the city of Baldur's Gate. That's what I thought. The truth of my condition. Good morning. And it truly is, isn't it? A very, very good morning. Good night. And thank you for your patient understanding. The corpse lay still, almost peaceful. I could ask it no more.
Ade.
Obsidian tattoos covered this figure of Shah. Her lips were pursed, as if awaiting a kiss. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon, our minds melted into one. The deep Rothe's panic hit me like a wave. She needed to run. The Sovereign's inner music had been twisted by jealousy and hatred. And yet these powers are dangerous. With every use, the parasite's hold over us grows. Our minds fused, lusting for something that was gone. Not much fun to consider a hint of it is hiding up here as well. It is my truth, finally revealed. As long as we travel together, what's mine is yours. And if we survive our many ordeals, I'll host you a banquet in Waterdeep the likes of which you've never seen. I say again, as I have said before, I need an object of power to consume. We need to find one right now. No more delays. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. I explained there were traces of decaying magic within him, likely the cause of his disease.
Vocul nubes!
What we should exercise is caution. The parasite will divide us if we let it, and conquer us next. You'd have to be a fool to pick a fight with that lot. Best to keep away for now. As long as we can, we might as well use the power of the parasite against itself, by using it to help us find a way to remove the damn thing. Our minds melted into one. Her anxiety engulfed me once more. She needed to flee.
Iretio in sfera.
Look at that. There's a chest hidden in the hay. I myself am a much more powerful artifact in your arsenal. Rest assured of that. I felt this was a purge unlike any I'd ever seen. A sacred cleansing of the land. I'm not contemplating definitions. I'm contemplating our deeds.
Tempestus!
If I'm right, there's a mighty bargain to be made. As its influence waned, my assailants lowered their weapons, blinking in confusion. Next, you must unthread the purple seam that seals it in a counterclockwise fashion. Do not touch any other colored strand. What we're witnessing is the pinnacle of mind control. The Mind Flayer's vile art polished to a state of perfection.
Pain shot through my body as the needle snagged on my optic nerve. Amelium's tentacles fluttered in what seemed to be the Mind Flayer's approximation of a smile.
I hope I can count on you.
Our minds connected, and I drowned in Lae'zel's deep longing. I saw a Githyanki woman, pale as death, her face contorted by desire.
Intactilis sum!
When the image came, the pain was sharper than before, like a Mind Flayer scraping its claws across my skull.
And yet, now more than ever, it's important to recall what makes us human. In my mind, you are quite blind. There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark. From what I can gather from afar, they do seem mighty interesting. Another mystery.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. His ears twitched as he lowered his head, inviting me to pet him.
Yes, well, I prefer to pluck apples and pick strawberries. They don't tend to weigh on one's conscience.
A cambion, I was sure of it. Wings spread wide, long tail curled behind.
Perhaps that's a moment we ought to further explore.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
Look, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot here. Betrayed by a drow commander of the Absolute. How unexpected a turn of events. Oh, I can picture it now. Academies, libraries, laboratories, the assembled knowledge of centuries that may just set us free.
I tore at the webbing, but it was stronger than it looked. I approached the dying monster. This was the thing that had abducted me. A violent vision gripped me. Dwagar, dark dwarves, chopping myconid remains.
What is this place? And yet the night's not quite over. I still have that story to tell. As long as it absorbs weave, it remains stable, to an extent. The moment it becomes unstable, however. I wonder what these grooves are. Territorial markings, maybe? I can't say for certain. The ogres are long gone. Still a fine horn, though.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Bah! A festering boil on Faerun's fair buttocks. Boo and I know it well.
Svaera mortis.
I won't look a gift goblin in the mouth, though. That chair leg could make for a fine weapon.
And awaited my first question.
There's a gust of weave about you, but it's a mere breeze. I need a tempest. Chests unlocked. My prayers are answered. Too late did he realize what he had unleashed. It would have been the end of everything had not Mistral sacrificed herself.
She flinched, eyes widening in alarm. She licked her chops, tongue running over old scars. For a moment, my throat seemed to fill with warm blood, spilling into me from a living vessel. Anticipation of the feast. I felt Ragslin's suspicions. He'd never have asked about his master. I remained in control. Barely.
I'll just pass by the obvious proverb and say this.
My chest filled with yearning. I wanted to get closer to... No. This was all wrong. Mellow brown eyes regarded me lazily before the beast returned her gaze to her master.
Wyvern poison is as deadly as she said. Better be careful. The Underdark. A foolish place to hide contraband, even for a Zent. I have to say, I don't know if agreeing to this hunt was such a wise idea. That statue. It seems they worship some kind of... scholar?
Free. For now.
Oribus tonio lupum. Luque tibi placit.
Agreed. A piece different from Lae'zel's with any luck.
The corpse had answered all the questions it could. It fell silent. But then she changed. Pale skin turned to red. Horns pushed through her hair. Her smile cut through my desire like a blade.
Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now to get it to work. So I shall. And dream the dreams of denial. Broken. Must have been here a while.
The druids drove monsters from this land once, but their power had long since waned.
Resorges.
I don't know myself anymore. All this, it's not who I am. Around you, I'm not who I want to be. I've had a goddess, but you don't hear me complaining. You used that thing against me, and you saw After I told you! Sadly, my studies of the arcane are on hold for the foreseeable future. This is beyond me.
Vokovineai!
The eye stared, unblinking. Just a dark mirror once more.
I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry.
The flames sputtered away. The dagger was mine for the taking. Otherworldly heat pulsed from the statue. The darkness within called to my wicked heart.
Hags really do redefine depravity, don't they?
Will flushed with emotion, desire, grief, guilt, and desperation.
I can't tell if this is a temple or a library.
With a scornful flick of her tail, the squirrel scampered away, and then the voice, bringing order. Eating this meat was forbidden, but it would lead her to a feast.
Ve victis!
We stand no chance against such a foe. We should get out of sight. And yet, it's that statue that commands all attention.
Inficio!
I choked on black smoke as the hobgoblin screeched his incantation.
The Night Walkers is such an artifact. The art of the body. The exploration and acceptance of the self and the other. The art of the night itself.
The squirrel chittered scornfully as my foot whistled over her head.
An event that came to be known as Karsus's folly. Actually, before we move on to the story, there's something I'd like you to consider.
The bird hopped around a small pile of trinkets, pushing a coin around, assessing the best placement for it. The crab writhed in horror as I ripped its shell away. Its raw, twisted abdomen squirmed. A heavy silence settled in my heart as I stared at the grave.
To place Shah's new moon above Saluna is righteous, but strange. I'll toast to that.
Cinemetu!
So either the fish we had was bad, or it might just be happening. And here's to your company.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
It's loose. One good push away from tumbling.
Tolitros! Ha!
His eyes flicked to mine for an instant, then away, as if it hurt to look at me.
Shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune.
Tecuro! What the hell's? Get back!
That music. Blessings from the Moon Maiden. And bearing the same symbol as that chest. If Sylvanus is the mighty oak, his druids were but the weakest of his leaves, tossed by the winds of fury.
They scuttled towards me, drooling.
In short, I've grown to trust you.
Images flashed. A man cowered, a bag open at his feet. Gold coins spilled onto the floor. The boar strutted proudly, head held high. He was glad to be alive.
I can't believe she poisoned you. Tried to put you down like a dying dog without so much as a whisper of consent.
They chittered to each other, eyeing me dubiously.
Surely we can brave even this side by side.
Talons tensed to strike. Beak aching to rend. The cub wanted me gone.
That's very kind of you. If the roles were reversed, I don't know if I'd have your patience.
Voco avina!
The well didn't look too deep, and the old bucket rope felt strong enough. There were no more headaches or visions, only the warmth of his body as I embraced him.
I had a taste, and just like that, swept from one room to the next. Where there are cities, there are healers, and where there are healers, there is hope. This seems as good a place as any to make camp, but if it's a symptom of the tadpole, odd.
My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision, the same I had seen when we had first met.
Allow me to make the following proposition. I will need to consume another artifact before the lightning strikes. There's no choice but to find more. Yes, I used to sign up for a round of Kill the Stranger every 10-day back home. The necromancy of Thay is such an artifact. Just trust me when I say it's all of vital importance. Locked to keep the evil in or the prying eyes out. Let's see. Suit yourself? Like I said, I no longer require your assistance.
The battered man hung slack from his chains, barely breathing.
That could mean any number of things. Are they all like this?
Irritation eclipsed his suspicions, and Ragzalin's mind rested. They watched me with great interest. Their drool puddled on the floor.
An exchange. I express my trust in you. Now I need you to place your trust in me.
I landed a swift strike against her skull. She yelped. then went completely silent. The corpse jerked alive as the magic did its work. I strained against the webbing and it snapped, strand by strand. I did it. Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens. Invisibilis. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. All memory and all future was lost. There were no parasites to cleanse, and no monsters to vanquish. But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. He glanced at the stone door, then back towards the floor, whimpering. Another bear, who'd left with his master. The tadpole that was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. As the crab buried into the mud, it flung something metallic out of the earth. The squirrel chittered angrily at me again before flouncing away. I saw dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spread through the earth. Their minds are just gone. Good. Here goes. Pincers pierced my flesh. Their chitters became giggles. The intruder was punished.
Kudo!
Nature might have provided for it. Too late now. The bird hopped around, scanning sticks and flowers, looking for a nice addition to his nest. Far enough that I'm not sure we'll make it back in one piece, and before you ask, I'm not taking tag-alongs. On a more serious note, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause. The liquid mist, splattering uselessly upon the ground. Netherese. A portentous word. Combine it with mind flayers and it's unspeakable.
Fulgor!
Strage! Hook horrors! Ugh. The forge is ready. Now but to forge. Deep gnome make. But the design is anything but. What was this fort? The boar basked in the pool, relishing the calming effects of the water. Our minds melted into one. The deep Rothe was slammed with panic and confusion. Reality dawned. I'd been outsmarted by an ogre. I saw the shadowed outline of a figure. The bear whined softly, its ears drooping. I realized he was waiting, hopelessly. Pleased to meet you. I'm Gale, wizard, scholar, and victim of a mind flayer plot. The latter we seem to have in common. His eyes darted back and forth as he sniffed the air. He couldn't see them anymore, but he could smell them. Many strangers. The smell of rot assaulted my senses as the illusion vanished. Too late for that. You understand it then. Goblins and humans worshipping the same god. Eerie common ground, if you ask me. Who lets their guards' eyes rot away? Honestly, it would have been a crime not to steal that treasure. You want to give up more of your important bits? Fine. But I'm not making that mistake twice. I noticed she was trembling. The tears streaming down her cheeks were indeed real. I'm no metalsmith, but I believe I need some fire.
Te fideo!
What's more, these people weren't on the Nautiloid with us. Just how many mind flayers are at work in these parts? And I felt answers. She knew more about my condition. The corpse had no more answers to give. As the life faded from her eyes, the gnoll within her died too. Stillborn. Hold on. Please, not so hasty. There's still the story, remember? These wounds are still fresh. That smell. Something died in here. As long as I pay, there will be peace. But should I ever stop, along comes a war. Mistra is all magic. And as far as I'm concerned, she is all creation. My parasite burned in concert with Will's, paralyzing rage and a hunger for answers. The goblins cheered and raised their cups, all irony lost on them.
Closest.
Oh, their jaws flexed. Their gaze flicked between me and the door. Mind flayer's dead. The imps killed it.
Resisto accidum.
Fear rushed through me as the door shook at the memory of the hag's smile. Wonder who was inside. Uncharted territory. The silence before the storm. The foul-tempered rodent hissed at me and scurried away. Never seen that before. That was a rather unimpressive display of pettiness, if you ask me. That's the spirit. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry. Tight fit. I barely got through. Buried deep, A tadpole struggled to assert control against the ravenous chaos of her mind. The stone was warm to the touch. Negative energy jumped to meet my fingertips. They hesitated, abdomens quivering in confusion. The sheep wiggled its woolly haunches as it ambled away from me. The corpse went limp, exhausted from the questioning. A perfect hit. The wound healed instantly, ejecting the broken spear with a wet pop. Yes, myconids are more powerful than you realize. The dawn broke with glorious streaks of red and fading blues. And I've never felt more tired.
And pay attention to the trach part. Yeah, back of the throat.
Oh, that smell! Is that milk? Good call. Looks like that's gonna bruise. The drow could no longer be compelled to speak.
There's something unspeakable about Shadowheart. But I mean that in a good way. She seems to me like a bud on the cusp of bursting into a rose.
The hag's handiwork. A depraved competition in viciousness. How can Shah's symbol triumph over that of Saluna in her own temple? Can't be anything but deliberate blasphemy. Her thoughts remain closed to me. That voice. Do you hear it too? A prayer sheet with the same symbol as the one on the chest. 9 hells take me. No, never again.
Of course, there could be different answers as well. Faerun brims with more magic than any one wizard could fathom, let alone comprehend.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
Barrel stalks, full of poison, and under myconid control, no doubt, on occasion.
From the far distance, I heard a blast of goblin voices.
More owlbear eggs, already hatched. No point in taking these.
His eyes rolled and instinct drove him to rear away. An illness? No. A parasite. Shouldn't do that right now.
Come now. Of all people, I'd think you'd see through his bluster.
I felt crushing waves of fear as a presence within the door recoiled. It couldn't let people through. Not again.
What was that?
Then the rage subsided. I was in control. The raft beckoned me aboard. They unleashed a torrent of high-pitched insults in my direction before departing. His growl was low, a warning to leave him be.
These fungal spores are everywhere.
Maleos!
Ah, yes. Carsus.
It's gone. I felt so strong. Where did that come from?
What rotten hell did this tart spring from? My stomach aches.
I saw the hag, eyes bright with glee as she set fire to the door.
I say again, as I have said before, I need an object of power to consume. We have one already, and there's no time for delays.
We put Lae'zel to bed. Not sure I want to follow her example.
Don't be fooled.
Behind the lips it wants us to kiss, hide cold steel razor teeth. Secluded. Good. Don't want any visitors.
Looks like all those moon plates can be turned.
No one's coming. The deal is done. I saw nothing unusual in Lae'zel's demeanor. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
Say, where's Will? Bit early to be out hunting, isn't it?
Not a good idea.
How terrifying a level of perfection that would be.
Indeed. Isn't it delightful? The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
Crackling flame and music. If they're celebrating, I'm not sure I want to know why.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent.
We'll need to find a way to unlock the book first. Just some mental fog that needed clearing. Now they'll see reason.
Seems as though the Absolute's attracting followers from all kinds of places.
Please, we've said enough.
Couldn't agree more. The girl wasn't innocent, but that doesn't mean she was guilty. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room. The dog growled at me while standing by a dead man. Doubt clouded Ragslin's skull. Might he suspect the truth?
Ugh. So Astarion is a vampire. A vampire and a gentleman? Or a vampire and a villain?
Mundos volti cipi.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
I don't know about you, but to me, none of this makes any logical sense. Look around you. What's done is done. But what's wrong is also wrong. The answer was to try, and the outcome was to fail.
Ah! Quadico fake.
The squirrel looked up at me, eyes wide, heart thundering. She ruffled her feathers and chirped harshly, mimicking a goblin's cry.
We absolutely should. After all, I need to undo the misconception you've had better.
Resisto frigus.
Well, so much for my previous sentiment. I hesitated. Better to gather the whole party first.
Besides, we just survived a stint through hell on a nautiloid.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I noticed the telltale clumsiness of goblins alongside something more light-footed. Drow.
These burrow holes must have been dug by some creature. Most likely not a creature I'd like to meet.
Extende.
A dragon. Gods preserve me. I haven't the faintest idea.
I realized he was casting detect thoughts. The mirror glinted in the light. The screams from within, now silent.
I find that a healthy amount of theatrics, a voice from the beyond, a magic flute, a friendly, if highly combustible magma method, tends to make for a more compelling case. Better yet, soft beds, home-cooked meals, and all the other little luxuries this wilderness so brashly denies us.
Some beast or beasts I did not recognize.
This button must have had a use once, but was it worth reaching so far down for?
The Goblin King bowed, obedient. The flesh of his tribe became the flesh of the Absolute.
I feel trickles of weave. But where's their source?
Better keep an eye out for more. I navigated carefully. With Ragslin's voice, I asked,
I've kept you in pleasant suspense long enough. It's time to move on to my story. This contraption is powered by magic, but its magic seems to be gone. Or dormant. No sculpture or painting could ever do her justice, only the fabric that she herself is and embodies. You have to realize I was heartbroken. I was a young man. She was my first love. I thought it would last forever. The hag's lair again. Sans hag, that is.
Amicus animalis.
Let the goblins kill them. At least they'll enjoy it. Do you feel as flattered as I do? A Cambion came courting us.
Rhizum teniatis.
I lay bleeding as she leaned over me, a smile on her face.
Time.
Come now. This is a night for celebration, not suspicion. Smells like trouble. Dead. Good. Green blouse. Brown hair. Must be Benrin's wife, Miri.
Ah, cries for help.
Must be home.
The woman sighed, a tear rolling down her cheek, and with a quiet, resigned huff, she settled back down.
Ferve.
The crab hit the bottom of the bag and immediately retreated into its shell.
A false wall. Sneaky.
Essorio.
A chest of transformation.
Tempora mutantor.
I never said I'm not among the fools. Go to sleep. If another knife awaits in the night, so be it.
Il voco te.
The prisoner smiled through the pain, then spat in my direction. The bird fluttered about frantically, looking for his missing treasure, and through that chaos, a steady hand, ordering her to kill the Dwegar.
Allow me to apologize on Astarion's behalf, sir. His lack of tact is a burden to us all. Almost. It's the purple seam. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Continue.
There was nothing else to do here. I took my leave.
Nocturnus.
You're alive. That's unexpected. Yes. I don't care how desperate we are. Looting tombs is wrong.
It needed sustenance to survive, and with my very body I could provide. The owlbear's talons raked the ground, but did not attack.
Kitius.
The bear lazily lifted her head and sniffed the air, then promptly went back to sleep. I took my leave, carefully.
Marvelous. I assume you're no accomplished healer either. Powerful cleric, maybe? This is the annotated version, of course. I am in need of artifacts. That's all there is to it.
The tadpole, it was doing something, taking something I'd never get back. I let the tadpole drop, but couldn't bring myself to lift my foot.
This is Ignan for What Is My Name? The answer is Kasi Trak Ash.
As I drained the bottle, a comforting warmth enveloped me, like an old, much-loved blanket. When I turned back, the child had vanished. The owlbear shrieked and reared up, talons flashing.
Dissolve!
How many are there?
Right. Bound to be more urchins to save around here.
The Fezres was the energy of the Underdark. The myconid might die if isolated from it. The spiders chittered to each other and eyed me hungrily.
Tecchioro.
The pig hissed, baring its teeth. His eyes were glassy, and he was sweating profusely, absolutely terrified, and pretending all was well.
Abono disce omnis.
Please don't try that again unless I invite you to.
Tore!
Her teeth, a row of deadly needles, shone as they dove into my throat, blood spraying. His lips closed. The body was still. The spell was done. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Tonight I need to wash my hands of blood. And my mind of shattering memories. Mistress showed him the secrets beneath the veils. The gossamer veils first, draped across the weave. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death, danger, and vast amounts of treasure. Hard to resist. Two shadows are darkening my soul. The shadow within, and the shadow without.
As I read the cover, The Necromancy of Thay, I could almost hear a voice. I just had to open the book, and it would be mine. Forever. The ox's nostrils flared. She could almost smell the fresh grass.
So long.
Maybe. But if whatever managed to murder a group of Sharans is still around, we had better watch our step.
Whatever the absolute is, it certainly seems to command a lot of devotion.
It is Mistra, I see. And yet it cannot be her. There was a time when I would have believed. But no longer.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
I faced the prisoner, considered the tools at my disposal, and
I'm strong enough. I'll carry on alone.
Dissolve.
And yet there's a certain look in your eyes. The far-off distance of a haunting.
I closed my fist as tight as possible. Suddenly I felt the most intense sorrow and regret.
Is that you, Mistra? It is you. Sing. Sing on.
And visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. Then the sovereign droned a new melody. Cautious, but insistent.
One moment we're traveling together, then the next...
Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage.
Non fit endure.
I heard what came next before I saw it. The sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body started to twist and undulate.
I myself am a much more powerful artifact in your arsenal. Rest assured of that. Let's move on.
One respects life by fighting for it,
And one respects death by fearing it. We know where to find one, and we should go and get our hands on it as soon as possible.
The bear stamped a paw and pointed off in the distance. There. Home. My words fell on deaf ears as the two men stared each other down. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Never seen anything like these. It was blinded by love. Good stories are rife with lovers' follies after all. A brain in a jar. And you consider that to be delightful?
They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat. The mind flayer's corpse twitched, then collapsed again. It could speak no more.
There's that confidence I like.
Tecchioro. Frange.
I can feel the collar stirring in my pack. Something must be triggering the rune's magic. Go ahead. You'll be dead yourself soon after. Weapon blueprints. Looks like this Susabark might come in handy. First druid and now last druid. Thanks to me. Odd. Someone's cut a notch in the tree there.
True enough. City's got pubs though, don't it?
Never seen a coin like this before. Most peculiar.
Because my mother raised a gentleman. Time.
Then the rage subdued. I was in control.
Well, now where'd he go?
Back in the hag's lair. Good thing she's dead. Doesn't budge. Maybe the mechanism's broken. The bear snorted and clacked her teeth in agitation, bearing fangs as long as my finger. The ring changed colour. I wonder why.
Quadico fake.
It was a cambion, almost certainly. Her pull on him was as strong as my patron's was on me.
I am a fool. A fool to have trusted you. Well, that was pathetic. Sorry bones guarding dusty old trinkets.
I opened the book where I'd left off, and the voices returned, chiding me for my indecision.
How'd it do that?
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
Very well.
The goblin's nostrils flared, as if trying to judge my intent through smell alone.
Would have never joined forces if I had. That's quite an egg. Yes. Yes, I suppose we do. Few things are more powerful than the will to live.
Te absolvo.
They always are. Until you take them. The gestures meant nothing to me. Some sort of spell that I didn't recognize. I noticed the tiefling twitch. He was about to erupt. Her eyes narrowed. She'd been expecting someone else. Someone familiar. Again, a vision came to me. A memory, seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes. He seemed ordinary. A little careworn, but little else.
That cage won't last.
Ugh, what a horrid sight that was. I had no idea this was their mating season. I wonder what that did.
The dog's hackles raised as its growls loudened.
Of course, as a cleric, your patron deity endows you with many such powers, otherwise unattainable. I do hope you cherish that gift.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. Ragslin remained ignorant to my presence in his mind murk. I chose my next question.
There's promise in patience, I assure you. Let the night run its course so that we can run ours as well.
The corpse shivered to unlife. Her mind was willingly led. Restlessness peaking as a frantic urge to run.
Crescatskientia.
Merely planning ahead. Besides, never hurts to befriend a wizard. I can see the answer in your eyes. And that's why I'm leaving. Wyvern poison? That's worth a pretty penny on the black market. You know what happens next. It is to be avoided.
I heard what came next before I saw it. The sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body started to twist and undulate. Ettercaps. Creatures with heavy claws and gaping mouths appeared. We pushed off with a heaving grunt and rode into darkness. A low growl built in his throat as his eyes tracked the movement of my tail. It was agitating him. I felt nothing but a quiet sense of calm. The frightened myconid circle conjured mildewed vines. They encircled and transformed the Dwegar.
Intelligente pauca.
Of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlandish entertainments. I see a blackbird, an animal that lives, breathes, and tries to survive.
The wolf's fur ruffled in annoyance. He wanted me to leave. There were too many people here.
Nautiloids are incredibly rare vessels, a mind flayer colony's most guarded secret, and a Gith pack's greatest prize. That's putting it mildly.
More.
I relented. It felt impossible not to. Speculation will get us nowhere. Let's go find him. The purple seam indeed. You then have access to the letter and the flute. Continue. There's, something I need to tell you.
Catchy enough as prophecies go.
Looks like we're destined for greatness.
Resisto mortem. Resorges. Maquesque.
It was me, and I apologize. Temptation is no excuse for weakness.
Hardly. We earned this.
I am what one might call a wizard prodigy, who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it like a virtuoso. I condemn nothing, but a question can be a mirror.
The drow's corpse twitched as the magic took hold. The ox stared at me wearily before dipping its head to munch on some dry grass.
This is a breach of trust that... I think I thought you trustworthy in the first place.
Huh?
Not to mention,
I didn't sleep with the monster, despite the tadpole in your head. True enough. Home's got pubs, though, don't it?
Silentium.
But instead, I found myself straining, then smiling as it wriggled freely in my hand. The silent servant awaited its sovereign's orders.
Stop that! How dare you?
Ah!
Visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high.
The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
Incommodum.
Perhaps it's better the ogres aren't coming. I'm sure they snore.
Ah!
Unfortunately, the spiders chose that moment to attack.
Lucky escape. Judging by how they fought, those things weren't happy with our looting.
I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh, only darkness. Contact. He fell to the ground unconscious. The mirror glinted in the light.
Agreed, then. Let's keep our distance.
Agilius. Vocomorus.
But I couldn't do it. The creature was too precious, too beautiful. I recognized the scourge. This man was a follower of Leviatar, goddess of pain.
Deep claw marks, whole parts bitten off. Noel did this. Caught on to that, did you? Might be the wine talking.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
Impero tibi.
Tonight seems perfectly suited for such endeavors.
The moment Amelium's mind pierced mine, the tadpole pulsed with power.
The way we diffused the tension between Zevlor and Aradin? That door is like a cork. Pop it and we'll be served a firestorm.
Vocoglacius.
We've actually discovered an object of power that fits the bill, but we've yet to obtain it.
I can't believe she wanted to poison us. That she tried to put us down like dying dogs without as much as a whisper of consent.
A cambion. I was sure of it. Wings spread wide, long tail curled behind.
Seems like nature's provided a shortcut.
Longing welled from a deep place in their hearts. Their gazes drifted to the open door.
Everything that's been happening to us so far has been most irregular. I mean, who's to say this is not just another anomaly among many?
The corpse's mouth wrenched into a hateful twist. It refused to speak.
Eacto te.
Aye, and the day's not over yet. But we're off to a promising start.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. Her faith flooded into me, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestled within that mania, secure, hidden. The corpse fell silent, unable to answer. Another vision. I looked back into the darkness of the pod aboard the Nautiloid. The corpse had nothing more to say to me.
Are you certain? A wizard is a mighty weapon to have in your arsenal.
Impero te.
And yet you ask. No. To trust a hag is to trust a compass pointing south. I must decline. Things were different once, between the goddess and me. But things have changed. This forge is very old, but it still looks functional enough. My, that's quite the horde of goblins over there. Looks like they're having some kind of celebration.
He breathed deep, seeming to relish in the new scents I brought with me. The bird chirped his disagreement and resolutely pushed the coin to the right, keeping an eye on me. Obsidian tattoos covered this figure of Shah. Her lips were pursed, as if awaiting a kiss.
I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours. A lot of work for, well, whatever this is. No need to insult the dead.
Ow!
Protective magic. Should have known. You wouldn't say that if you felt what I feel.
Akidum!
Good night. Say, where's Shadowheart? She didn't abandon us, did she? Like I said, the parasite has plans for us, and I doubt those plans take our well-being into account.
The goblin planted a wet, sticky kiss on my foot.
Ugh, tastes like a Rothe's breath smells. Too late for that.
The dog observed me, wary but calm.
I can feel the storm abating. Yes, this will keep my condition in check. For a precious while. I've said enough. Let silence do the talking.
Stupefacio!
The goddess spurned the mortal. The veils were drawn once more, and the wizard was left behind, heartbroken.
Maledicte es!
I've read about these creatures. They tend to be benign unless provoked.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me.
Amo sanguinem.
Those nightmarish visions of yours, Lae'zel, they aren't dreams. They're projections. Illithid ones. We are none of us monsters. We are merely hatcheries for monstrous things. I have upon my deceased person a magical item that can accomplish my return. But such is the value and rarity that it is protected by a multi-layered security protocol.
Her gaze followed it. Clearly, she thought I was trespassing on her territory.
Drow. And worse. What were they doing here?
I felt it too. The Underdark's magical energy. The fair Zeress slipped from my grasp.
Those visions of yours, Shadowheart, they aren't dreams. They're projections. Illithid ones.
I watched and listened for signs of deceit, but sensed nothing unusual. I tasted brimstone. The stench of withered flesh and dark steel burned my nose like acid.
It's the most important city in this part of Faerun, and it's home.
I watched through the creature's eyes. It cursed the star-born slaves.
Whatever it is, the Absolute has a powerful hold over them.
I watched her blink, process this, and paw the ground in agitation.
Hostio manera!
This place looks like a battlefield.
A sorrowful note echoed in my skull when I touched the stone. The keening sound cut short, as if strangled.
Forged with Seluna's blessing. Yes, I can most certainly use this. Selunite drivel. Must be connected with that chest. It bears the same symbol.
Essurio signum arcanum.
Something about the gesture struck me as acceptance, of a master never waking up.
Sphera mortis.
I've never heard something so beautiful.
Blacksmith shared some spirits he uses to clean his tools. Just keep me out of the fire, eh?
I felt her breath on my neck, her fingers running down my spine, and then it was over.
2 centuries of nocturnal adventures, and I've never once seen a red moon. No, the teachings are clear. It is impossible.
I felt movement behind me and turned. I was swallowed by a chorus of frenzied music. Through one creature sang many voices, the harmony of a Myconic collective.
Where did it go now?
Our minds parted again, leaving my skull throbbing.
Brains?
The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room.
Non fit injura.
Say, where's Helia? She didn't abandon us, did she?
The girl winked at me as I turned away.
Morio.
Gotcha? Private? Nothing to do with me. Like a spell that cannot be unspoken.
Then, a suffocating wave of divine rage surged through the spider pit.
All power has a nexus. It is this folly that led Mistra to abandon me completely. I can only hope that you won't abandon me as well. At least it won't suffer anymore.
Aresque. Dissera. Resisto frigos.
So we're traveling with a vampire, are we? Of course we are.
He snarled a warning, flattening his ears and lowering his body, ready to pounce.
Vincere es vivere.
His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward.
The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you could afford them.
The well stood as it had for ages. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Time is a precious gift. With time, we may even reach Baldur's Gate, a city rife with magic, wizards, scholars, and perhaps solutions.
The dog looked from me to his owner with a soft whine. He did not move from the corpse.
Benefits of a wizard's education, you see. Of course, my considerable talent didn't hurt either.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
At least the boat's an option if there's no safer routes forward.
Ah!
This thing won't yield its contents easily. You led me down this path. Not much magic left, though. Sun's too bright. A Thayan book about necromancy. Not for the faint of heart. All the more for the decayed of heart. Much magic to be absorbed indeed.
Then it's settled. We took a chance for Mayrina. It was the right call, even if it went wrong. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness.
soon. Useful little mushrooms. This is a swift way to the Underdark. You see, I'm not a big believer in fate, but I do believe in serendipity. The Gith raised their weapons. That's a rather jaunty hat lying in the mud there. And a sword, too. Someone must have been in quite the hurry to get out of this swamp. This place reeks of blood. Let's go, before more join us. This is a bad idea.
Te execro.
Point well made. I see. The corpse raised its head, staring at me.
Tormentum.
Might still be stuck inside if you hadn't been attacked. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. The corpse did not stir. It had nothing more to say. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. The crab feared me. I had the power to steal it from the beach. Mistra, have mercy. What happened here? Every night that passed was another night the monster inside me grew. I could drown in that song. Volo carefully withdrew the needle from my eye. Then, reaching into his bag, he produced an ice pick.
Fulgor!
I simply have a lot on my mind. An image of the mind flayer I'd encountered reached out to her from my memories. You're all too quick to abandon the one you promised yourself to. That is not a quality I admire. Let's take this discussion elsewhere, somewhere without undead guards, maybe. Farewell. Noted. Accepted. We'll work on that. The creature spoke in visions. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. The rat chittered at the chest, wincing with its broken tooth. You've already seen more than I was willing to share, remember? The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. Unless this Alondo also wrote a primer on alien tadpole removal, I say we keep moving.
Mother of Lust's gone again.
Auntie Ethel nodded along to my tale, her face creased with concern. He was ready to show he wasn't beaten yet. Lae'zel. That was brutal.
Sicut gatus.
There was that magma mephit once. Nice fellow, we kept in touch. The lightest touch of hope brushed my mind as the presence within retreated. If nothing else, I'm sure I piqued your curiosity. These flowers. They're creating anti-magic fields.
Gods, why? Why would I try it again?
Day 1. Fever and memory loss. The bear grunted her understanding and trudged over to the side. This was all too tiring. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. Sorry, but I'm spoken for. The other spider echoed her, tapping his claws gleefully. The girl winked at me and turned away. After a period of excruciating gestation, they will turn us into mind flayers. There's room for adventure, but no room for me, it seems. You have your fair share of followers already. As for myself, I'm a pragmatic. I see the silence before the storm.
Mors animae.
Well now, a little spectacle never hurts. Eyes on our targets. We'll take out the leaders and be gone fast. I needed to explain it to them in a way they understood.
Diore.
I looked closely at the hermit crab. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. And all I can say is I'm glad you showed restraint. Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. Poor wizard. Silly wizard, too. For he wouldn't take no for an answer. No. I'll have to try again later.
Inexpugnabilis.
Let's have a look at the loot. It isn't for your pockets only. Dying might be better than turning into a mind flayer.
Risum teniatis.
But I'm glad I told you. It's a weight off my shoulders. These things reek of poisonous rot. Let's keep a wary distance. If you desire conversation, please do find someone else. The book refused to open. After all, I still have a story to tell. I couldn't move, couldn't think. Thinking was mercifully done for me.
Acquitum.
This whole place reeks of necromancy. The person they were trying to save. It was the creature from the ship. Still alive, but wounded. That's usually followed by, in water there is good sense. There'll be danger involved. All great cost. Rebirth was sloughing flesh. A new skull housing cold, sharp intellect. But the new moon represents Shah. Not sure about that red light.
What do you say?
It was the end of Mistral. The end of Karsus and the end of an entire civilization. The goblin's nostrils flared nervously. All of his bluster had vanished.
Apologies. I really did think you and I...
We rode forward in silence until the lights of a camp twinkled through the murk. He hasn't noticed us yet. And we have more pressing concerns. Seize the day, I say. More now than ever.
Sweet lass, Arhelia. Conversation leaves a bit to be desired, but to each his own.
The Hag's Lair. I think I preferred the swamp. The tracks were a chaotic mess. Gleaning any information from them was impossible. Not only would this be a vile deal, it would be folly to trust the hag's gifts. Machine made them hostile. Viam sapientiae.
Minthara. To sleep with her is to dream of death. Plenty of that to go around.
For a terrible moment, my hand twitched. That boar shows no signs it was killed by wolves or hunters. And yet there's terror etched into its dead eyes. So we fight them. How about we both try a little harder, yes? That, or part ways?
Sorry, but that book is spoken for. By me.
What are you... You're using the tadpole against me. All memory and all future was lost. There were no parasites to cleanse and no monsters to vanquish. Whoever it was, I hope they've learned their lesson. She's a pregnant lady in distress. We can't just stand by and pretend she's not here. What a fine blade this is. Almost a pity to absorb its magic. But I do so have need of it. The claws tried to grip my hands, tried to stop me, but I slammed the book shut before they could take me.
Expelote!
The metal bent and snapped in my almighty grip. I looked up just as the spiders rushed towards me. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. As the horn sounded, howls and guttural war cries responded from the edge of the forest.
The corpses are better fighters than many who draw breath in this world. Curious.
The corpse awaited my question. The corpse's eyes closed. Its head fell back. It would not answer any more questions. And yet, now more than ever, it's important to recall what makes us human. Well, you know what I mean. Can't say I'm very enthusiastic, though, about the extra you just cast. She was dangerous, but I respected her passion and ambition. Her kin have done themselves a disservice. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. So much for the timelessness of lovers, in a manner of speaking. But it was something rather different than a ring he sought as a gift. It shivered in resonance with my remembered pain and revealed its own. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. Gods! And if the darkest one was Shah, Moonrise must be her celestial sister Saluna.
Crescitaiondo!
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. If you insist, Alondo, I'm already challenging the sun itself. Why not the gods too? Excellent. Now to forge the bloody thing. Every symbol seemed to burn my eyes. I could feel them searing into my mind, into my soul. The bear let out a roar of hurt and hatred. He wasn't done fighting, whether I was on his side or not. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. It's a barbarian act to destroy a book. No sign of tentacles so far. The dog's stance surged aggressively once again upon spotting me. There's no knowledge in a glimpse of darkness. My secrets are still my own. And then the mind gripping her thoughts, forcing her actions, was gone. His fingers flexed against his thigh, coiled with tension, longing. I recognized the marks as those of a pack of gnolls. There was no doubt. No doubt you've guessed by now there was something rather special about my relationship with the goddess Mistra.
Macte fortute, impero tibi.
Oh, a spot of mercy is seldom wasted, don't you think?
Not that Astarion strikes me as a merciful type, of course.
It shivered and revealed its own home in reply. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses. If they hadn't heard me before, they certainly did now. And then an ache gripped my head. I saw a flash, bronze hair, pale skin, and it was gone.
Not that I'd say no, but we're bound to come across more artifacts during our travels.
Invoco te!
Crack! Hook horrors!
Compassion?
Let's just say not all is right. But that goes for all of us.
She resisted, her mind's teeth piercing my brain. Pain shot through me.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby. You're not ready. I will return when you are. That's what I was promised.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Ex textura!
Then, as one, they attacked. The deep gnome stared at me, her eyes full of sadness.
They hear a voice we do not hear. A voice that binds them in servitude.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
A fine sentiment. One that's not as common as it should be.
Arcane lights.
Of course. Challenge the gods. Why not? Be the strangest thing that's happened today. Not now. Come and see me when we make camp.
Deep gnome make.
But the design is anything but.
What was this fort?
If worst comes to worst, I will be long gone before the curtain falls.
The cruel, beaked face of an owlbear loomed out of the darkness.
Who's to say who's the real villain in this tale of devils and masquerades? Grim-looking horizon. Wonder what's out there. What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables.
Mutatis mutandis!
He grunted a pleasant greeting as I approached.
No, she's no one, really. I was just practicing an incantation.
Ad lapidem!
Shouldn't be too much trouble. There'll be plenty of bark, but little bite left with their leadership gone.
Shaking with the goddess's fury, the spider screamed, then attacked. The corpse lay lifeless. It could speak no more. I saw the hag. She walked through the door, its form shimmering.
Conjecture? Yes. That much I concede. That old woman was certainly memorable. How wonderful it was to break its reverent silence.
Aqua pura.
But it will save my life. Even if only temporarily.
In nocte consilium.
The injuries on this drow are consistent with a fall. A very deep fall.
I'm glad we're all on the same page, but I'd be happier if that page wasn't locked in this room.
And yet...
Punge!
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Bene corato!
Red's not Saluna's colour. Her followers didn't do this. Ooh, ouch.
Resisto venenum!
But then it shrank back down and started to slither away. A cluster of spiders scuttled inside the crevice.
You've brought me back from the grey shores of death.
Hers is a small price to pay, I grant you. But it's a suspiciously small price, wouldn't you say? Non compos mentis.
Good. I tend to season it with spices from Karator, but given what's available to us, good old rosemary had to see us through. But don't worry. I have good reasons to believe there's still some time before any of these events come to pass. Ah, there you are. How did you enjoy my dear stew this evening? It's an old family recipe.
Ale me.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
Ah!
Spores that can raise the dead. These myconids certainly are fascinating creatures. Out of the black and into the bog. Hardly an improvement. Corpses. These creatures did battle with Dwergar. After all, why need a raven be more than a raven?
A violent vision gripped me. Dwergar, like myself, chopping myconid remains.
That most beautiful of fantasies.
No allegiance, no. Though we don't need to sign its death warrant.
I was given powerful magic to consume when I needed it most. Raphael is a Cambion, which makes him part human, and what is human is fallible.
With a shudder, the pig barked.
They most certainly have that potential. Huh. Where's Will?
And I noted its delicate filaments. It had been merely a child.
Signum arcanum.
In that case, I'd very much appreciate it if you could arrange an introduction, should we reach the city. No doubt she came to the same conclusion. We're healthier than we should be.
Kittius!
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations. My skull briefly ached, and I was her. I felt her irritation and indignity. I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here? These burrow holes of all the markings are being dug by bullets. There's trouble afoot. Ragslin pierced my mind, prodding for truth.
Blasted sunlight! Why did the mushrooms lead us here? Ah!
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
Fact 2. A devil offers to take it away.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me.
In any case, don't blame yourself. Mystra can be a fickle mistress. Coy to a T.
I wonder why this one isn't working.
Et alibi!
Let's try to be diplomatic, shall we? Goblins don't come by the handfuls, but by the dozens. There was something dark about this tome. I could sense it. Something profane.
A spooky corridor. Enticing. How have we been spared? It would seem the answer is that the parasite is somehow infused with Netherese magic, more powerful, more sinister than it has any right to be.
Curiosity conquered his suspicions. I sucked in a breath of relief.
Ah!
So, we're in Eltergard. That means Baldur's Gate lies west. Rather far west, even. Mirror mushrooms. Step on the wrong one and plummet to your death. If it's guilt you see reflected, the condemnation is your own.
The fright choir faded. A single melody rose above the others, brassy and commanding.
Worlds will fall unless we stop them. The instructions were easy enough, weren't they? If slightly elaborate.
Be with you in a moment.
A sweet melody played above the waves. It vibrated with magic, beckoning me. A charm, I realized.
But look at what one true soul can accomplish. Imagine an army of them.
The crab relaxed as I stepped back.
Cowardly? There's good reason I can't.
The animals around us fell silent. I took my leave. Carefully.
I see. She's a lucky woman. Loyalty is such a very rare commodity.
Cave. Best stay sharp. Been out of the dark for a while.
I will need to consume another artifact before the lightning strikes. There's no choice but to find more. We've been traveling together for a while now, and I think it's safe to say we don't always see eye to eye. And I'm flattered, I'm sure. But it seems you're traveling with a substantial amount of companions already. Maybe later, yes? I am dangerous. Not because I want to be, but because of an error I made in the past.
And then smiled serenely as blood and shadow spread like stains across my memory, erasing all that lived there.
Suffice to say, I obtained an obscure and ancient book that had locked away inside a much coveted prize. Well, if everything's pre-written, nothing can go wrong then. Right? Of course, one has to think big if one seeks to win back a goddess. So I thought big.
A calm night was a mercy. Why couldn't I sleep?
Umbrai.
Judging by these undead guardians, the architects of this crypt certainly thought so.
Mors carta.
Unleash.
Indeed. What most wizards perceive is but the ripple of the weave's surface. Untold wonders lie beyond. Shadow druids. There's more to Korga than meets the eye.
Intelligente pauca. Resisto.
With a flick of his tail, he ran away, urging me to follow him. They had been majestic in their fury. Could they too be vanquished by something as small as a tadpole?
Yes. He put it down.
The wolf was calm. The battle had satisfied his urge to hunt. The dead goblin would speak no more. The corpse remained still and silent.
Seluna bathed in red. A fine image, but not one her worshippers would create.
Stay ready.
Something isn't right. And yet, There's too much a few answers could undo. Deep grooves in the mud around that rock.
The ox flicked its gaze away. It knew I carried a parasite and wanted none of it.
Rocks and rubble. There's gotta be a way past.
He doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. I hope.
By the hells! What is that? That tree. Its spirit is oddly silent.
Vokovineai!
With pleasure. Lead on.
There's no point in arguing. We can't change the deal now. I suppose it's for the best you settled the matter permanently. Huh. When one door closes, another opens. All I need to do is find it.
Fiedlax!
My hand touched the capsule, and something in my brain twisted. From the far distance, I heard a blast of goblin voices.
Let us step soft and sure as hunting hamsters.
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
A mind flayer's hold over its thralls is all but unbreakable, yet break it we did. Can't argue with taste, or lack thereof.
My voice cut through the fog of confusion. I felt the creature's hold on them wavering. The goblin's nostrils flared, as if trying to judge me through smell alone.
This was a bad call. And no chance Ethel will give us a refund. Is that the dog you're referring to? Or Astarion? Have it your way. I can only hope your memory stretches further than your patience.
Useless. Our minds intertwined. I saw his siblings, Andric and Brynna. New recruits, mine to shepherd.
Aresque! Mundus volticipi.
Mistral was reborn as Mistra. Upon her return, the weave returned with her. This grove is kept by Eldith's faithful. Prophets. Just second-rate poets with delusions of grandeur. I feel sick. What in the hells did that druid do to me?
Clausus.
Curiosity is a trait we all share.
I awoke in pain. My back, my hands, even my tongue ached. I blinked, and the wilderness changed. A swamp, stinking and insidious, assaulted my senses.
Configo!
He turned and yapped at the corpse, as if to try and wake it. Its host would feast on gnoll flesh to control the hunger, to keep her teeth from my throat. My heart seized. Under questioning, the creature might recognize me as its killer. The world around me was gone. I could only see those glyphs, only hear those voices. Either way, these corpses proved one thing. This is the city house it mentioned. Answers eluded me. Growling, the squirrel bit my foot again.
Inductilis sum.
A nature that, as far as I'm concerned, deserves to go extinct. I'm trying not to think about it.
Ethel gritted her teeth, struggling to speak, but the spell held. She couldn't answer any more questions. I struggled to cling to scraps of what I knew. Powerful necromancy, I was certain, but it darted away, leaving only hell's screams.
That is no ordinary fireplace. There's something there, beyond the flames.
The corpse collapsed, silent once more.
Secretium brarum. Fulgor!
Lovely. Brings out the colour in your eyes. And I seem to recall a fond allusion to that moment afterwards.
Voco areniai.
Someone knew how to have fun. I will consume the magic inside. What was a powerful artifact will be rendered no more than a trinket.
I saw it. The faintest hint of a smirk on his face. He was hiding something.
Voco vineai. Ha!
Something to sleep on. We should get some rest. No getting through. More's the pity.
We gave up an eye, and for what? Was this deal really worth it? Everything Ethel touches is corrupt. We should have known better.
Doesn't it just?
Keep it, mate. You'll need it.
More blood. That's a pretty sight. Oh, good morning. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the best of moods. I tire of these dreams. Watch your step. These webs are everywhere. These are no ordinary lights. Yet there must be a way to turn them on. These barrel stalks are full of poison, ready to be released by the myconids if they feel threatened. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. Exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for. Though it's not in my nature to doubt, when face to face with a hag, there it is.
He was suspicious, confused by the question that fell from his lips. I proceeded carefully.
Some things have to be seen to be believed. New moon shouldn't be on top. Not in a temple of Saluna.
I probed the corpse for residual memories, but there were none.
What just happened?
The bear whimpered softly, looking at me with something akin to hope.
There it goes. I suppose a blow to the stomach upsets the weave as much as it would me.
Gnolls, vicious, monstrous humanoids, could spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas. The creatures clutched the pouch possessively. I had no doubt a spider egg was nestled within.
Plue! Tell you what, I will answer one question that you may have.
Let's not jump to conclusions. We calm down some crazy fishermen, that's all. Best leave the darkness in darkness for now.
Oh!
Far be it from me, of course, to question your tastes.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I pushed back, taking advantage of a tremor of pain cutting through the creature.
Glacius!
I felt my blood boil. There was no fighting this torrent of emotion.
Look at that. An unconventional weapon, but it might just be an effective one.
Bene corato!
The voice was closer now. It was so clear, so peaceful. The squirrel bit my foot again.
Think of it as tribute. The kind a king might pay to a more powerful neighbor to avoid invasion.
Too bad. One should never be afraid to live life to the fullest.
He growled, warning me to keep my distance. I was perfectly happy.
Very well.
As I turned to leave, so did the other child nearby. She looked nervous for some reason.
The necromancy of Thay. Sounds ominous. And yet I need you to place your trust in me in turn.
Useless. Like hewing granite with a spoon.
The delicate veils next. Draped across her body. Chosen one, she whispered. And she slipped them off completely.
Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
Gods above. What happened?
He began to move his hand in a quick flurry of gestures. The squirrel chittered scornfully as my foot whistled over her head.
Only if we ever meet again will I know. No more prayers. Only silence. Must be lonesome to be a forgotten god.
Nocturnus.
The talons came too quickly and dug deep. The owlbear reared back for another strike.
Here dwelt a man blessed with impeccable taste in literature.
Gluttony. The rat's ears twitched in interest. The spiders scattered, but my hand came up empty. Had the bag been a trick of the light?
No more prayers. Only dust and silence.
Vito excolato.
Any expert will agree this is abnormal. A string snapped with a twang, whipping across my face.
Best to move before the blood draws more of them.
The lock on the chains opened.
The brothers. Guess they didn't find their sister.
Caveat incantato.
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. The water looked calm. I could lie down and rest.
Before you decide to become a courier in return for some vague promise of power, how about we focus on yours truly for a moment? Yeah!
The presence within sobbed. The hag was gone. He was trapped in this door, this wooden prison, forever. I didn't recognize the ritual or the name, Mother Peace.
Spectators don't normally possess the ability to petrify. Something's not adding up.
The drum lay before me.
Nothing. What you saw was merely mental disorientation brought about by your intrusion. Amo sanguinem.
Interlocking circles with moons and stars. This must be the seal mentioned in that journal. I didn't think.
Tiny grooves spidered across the eye's surface. It resembled a sending stone, used to confer with distant contacts. I realized the tiefling's body had been torn open by huge hands.
Another illusion. Is anything real down here?
Dwergar corpses. What is this beast doing to them? This must be the god they worshipped here. Can't say I recognize him. Hold on to that thought. I may just have to remind you before all is said and done.
Through music and vision, the sovereign revealed the truth of the fungal creature before me.
Trying to escape again.
Not treading carefully, then.
Out with a bang it is.
Then again, those who loved these loved ones are dust and bones themselves.
Careful! She's about to lash out.
Besides, looks like you keep some interesting company.
Mortalis.
Meanwhile, I'll just pretend I had the fish. Let's not give the damn thing what it wants.
Aresque.
It's more than strange for the new moon to be on top in a Selûnite temple.
Lux in tenebra.
That said, necessity compels me to set aside my reservations. I have no choice but to speak.
The owlbear glowered and pivoted, trying to keep me out of its blind spot. I found the edges of a concealed entrance.
Aqua pura. Ah, forget it. Think of me what you must.
Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of Mistra herself.
When you put it so very eloquently. Very well. I'll drink the brew. Gods! They're out of their minds.
That's my point proven, then.
It will growl and bark at everyone, even bit him in the end.
Timask. The spores confuse the senses. There's a darkness coursing through those vines.
The bear radiated palpable calm. Not just calm, pure serenity.
Get confused by one, blown up by the other.
Indactylus sum.
That's because you've yet to find out what you're missing. Alternatively, I could learn to control its chaotic magic. That is, to succeed where I failed before. But without Mistra's favor, I don't see how that may come to pass.
All's an illusion. Hiding what, I wonder?
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me.
Strange. It looks healthy, but it's stone dead.
Well, more than appealing conditions, come to think of it, when one considers the stew alternative. Ingende!
You know, I think that technically speaking, we just did something impossible.
At least we know these parasites can be removed. Now to find a non-fatal way. The dead goblin would speak no more. I took my leave.
If it takes the death of a god to stop you, I'd say your ambition has gotten somewhat out of hand. I am sorry.
The bear glanced in the direction of the woods, then growled, frightened. Too many predators lately, even for them. I considered my options. She was looking for the grove, and the prisoner could lead her straight to it.
Could mean anything.
The cub continued to gorge himself on his dead mother.
Say, where's Minsk? Taking Boo for a morning walk? An advantage that is quickly spent. Discretion would serve us better.
Cinemetu.
The ox leaned forward eagerly, snuffling the air around me.
I see you understand.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. I awoke in pain. My back, my hands, even my tongue ached.
The Ebon Lake. Go sticking your hand in.
The spiders scattered and I stashed the bag. Something clinked among the coins. I should have been whipped. Made to bow before this creature in shame.
Massacre. A spectacle of slaughter. And I participated.
Magis amica veritas.
Down in the pits, no less. Sounds ominous among creatures that love blood sports. Better step to it.
I watched her flick through the book, her face tensing as she went.
Place is overrun with gnolls. Just empty shells. Best to just keep the unhatched one.
Viatus escientia. Corellan star! That is grotesque!
No more than what I had to, and that's all I'll say on the matter. A petrification ray. Someone addled that spectator.
Video veritatum.
But it will save my life, even if only temporarily.
Saw Lae'zel giving you a look over. Great minds think alike.
Then visions. Dwagar like myself, chopping fungal tendrils with their axes.
Baldur's Gate. That's where I'm from.
This prayer bears the same symbol as the chest. I think it might just be the key.
The blank look, the flat voice. He was holding something back.
It was a bad idea from the start. Everyone's messing with our heads these days.
Then visions. Dark dwarves, Dwagar, chopping fungal tendrils with their axes.
Wait. Why did my collar just vibrate? As long as we're possessed of our own free will, I venture to say there's hope for us yet. Good night. Yes, good night.
The bird chirped, happy for the advice, and did as I asked.
Irretio in sphera, evanesco.
I was given powerful magic to consume when I needed it most.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. The bird took flight, chirping loudly in protest and fear.
Oh, well,
The sheep's eyes bulged with alarm. It hurried away from me. The pig stared at me. It honked loudly.
It is an honor to call you a friend. I wonder who or what those chains are for.
We're in agreement.
No more bargains like this without a lot of caution.
Interlocking circles with moons and stars. That Salunite's journal made mention of such a seal.
Ostende secretorum tuorum, corruptus, invenium viam, imperum mortos.
A thing like that could swallow each of us whole, raw or incinerated. Merely to share a glass of wine, I suppose. To toast to victory, and to offer you an invitation.
That's certainly a word for it.
Our minds brushed against one another, but were swiftly parted. The tadpole, it was doing something, taking something I'd never get back.
Stretch! I may vomit.
The Kithrak nodded, content with Lae'zel's answer.
A wizard's quite worthless with a tired mind. Sleep beckons, and I would follow.
The bird hopped around his nest, keeping his eye on me. I wouldn't take his coin.
Ja!
The corpse grimaced and turned away. I was its killer. It would not speak to me.
Indeed. Exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for.
Sorge!
But then she felt a warm swell of embarrassment.
A great deity needs a great name. Looks like you're off to a good start.
I can't believe I'm in one piece. Hells! Something just woke up down here. We tricked the minion, yes. But its master? I doubt it. Canine is charged. Old but not quite dead. No. You don't strike me as quite that boring. Tell me you can hear that voice. Amid all this grandeur sunk into squalor, I wonder what dismal corner we'll find Halcyon in.
Ah, that's better.
The spell's magic waned as the corpse became still. I could ask no more questions.
Perry!
This could spell trouble. But what would such a gift cost me? I will await that death. Alone. The corpse jerked violently. It had no desire to answer to its killer. I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
More! Ve victis!
Bloody way to end an argument. I hope we chose the right side. As the trance stabilized, I breathed deep. Be it cure or cage, something had to be done about the tadpole. Truly. The boar fled with a desperate squeal.
Amor sanguinem.
And when men fall from the sky and walk through flame, then they shall challenge the gods for their domain. So saith the wise Alundo. It is time we part ways before our enmity spills over into violence. Must be what that kid was talking about.
Agilius!
Then she lunged at my foot and bit it. Looks like that's going to bruise.
Venustior!
The book slammed shut, but the glyphs remained. When I closed my eyes, I saw them, still glowing in the darkness. There's danger underfoot. Best be on my guard. Yes. But before long, she tired of me. What was I, after all, but a mortal plaything in sacred hands? Auntie Ethel's face creased with false concern. I realized she had lied about seeing this girl, Mayrina.
Tormentum!
That said, I assume you have some questions for me. So can we leave already? Why stay if we're not looting the place? More dreams. More visions. Someone here is responsible, and it's not me. They can hear the tadpole speak to them, and they think it's a new god. That is your decision to make. I expect you to make the right one. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. Curious. These tracks. Goblins? I saw the tadpole in the mime flayer's hand. Not a parasite. Perfection. Not without its mother by its side. What now?
Flagra!
Huh. So if I stand, the power's gone. Sedentary magic, I suppose that's called.
Nola salus.
I recalled a wild wood, touched only by the Tel Quasir. The world around me breathed and blossomed.
Arcane lights. How delightful. I'm leaving. I cannot stand to be around such betrayal a moment longer. Music to my curious ears.
Tonitros!
There's a mark on that tree. How intriguing. What in the hells was that?
Venustior.
The bark is in place. Now what? Never lost a loved one, have you? A feeling you may have to grow accustomed to while I'm around. My condition is hardly a patient one.
Alas, all I saw was empty space. The mirror reflected nothing.
Jealousy is in the eye of the beholder.
or something along those lines. The wine might be befuddling me a smidge.
Agreed. The power to bend wills is a mind flayer speciality. We're the ones who are truly at risk.
Even if that friend is an egomaniacal vampire with the moral longevity of a mayfly.
Obedi me.
Ragslin's mind reeled, then calmed. He would speak as I commanded.
A key? For what?
Shadow druids have taken root in these parts, and whoever Korga is, she's their agent.
If you're not willing to part with this artifact, so be it. But I implore you to be on the lookout for another.
My heart lightened as I finished the song. I hoped the dead rested a little easier.
What in the nine hells is that?
Because their promises are perfect, and in perfection lies their flaw.
The flames sputtered away. The sword was complete, to no avail. I couldn't bring myself to hurt the creature.
No devils here. That's a myconid. And it seems to be warning us.
The drow could no longer be compelled to speak.
It's hard to predict the effect any given artifact has. But my condition is hardly a patient one.
I obtained it in Waterdeep. Nothing there comes cheap.
Here's to us, and to brand new adventures.
Confusio.
Excellent armor.
Drowcraft,
Of course.
With one last rattling gasp, the body lay still. The magic was gone.
How about we look for someone who already has that power? I think it's a mistake to hold that conviction, but I cannot force your hand. Hold on. It's not too late to settle this without bloodshed. I don't regret it. I hope someone would do the same for me.
Will's anger turned to anguish, and his mind pulled away. There was another muffled cry. The two inside were still in the throes of passion.
Finally! I can think again.
Secco!
The old woman bustled about, muttering to herself.
Out of my head, hag!
Exploration merits companionship, though. Shall we?
I realized he was casting detect thoughts. Something was off. These statues looked too benevolent to be depictions of Shah.
Dollo.
An eerily chilling scene, this. I suspect many a spectre was present at this blighted feast. Kill or be killed. So it goes down in the Underdark. Maga Kamara! That's a hook horror!
I opened the book where I'd left off, the glyphs dancing before my eyes.
Not for me, thanks. I've seen more appetizing fare strewn across the floor of a goblin abattoir. It tried to control only a fraction of the magic that was unleashed that fateful day. I merely sought to return one tiny diamond to an imperfect crown.
Tiefling faces flickered into view as she attempted to learn the grove's location.
Nor did I suspect you'd let him bite you. Scorch marks. Hints of weave, too. There might just be trouble afoot.
At the mention of Halsin's name, she flapped excitedly, and suddenly the great bear seemed lost, lonely. Silently, she settled back down to watch me.
I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body alone. Spot on again.
A longing for small spaces, stone walls hugging close, confining, comforting. Screams of terror pierced the air. The monster lay exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet black pearls, radiated only malice. I remembered reading a history of Thay. Zaz Tam was a powerful lich who ruled that land, driving out the red wizards who opposed him. The needle found the gap between eyeball and socket. Volo frowned and began to push. I saw a frothing Dwagar, axe drawn, crazed by bloodlust, bearing down on a young myconid. The squirrel let out a terrified squeak and bolted.
No need.
Maledicti es.
The corpse fell silent, but had nothing more to say. All memory and all future was lost. There were no parasites to cleanse, and no monsters to vanquish.
It is to be avoided. A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here.
True. You wouldn't have had the grit. I saw her cradling a smaller child as he wept, her eyes hard and hot, her knuckles bloodless.
Viam sapientiae. Vos curo.
You have me there. A night of words, then. Of those I have plenty. For mine is a story full of answers long overdue.
The dog continued to mourn at his master's side.
Oh, it'll be fine. I throw in with those beneath me all the time. What was that thing inside her? Can't read this script. Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch. And if she isn't, we might find items of interest among her shamanic paraphernalia.
It uttered a bone-shaking screech of fury. Vicious, spider-like creatures appeared.
Quite the day we've had, wouldn't you say? Fact one, there's something very strange and very powerful about our tadpoles.
Impressive webbing. Though I should probably worry about its creators.
A bygone spell from a bygone age. It doesn't matter.
It beckoned me with a nod of its head, and then it was off.
Ah! Magis amica veritas.
The brothers in arms have perished. Never did find their sister, I suppose.
Don't you think we should have left the dead their trinkets?
They hold long grudges. I'm impressed by the way you handled those two hotheads. The cooler head was yours, and it most certainly prevailed. Trickles of weave radiate from that chest.
The child reached into the rocks behind him and opened a well-concealed hatch.
Nulla salus. Voco flagella.
The tiefling's corpse stirred with the spell. A chill ran up my spine. I felt I was being watched.
A shrine. Looks forlorn.
As the coin disappeared into the well, I heard a soft clink, not a splash. There was a pause as those glass eyes took me in. Then the corpse remained still.
I consider myself very lucky to have found you.
I felt my blood boil. There was no fighting this torrent of emotion.
But what is happening, or rather not happening to us, is entirely undocumented.
Ah!
I know there have been many things about me that remain shrouded in mystery. You've been very patient with me, and I appreciate that.
I felt her probing my mind, and our thoughts became entangled. A familiar sensation. She too carried a parasite.
I actually don't know. Worshippers lived here. Pilgrims visited. They required food, shelter, ceremony, entertainment.
Nor was there rest. She took fully of me, hour after hour, until I had no sweat or soul left to give.
Ancient dead, rife with shadows. This must be the stronghold Halcyon spoke of. If that's what you truly believe, maybe it was madness after all.
No, we were fooled. This was a raw deal through and through.
The corpse did not stir. It had said all that it could. I saw other mind flayers arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power. She prized my mental barriers apart and saw the mind flayer I'd encountered. The spell's power waned. The corpse fell still.
What I saw surpassed the vivid. The voice was too true, the touch too tantalizing. I can tell you felt the same. West Baldur's Gate, East Elturel. That makes me dangerous. Even in death. Shouldn't take long to fix.
Oh!
You should have been more cautious. The parasite will divide us if we let it, and conquer us next. But no matter. What's one more kill but a fitting coda to a day of carnage? I won't push you. Shah's faithful aren't exactly known for honesty.
Well, that was
interesting.
His mind remained closed to me. I scooped up his gold pouch while the halfling stumbled deeper into the water, oblivious.
Rather worse, actually.
Kaido!
Say, where's Lae'zel? She didn't abandon us, did she?
Yes, against her will, without rhyme or reason.
I know we have to get moving again soon, but before we part, I'd like to tell you something. That's truly disappointing. I see now that I misjudged you, so we'll dwell on the matter no longer.
Right? She had no right.
Looking around, her territory extended from one end of the grove to another.
Who knows what outlandish solutions may yet present themselves?
The sovereign's song halted as it measured my worth.
Ignis!
You have to remember that the weave is a living thing, both the embodiment and the extension of Mystra herself. I've never seen a tree like that. The bark must be a rarity. I had a friend who had a dog once. Beautiful animal. But it got mean in its old days.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. Spike paused to consider, then gave Will a wide grin.
Dialino, oculos tempestatis!
I quickly assessed my options. Many lives hung in the balance.
You huff and puff at the door, I'll find my own way in. Ugh, smells like rotten eggs. An unlikely place for such a fortunate find.
Ragslin continued the interrogation, oblivious to my attempt to sway him. The book refused to open, at least for me. I saw an image, Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. The crab tasted cold and briny, squirming even after I bit down. It didn't stop moving until I swallowed.
There's got to be another way in. I take it you recall the insertion of the parasite? Oh, that's a weight off my shoulders.
The sky split open, and nautiloids poured out of a void that consumed the stars. The boar huffed and bellowed, beady eyes full of distrust.
This place reeks of death.
The bear gently raised a paw, pointing into the distance. He was far from home.
As the child who would be a god was turned to stone, his empire came crashing down around him. The floating cities of Netheril were no more. Please.
The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me.
These aren't statues. These are petrified drow.
The crab sat serenely in its new muddy home, my nostrils filled with the rank smell of death. The hyena had feasted, but looking into her eyes, I knew it wasn't enough. She was still hungry.
Not an eventuality I'm entirely unfamiliar with.
I had to gather my party before setting out on the water.
I'd wish you a bright future, but since you cannot escape your own company, that would be a futile gesture.
In that case, all we have to do is do better.
Shall we?
The man was now dead. But then I noticed a squirming movement under his features. The adventurer slept soundly, his breath steady, his wounds expertly bandaged. Ragslin's mind raged. I had asked what no true soul would dare.
There's danger underfoot. Let's be on our guard. Hope it doesn't see us.
Volo carefully held one of my eyes open and began to prod uncertainly with the needle.
The sign of Shah above the others. As it should be. Gods, what's happening? Butchered. They didn't stand a chance.
The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell still.
Feckle!
The poison burned my throat, but the goblins followed my lead.
It's broken, but not too badly.
The corpse's mouth jerked as the magic took hold, a dead tongue waiting to speak.
I'd like to tell you a story. Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here. Harsh, but fair. Not given too much further thought. Something hidden, but not from me. Frange!
And I felt answers. She knew more about my condition. But then the feeling slipped. The creature's mind seemed to focus elsewhere. It was possessing my mind, forcing me to love it.
Flagra! Yeah! And yet there's a certain look in people's eyes. The far-off distance of a haunting. You know of my condition and its challenges. But those are but the broad strokes. Forgiveness.
Our minds intertwined. I saw his siblings, Andric and Brynna. New recruits, mine to shepherd. The squirrel flicked her tail at me and turned away.
Oh, can we kill them? Please? Pretty please.
The poison burned my throat, but the goblin relaxed. My heart seized. What if the creature noted my presence at the crash site? The spell's power waned. I could ask no more questions. Ragslin scowled, shocked by a question I shouldn't have asked, and a jolt shot through me.
Voschioro!
The corpse wrenched violently. The magic had worked, but it was unwilling to speak to me. The spiders hissed and attacked.
Gods. It's like a draught of cool water soothing a parched throat. Welcome and wonderful.
Cum motuis in lingua motua. We should find him. Maybe he can help. My muscles burned with the effort, but the chains held strong. The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. Another vision. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod. I tried to close the book, but claws tore at me from the darkness. I could feel them on my hands, in my eyes, in my soul.
By Eldath, Mother of the Waters, all strife is cleansed.
That reeks. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The magic waned. I could ask no more questions.
The shadow of Menzoberranzan is such an artifact. I'm not saying we should. I'm just pointing out it happens to be exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for.
The crab visibly recoiled from the warm, mammalian smell inside the pack. A bag lay within the crevice. At its mouth, a gold coin glinted. The owlbear shrieked, its outrage undiminished.
I'm no cleric like you are. It's different for a wizard.
As I slipped free, coming back to myself, I heard the seductive hum of my own blood. The gnoll would drink it. Fungal roots wove through my mind, poking me, warning me.
Maio, fortio.
Pretty, but it doesn't do much. I put a lot of trust in you, Shadowheart. Try not to break it. A pit. Full of happiness and laughter, no doubt. Watch your step.
My vision swam, but I had to fight through the pain. My assailants were still under the creature's thrall. My collarbone dislocated, allowing me to slip free of the chains.
From the Underdark to the swamp. Lovely. Soluna's sigil, in the dark. Who would have done this?
The corpse refused to speak to its killer.
Exactly.
I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod to reveal darkness.
The bark's like iron. This is a waste of time.
Ferio.
This is the worst moment. When the screams of the dying have faded, and the conquering hordes howl and yelp as they come to their vile climax. Some kind of tank? The art of the body. The exploration and acceptance of the self and the other. The art of the night itself.
The carb looked from me to his dead mother and let out a plaintive cry. I raised my glass and shouted,
Torre.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on... what? The word escaped me. An illusion came over me. A Dwagar, choking on a cloud of gleaming dust. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me.
Mistral, she was called then. Imagine what it must have felt like. To be a god. To know yourself, to be untouchable. To be mistaken.
The owlbear lashed out, struggling to keep me in its limited field of view. The corpse did not stir. It had answered too many questions already. My words fell on deaf ears. The creature's hold on them was too strong.
Te adstringo linguam. Tormentum.
Not every day one discovers one's traveling companion is a vampire. I hope we did the right thing. Trusting a creature like that. Forget the sword, forget the mountain-crumbling might of giants. Anything can be conquered when your mind outranks your opponents.
The realization hit me. That stench wasn't the dead. I could sense that the hyena's very flesh was desecrated. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell silent. She was, though. I could see it in her eyes, deep down.
And all I can say is I'm glad we showed restraint.
I saw a frothing Dwagar, axe drawn, crazed by bloodlust, bearing down on a young Myconid.
I spy with my little eye.
The crab revelled in its new home of mud, claws clicking with joy.
How dare she snuff out life with as much thought as snuffing out a bloody candle?
With a jerk, I was pulled from the vision. I felt the presence within shrink, terrified.
I have to ask you to agree to this before carrying on this conversation.
Hell's teeth.
Was solid food always so foul? That expression must sound curious to a Githyanki ear, given the way they're birthed. Annihilate. If it managed to murder a group of Sharans, we had better watch our step.
Diminue.
To the best of my ability. A process known as ceremorphosis? I'm not so sure that's advisable. It's a holy relic after all, and taking it would enrage the druids to no end. Necklace has a harper sigil. Why were they here?
His fangs snapped and gnashed, biting down on nothing. He wanted more. The sheep stared blankly.
Let the hunt begin.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
I should have been more cautious. The parasite will divide us if we let it. And conquer us next. There's no getting through.
The meat here was forbidden. She sniffed the air, then bounded away to terrorize someone else.
Diminuote.
Is that Volo?
I swallowed the cold, briny meat whole. Whether the crab died from my mouth or simple shock was unclear.
Oh.
Listen, I'm dying to get my hands on an artifact of power, and I'm not speaking metaphorically. You have it. I need it. Now. Just the sort of chap to have a chat with, I reckon. Hyenas birthing gnolls. How horrid.
Once more, he brought the needle to my eye.
Te absolvo.
No, there's more. You're not telling me the whole truth, are you?
The dog turned to the dead man before bowing his head with a soft whine.
There's a book that circulates in Arm, detailing the first 1,000 nights of a newlywed king and queen.
Drooling, They stared at my hands, held out in friendship.
Wherever this is, at least it's free of dragons.
The creature's song rumbled within me, neither warm nor welcoming. A dirty ring landed at my feet as the crab carved out a place to rest.
It's an all too easy mistake to make. But we have to fight the temptation. The parasite will divide us if we let it, and conquer us next. Quite right. Either Daddy had a tryst with the succubus or Mummy with an incubus.
Curiosity conquered the hobgoblin's suspicions. I sucked in a breath of relief.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
It hadn't, unfortunately, occurred to me that Lolth might be listening.
A shame. But can't be helped.
Nir's eyes snapped from the dead Dwagar to me. His mind was a cold claw in my head, digging for memories.
Ira in excessus.
Their jaws flexed. Their gaze flicked between me and the door.
After them!
The darkness you perceived, that is my primary condition. A condition different from the tadpole, but just as deadly.
The goblin stared, mouth agape. Then he set his jaw and fell to his knees.
Wicked little beasts. They'll down you in one strike. You know of my condition and its challenges, but those are but the broad strokes. Noel's ahead. Surprised they haven't already pounced. They rarely pass on a fresh meal.
Not much use anymore.
You brought me back to life, and for that I am in your debt. But we're surrounded by danger. It could happen again.
A vampire.
Well, at least we know where we stand.
Bad form, isn't it?
Grave robbing. I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection. Yet it is life's most worthy pursuit in my impartial, if not humble opinion.
Gustas Dalkis.
The goblin stared at me, twitching. He seemed unsure whether to bow or attack.
Lapis root? Sapphire? Rare to see these so far north.
The bugbear lay dead on the ground, lifeless once more. It was time to decide what to do.
Think of it as vampirism. You need blood to sustain yourself. I need magic.
I knew bloodlust when I saw it. Glut claimed purpose, but thrilled in violence for its own sake. The Rothe turned to me defensively, her lights flickering, and I felt a familiar lurch. The tadpole. Our parasites connected. Will's doubts gripped me, then relaxed.
Such promises will have to wait, however. My condition is hardly a patient one.
The presence within cowered, terrified of me.
Love.
Ragslin's mind was clouded by doubt, surprised by words he didn't expect.
That chest. I can feel its magic.
His presence still lingered in my mind, caressing it softly.
Is it? It's not because we do like mind flayers that we are like mind flayers. Not quite the point I was making, but close enough. The mark of the Zentarim. Bound to be more to this place than meets the eye.
The Myconid greeted me with pure sensation. Sadness and joy intermingled. Looking at the broken helmet, I recognized the mark of Shah. This army marched in her name.
Prisoners are treated the same by everyone. They serve as serfs, or they waste away in a dungeon.
Mario!
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me.
So much for the law of the land. I'm far beyond ogre ears. Right back at you. A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus. Only one serving for me, I guess. No one in the grove will suspect their true enemy walks among them.
Occhio! Resisto!
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
The smaller spider raised a consoling claw.
Well, after you.
I couldn't make sense of what he was saying. She gave a great yawn and settled back down to sleep. The fight had rattled the bear. She wheezed, exhausted, swaying from side to side.
That staff looks more than intriguing. Much worth obtaining, I say.
You did it!
You're channeling the weave. How does it feel?
Good work. Thought we had a fight on our hands.
The dog's hackles raised even more as his growls deepened.
Espradai me.
The choir faded. A single melody rose above the others, brassy and commanding.
The observation is my own. but I like to think it's a feeling shared by many.
Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend. Looks ready to break at a touch.
Mind you, all I did was call for ale, but you went and stood in front of that crossbow.
Confusion. Alarm. And then the presence withdrew, leaving a dull black mirror once more. As my lips touched the filthy flesh, I caught a whiff of lavender?
Indirectly, yes.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me. She saw the entrance to the grove, as the adventurers retreated inside, joining the tieflings.
The story can wait. This can't. That one right there.
Pallid amors, oculus tempestatis.
I saw a name etched into the leather. Scratch.
It's not right to feel the cold breath of death on your neck, then move on as if it was nothing but a soothing breeze. And don't think I've forgotten.
Tempora mutantur.
I know, but a bit of narrative distance will make it so much easier in the telling. Indulge me. From the Underdark to a hag's lair, like jumping from a pot into boiling oil.
The rat snapped, squeaking, and carried on its way.
I've cheated death itself. That's no more than our profit. If we are to continue our journey together, you needed to know. Words as final as your axe.
The door gave way with a loud crack.
Corpora sana, treme.
No thanks. What is this? I say he doesn't see the future. Only the nightmares we think the future may hold. You don't. And a great compliment that is too. You are unique in your own right. And just as incomparable. I'd call it luck. The flayer was weak and distracted.
They do seem a bit short-handed.
Treme, chewable.
He snarled a warning of his own, flattening his ears and lowering his body, ready to pounce.
Interplanar flora. They're brewing something.
Diminuate.
The infuriated spiders crossed my hand and scaled my arm. The swarm was coming.
That's not abstract.
The bird sang as loud as his lungs would allow, practicing fervently. Then they left me in peace and surged out the door and up the stairs.
The full moon is Saluna's foremost symbol. No true worshipper of hers would have placed it at the bottom rather than the top. The sword of justice is such an artifact. There's something more to this, but I fail to gather what. What do you say?
Sorge, carculus mortis.
I'll save his story for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. If you say so. Though I have to wonder if the gods are truly that petty.
I said that as near as I could tell, he was in perfectly good health.
Amicus animalis.
You worship Shah? Blimey. She and my beloved Mistra are not exactly friends.
Wait. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
Most pleasant, in fact. Most welcome.
He produced an ice pick and cleaned it quickly on his cuff. The hobgoblin turned to me, and the parasite squirmed in my skull. The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. I saw nothing I could use. The mercenaries shifted impatiently.
True soul? Absolute? What were they raving on about?
Teocludo oculus.
Touché. Oh, I was surprised. But pleasantly so. Just like I said.
Will paused, then took a hot poker and held it against the man's leg. The eye returned my stare, unblinking.
I'm of the opinion one should try and excel at everything. The collar stirs. Something must be triggering the rune's magic. Perhaps.
Stupefacio.
That is a lie, and you know it. So it is. Our lives depend on it. Now, repeat my instructions back to me, please.
UBS.
Now it's real.
The sovereign replied with a vision. A stone door creaking open to reveal glowing light.
Maybe later.
Abono disce omnis.
My hand trembled, refusing to do harm to the tadpole. Before I could say anything else, she sprinted away.
Smells like a troll's crack. Yes. Couldn't agree more. Oh, what a night. What a godstamp. Fine, but my reasoning is this. We need a way out, now.
Quadico face.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
Amid the madness that has befallen us, it seems almost out of place to think of a kiss.
I found myself looking into huge, soft eyes filled with a curious sparkle. The bear sat back, ready for a tale.
All's well with the world, one might argue. And yet, there's something unsettling about witnessing an execution, no?
Resisto frigos!
At least I know where I stand. This is a part of the journey I must walk alone. Damned thing could blot out the sun. Once upon a time, not quite that long ago, there lived a wizard in a tower.
Her ears wriggled thoughtfully as she considered my offer.
It's all right. You look even more beautiful in the light. We're still the masters of our own faculties, aren't we?
This time, I saw a full face, a woman. Skin pale as the moon, lips impossibly pink. My skull pounded in response to the Githyanki's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice.
A pretty tune, but that's all this horn is good for now.
Tempora mutantur.
My head. Timask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination.
The goblin's corpse grunted and spasmed.
The only way to appease said condition is for me to take powerful magical artifacts and absorb the weave inside.
The rat's nose twitched. Her eyes flitted between the prisoner, the goblins, and the door.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Susa bark.
My skull briefly ached, and I was her. I felt her anger at the dragon rider she confronted.
The question remains, however, why? Infected, but unchanging. Blind cogs in an all-seeing machine. Well, whatever you're into. The road is long and lonesome. Perhaps we could share it for a while.
Very well. The plain version it is.
The very same as the vile little creature lurking within me.
Assorio diore silentium. Hostium manera.
Excellent armor. Drowcraft, of course. Something divine lingers here. But I don't recognize this presence. Oh, the smell. How old is that butter?
Punge.
Simplest thing in the world, a kiss. Yet few things are as majestic. Strange to see Saluna's temple in red. Her followers would never stand for it. Was it really wise to set another goblin free so she could arrange introductions? We had to do something to help Mayrina. Compassion. They turned everything they did into an art. The art of conversation. The art of taste. Time-honored and newly acquired. Statues. Strange.
Macte virtute.
I realized my error.
Ad maiorium de gloriam.
What happened to Mayrina's husband was awful, but we had to free her from that debt. Consider yourself lucky you're not.
It remained firmly closed as the presence huddled within.
So this is what honesty gets you. Consider my lesson learned. I do, as a matter of fact. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
I took his hand. It was an innocent request, after all. A vision flashed through my head. Caves crumbling, gnomes and Dwaegard digging. Chaos. Smiling, the girl opened her pack.
Could they too have been after the weapon? And if so, consider the consequences should it fall into the Absolute's hands.
Becoming the smooth wooden surface of the door before me, the tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
The ogres can't hear me, and I can't smell them. Fair trade, I'd say. Don't be fooled. Behind the lips it wants us to kiss hide cold steel razor teeth. Of all people, I'm sure you understand. You'll turn a blind eye for me, won't you?
The corpse remained silent. She didn't know. It looked like quite a battle, and yet the monsters had returned.
The tiefling landed a glancing blow across the man's temple. It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway. The choice is yours. There's really no good decision to be made here.
For once, she was happy to be bothered.
A waste of... You have interesting priorities. My point is this. Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal. Where's Karlak? I've studied magic for many years, and in as many ways I am still a more than capable wizard.
Voco glacius.
The rat sniffed me, then waddled away. Running water. Better not push my luck. You're hard to please, aren't you? Stars. And the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about?
Davvero!
I remembered Umberlee was the goddess of the sea. She drowned those who displeased her. I smelled ale and smoke as Will leaned in. His lips were but inches from mine.
You don't look so hot either, I might add. And neither do the others.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. I'd been robbed.
Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Karsus. Not to destroy Mistra, but to prove my love for her. Perhaps you'll understand me better when you know the truth of my condition.
Odd.
Bene corato, invenium viam.
My fingers clanged loudly against the strings. The bard winced.
Exactly. The important thing is their treasure is in a better place.
The flames fell away, a mere illusion. I was surrounded by the forest again, sitting at peace.
A key? It might open the Tollhouse vault.
The door shuddered, but stood firm.
Harpers and druids, working together. A formidable force.
Yeah!
It's good to perceive this constant fear repressed into a quiet scare. Let's hope it'll last a good long while.
Oculus tempestatis.
I dropped the book to the ground, ready to strike.
No. You start at the bottom right corner. And remember to play them clockwise. After that, something feels off about this tree.
All memory and all future was lost. There were no parasites to cleanse, and no monsters to vanquish.
I could not. I relented. Felt impossible not to.
A magic mirror. Primitive contraptions, but they were not without their uses. The corpse stirred. Dead flesh laced with magic.
Oh, what is that? Rotting flesh?
The flakes squelched the fires. The sword was unchanged.
No, you're both mistaken. I was a fool to use the tadpole, and I don't intend to be that fool again. I'll throw in with Asmodeus himself if it fixes our little wriggler problem. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove? Flaming Fist letting Zent run free? Situation must be grim.
Don't group me with the likes of them. I willed myself to crush the life out of the tadpole.
Sol invictus.
We'll let the night run its course, and when everything is quieting down, safe in the arms of sleep, I'll come by to find safety in yours. The Iron Flask is such an artifact. Good night. Just feels wrong to turn lovemaking into life-taking.
The spiders relaxed slightly, but I felt their hunger and fear beneath the surface.
I cherish you.
Dimento te.
Minsk is... well, he's something special, isn't he? Has a brain with horse blinders on, but his heart... purest gold you'll ever find.
Impero mortos. Ah! Video veritatum.
So many dead. But no signs of a struggle.
The corpse went limp, exhausted from the questioning, by waters still neath watching trees. A hallowed place for Mother Peace. He tapped the pick and my eye sprang from its socket, dangling wetly on my cheek.
After the night we spent together. Well, what have we here? And I'm impressed once more by your benevolence. Of course, we're bound to come across more artifacts during our travels.
I peered through the telescope.
Mutatis mutandis.
The corpse fell silent. It could answer no more questions.
Gustas dulcis.
Arca's thirst for revenge has been sated, and the goblin welcomed death with open arms. I've my fair share of experience with dangerous books. I'll, take that off your hands, into more prepared ones. Until we know every mind flayer that was aboard is dead, don't trust anything you see.
Mors carta.
Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live. A Thayan book about necromancy. Not for the faint of heart. All the more for the decayed of heart. Still, an intriguing chap, isn't he? I dare say we'll miss him. There we have it. Beauty. Looks like the hag made a shortcut. Clever. It's useless without a flame. It is the story of a man who fell in love with a goddess. I hope you think about it too. My sentiments exactly. Very fine drow weave indeed, if you'll excuse the pun. I could most certainly use it. It's calling its pack!
I never did find out why the squirrel attacked me, but I had clearly won this fight.
Day 3. Hair loss and blood leaking from all orifices.
Then his sad eyes met mine again. He would join me later, they seemed to say.
As such, I do not wish to give you false hope. We're only treating the symptoms, not the cause.
More, vito excolato, vincere es vivere.
What's going on? Something's amiss.
Ha!
Oh. My, you startled me. I was miles away.
It was possible I'd just claimed the squirrel's territory by right of conquest.
Cancote!
Well, drink to that. This looks like a dead end. How disappointing. You need to know this particular secret.
A game to the featherless ones, but life and death to her.
Bit rotten, this is. I've had worse.
I never did find out why the squirrel attacked me, but I had clearly won this fight.
Perhaps something's missing.
A dirty ring landed at my feet.
Collar covered with runes. Belonged to a wizard's pet, I gather. Not here. Let's talk when we make camp. Many challenges lie ahead, but in this moment I believe nothing to be insurmountable. It is. And you know just how destructive it can become. Must have belonged to a wizard's pet, I gather.
Frange!
My lady, I bow to your boundless kindness.
She studied me for a moment before twitching her ears. Compromise.
It's a Susa tree. Absorbs magic.
Tibi dopenas!
It shuffled back, eyes still fixed on me. A silent ultimatum. The hideous corpse rose, tentacles writhing. The creature from the wreckage.
Corpora sana!
I can't quite describe it. The need I sometimes feel to see her, to draw the filaments of fantasy into existence. You really are absolutely heartless, aren't you? Still, don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation, it merely illustrates his own.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. The scholar's brow tensed. His voice spilled into my skull as the spores connected our minds.
Resistor accidum!
Well, that was anticlimactic.
I saw Draw Ragslin writhe. A tadpole clung to the mind flayer's fingers.
Then again, I'm not one to advocate conventionality. More beautiful than this.
Something was off. These statues looked too benevolent to be depictions of Shah. Moon Maiden's teachings. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol? The bear blinked at me in surprise. With a small huff, she settled back onto her haunches.
Challenge the gods for their domain. I'd settle for getting my own brain back.
Stabilio!
The ox swayed his head back and forth, looking for new things to smell.
A mind flayer? No intention of letting that happen. If I can. We must be desperate indeed to throw in with her. I'm not one for manual labor, but this might just be worth it.
The corpse had nothing left to say.
Good news. The search for an object of power has been fruitful. A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic.
The owlbear stared, then sharply inhaled my scent. Draw Ragslin's body lurched to life.
That fellow had a tadpole in his head, and they consider him blessed? Chosen? What madness is this?
Dry stones lined the wall. At the bottom, something gleamed in the dappled light. With a jerk, I was pulled from the vision. The presence within shrunk, begging me not to run through it.
Best of luck with the protocol. May my cold, dead hands soon be refilled with the warmth of life so they can shake yours in gratitude.
Looks like there's a little shrine over there. The Myconid cloaked me in a dream. Dwagar spore servants, shambling toward me in unison.
How can I help? This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god? Good night.
Chewable!
Rather soon I will feel it stir again, like a distant thunder sending tremors through the soul. Actually, it's home. I'm sure you'll fit right in.
The talons sank deep. The owlbear lunged forward to strike again.
A campsite. Nobody's home, though. Well met. I am a magical projection of Gale of Waterdeep, and if you see this manifestation, that means I have prematurely perished. If I may be so forward, what are we waiting for? Whip-light fangs, that much I knew he had. Actual ones I did not suspect. I'm afraid I must decline.
The sheep contemplated me dully while chewing a mouthful of weeds. First came ice. Shivers from top to toe as our lips touched.
You'll want to hear this, I assure you.
Voco gracias!
Come. We shouldn't linger here.
I felt its heart hammering, a desperate longing for the safety of its cave, its mother.
More beaters. Indeed. These creatures are mightier than they look.
She was excited to find this person in Baldur's Gate. They had something she wanted.
Lolth's blood, what is in that? Well, let's be quick, before the rescue becomes a cremation.
The owlbear's brute strength was too much. Its blow hammered into me.
When we track Karlach down, let's chat before we chop.
My limbs did not obey. Our minds intertwined. I saw his siblings, Andric and Brinna. New recruits. Mine to shepherd. Her mind reeled, but she obeyed blindly. My grip was strong, and she couldn't defy me.
This pod came from the Nautiloid. Might be a survivor inside.
Hums, clicks, harmonies. They drifted through me like an unknown language.
All in favour, then? Let's paint that goblin camp red.
Ragzlin frowned in confusion at a question he would never have asked.
Sylvanas is an ancient and powerful god. I'm sure the magic in that idol is delicious. Remember his Cormyrean rhyme? Down came the claw. Perhaps we should start growing our nails. An ordinary lamp, not a trace of magic on it. That's because you've yet to find out what you're missing. Dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zent.
Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Anger, bitterness, a will to survive.
The very same.
Cantote!
So you threatened your way into ownership of that chest. Now that it's yours, what will you do with it? Then again, he's so full of himself, it's a small miracle he hasn't resorted to self-cannibalism yet. And rest. Might as well adapt to the Daywalker's ways. I'd still be interested in exploring what solutions Ethel may have for my particular conundrum.
Vidkit qui patito.
Let's not stand around. I can smell spilled blood a mile away. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it.
The day had been a surreal spectacle, scarcely to be comprehended by the sane mind.
Someone's in trouble. We have to help.
Its shriek reached a new pitch, one of bloodlust.
If it does, bring me back again. You must, for the sake of many.
I noted her grimace of pain. I realized there was something wrong with her legs. The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
I can hardly wrap my head around what we've just heard. Let's list up the facts, shall we? Game marks as faded as the memories of the children that played them. I wonder what became of them.
The tiefling could no longer speak.
So far, however, we've been spared the dread fate that is Ceramorphosis.
I recognized the name, of course. Anyone that knew of the Red Wizards would.
I think you're onto something.
The air here is rife with fungal spores. Must be myconids nearby.
My skull sizzled with Ragzlin's displeasure. His mouth was still, yet I heard his demand.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. She's my muse still, the embodiment of magic. But the embodiment of love?
The corpse remained still. It could say no more.
I'll skin you alive, you foul wretch!
His lips smacked together wetly and left a trail of saliva on my foot.
Strange. The monster seems docile. By Eldath, guardian of groves, all fear is soothed.
The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me.
This is Lolth's descent into the Underdark. Looks like her Dryada champions tearing open some mind flayers. The tablets in the same style as those glowing runes. Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
What in the hells? You're a vampire!
The corpse shivered to unlife.
Ostende secretora duorum.
It was time to decide what to do. The mirror was not amused.
Much is at stake. More than my own meagre life alone.
He responded to my greeting with a sad snort and shake of the head. He wanted to leave this blood-soaked place. Will flushed with emotion, desire, grief, guilt, and desperation. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
Ha! Oh!
His loyalty was as fickle as his temper, apparently. Vanished without a word.
I felt her probing my mind, and our thoughts became entangled. A familiar sensation. She, too, carried a parasite. My primal ferocity thrilled her. Surrendering to it,
She turned on her pack in a berserk rage.
Dollo!
A match made. Not quite in heaven, but close enough.
That is a great relief. Your apprehension is most warranted, but oh, a great relief this is indeed.
Now's not the right time for that.
I felt the barest touch of magic, wild and chaotic, beneath the smooth wooden surface of the door.
Plenty to look forward to.
No, there's meaning to it. There has to be.
Such was his skill that it earned him the attention of the mother of magic herself, the Lady of Mysteries, Mystra.
I've the plans and the Sousa bark.
Now I just need a forge. It's opened. I wonder what's back there. I understand your anger, I do, but after all we've been through.
The echoes of the drumbeat faded to silence.
Look at that. I take it you have some suggestions?
Intactilis sum.
Fractured images filled my mind. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood.
In any case, don't blame yourself. Mystra can be a fickle mistress, as I'm sure you're aware.
Poor lad would have been harpy feed if it wasn't for us.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
If we keep using this power, it may well push us over the edge. The tadpole takes greater control with every use. With that, I bid you an evening better than my own. Oh, I can picture it now. Academies, libraries, laboratories, the assembled knowledge of centuries that may just set us free.
The corpse snarled, teeth blooded.
In a place like the Yawning Portal, the most powerful magic is calling for a round of drinks.
Images of the battle at the gate shimmered into view, along with the adventurers pleading to be let inside. Whatever horrific creature was growing inside the hyena died along with her. The servant was silent. A victory of the celestial Saluna over her dark sister Shah. The corpse was decomposing, but intact. Its mouth fell open as it turned to look at me.
Ire et dollo.
Something's blocking it from the other side. That's because there's so much to ask.
My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision.
No, but you do understand, don't you?
Umbrae.
The bird hesitated a second, then let out a tentative chirp. He hopped around happily.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
Thank you. Now repeat my instructions back to me, please.
Stoltissime.
I pictured the Feywild in its colourful glory, the joy of all seasons flourishing at once.
You're a good friend. I want you to know that.
Dark, empty pods flickered across my vision. They demanded new flesh.
I suppose that's one way to spin it.
Eternity's an illusion. And yet,
It was no masterpiece. Her gaze flicked between the box and me. She was lying. With a desperate squeal, the boar dashed past me before I could strike.
they promised things to come.
Ah!
What can I say? She considered me a chosen one. Little did I know how ephemeral that title was.
Other than that, they did not react.
Selûnite symbols. They're just like the dwarf's poem described. And from the look of it, they can be rotated.
You put Lae'zel to bed. Not sure I want to follow her example. One usually needs to be alive to reap the benefits of education. If anything, we taught them too well.
Te fideo.
That I can relate to. My skull pounded in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice.
My word.
A red dragon. Majestic. And malignant. She balked at the unfamiliarity of my grip, but my hold was strong, and she didn't question.
Looks like a pack of gnolls ran through here.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I could discern no information or intention in the sovereign's song. The corpse's head lolled back as the magic faded. The spell was done. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room. Fear soured to despair. The featherless ones were cruel.
Vivat crescat floreat.
I'm sorry, but I had to remind you. After all, this is only the beginning.
Inficio.
Whatever it was, it didn't look good.
Aridissimus.
No more prayers. Only silence and dust.
A grave error in judgment indeed, which we'll pretend was never spoken. Warm, wet tentacles wrapped themselves around my head, and for the first time in my life,
I've said my piece. Now let me dull my tongue with wine.
That cage won't last.
Looks like someone's not a fan of Shah. Smeared the absolute symbol all over her.
Please, I need more. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on... what? The word escaped me.
My. Second time's the charm. Day 2, hallucinations and greying skin.
Ferio!
Another pod from the ship. Could there be other survivors?
Mores incerta, vita cartissima.
Why would a saloonite arrange the moons like that?
I doubt we'll get a warm welcome home given our condition.
The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. The telescope pointed to the left. I knew of Maglubiet, the tyrannical deity who treated his goblinoid followers as slaves. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
I owe you as much. The thing is, we were lovers once.
Dimento te!
I explained that not only was the disease gone, it had left no scars, an impossibility for the bite.
We'll get to that. I have a much more pressing question first.
The owlbear, man's best friend, until it goes hungry.
To look, not to touch. Go ahead. See.
I could feel our connection, our longing to be opened, to share our secrets. You know, I think there's a little something more to Ethel than meets the eye. The monster's tentacles twitched weakly. It wouldn't last much longer. Its voice shivered across my brain, seeking access, trying to bend my will to its bidding.
On your head be it. Go ahead, Ethel.
Although, judging by the newest company you've decided to keep, you may just be depraved enough yourself to mean that after all. Tonight's not a night for sharing. Tonight's a night for regrets. She was still ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of the survivors hadn't been enough to satisfy her.
This is farewell, then. Should worst come to worst, I hope you'll be far away when the orb has its day.
Ugh, that body's so ripe I'd need to drink the blood with a fork.
Voco areniai!
That kind of weakness sickens me.
By all means. You first. Don't let his bluster fool you. All that talk of desperation merely illustrates his own.
Perure!